The year was 1991 when I attended my high school junior prom with my girlfriend at the time. There was nothing unusual about the prom. Hundreds of teenagers in garish dress dancing and partying, crowning their king and queen. Neither I nor my girlfriend were in the popular or cool kids crowd, and we planned on nothing more than a late night stop at a restaurant after the prom ended. As it turned out, we were invited to go along in someone's limo to visit the White Lady's Castle, the ruins of a small villa overlooking the Lake Ontario shore. Local legend held that years ago, a teenage girl ran off on a date with a local boy despite the objections of her overprotective mother. The girl had supposedly stormed out of the house, saying that she was going up to the lake with the boy and would be back that evening. According to the legend, she never returned, and her mother is said to have gone out looking for her missing girl every night for the rest of her days. It's said that her spirit haunts the site to this day, and that illicit teenage lovers parked along the shore would be attacked by her ghost. All that remains of the White Lady's Castle is a single stone wall set into the hillside. Flagstone steps take you from the road below up to a flat grassy area where the structure once stood. Someone in the limo handed out flashlights as we pulled alongside the lake shore and got out. Now, although I've had a few of what I believe to be true paranormal experiences in my life, I didn't think this particular legend could really be true. It all sounded a little too stereotypical of a made-up ghost story for me. We made our way to the hillside and began to climb the steps along the ruined wall. As we reached the top, the moon, which had provided a soft illumination to the lakeshore, suddenly vanished behind the clouds. We found ourselves in a pitch-black clearing. Several of the kids in the group were laughing and trying to scare each other. It was dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, if not for the bobbing lights from the flashlights casting shadows across everyone in the group. I began to get an eerie feeling as I scanned my flashlight around the perimeter of the clearing, the light beam ending abruptly at the trees surrounding us. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly, but it almost felt like we were being watched. I turned back to look into the darkness one last time and shined my flashlight across the tree line, and as my light moved, a face suddenly flashed into view as my light moved by. It was only for a second, but I could clearly make out a stark white face with an oversized mouth full of sharp teeth and deep hollow black eyes. Startled, I quickly shined my light back to the spot where I'd seen the face, but there was nothing there. For a moment, I decided that it must have been my imagination and turned back to leave. When I reached the top of the stairs, however, I heard a wheezing groan from the darkness behind me. I quickly turned back and pointed my flashlight into the darkness. Right in the exact spot where I had seen the ghoulish white face was the outline of a person. A flowing white form was slowly moving towards me, and I could just about make out the oversized mouth and teeth I had seen before. Terrified, I turned and literally ran down the stairs and back out into the light of the moon. My girlfriend and the other kids from the group hadn't even noticed that I'd fallen behind and were beginning to load into the limo across the street. I couldn't bring myself to look back over my shoulder as I climbed in, quietly stunned by what I experienced. Of course, none of them believed my story and assumed I was just goofing around and trying to scare them, but I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. I've been back to the site once or twice over the last 25 years, but only in the daytime. I've come back here today to share my story with you and to ponder the memory of that night at the White Lady's Castle. I've always heard odd things and seen the supernatural, though usually it's just a general feel or whisper in a house with a haunting that's human, that is. But recently, something's changed, and it's really freaking me out. It all started when I started university in Devon, England. I'd been very sick for a couple of days with a nasty cold and was just starting to feel better. So my flatmate and I decided to go out to the town for a lunch out. All went as planned, and we managed to catch one of the sparse buses in the nick of time. This is where it gets a little odd. I always gaze out the window whenever I'm traveling, so I don't miss much. Usually, it's just a fox running across a field, or a nice view, but this time, it was a guy. He was sticking his arm out for the bus. This obviously wasn't the odd thing. What was odd was he didn't even have a face. He was dressed in a pair of jeans and a black hoodie, with the hood up, and looked as if he was wearing one of those joke black morph suits over his face. I laughed a little to myself, expecting a general prank. The bus stopped, letting people off, but no one got on. This made me frown a little, as I'd seen the guy waving, so I asked my friend if she'd seen him. She didn't, and when I pressed her further, simply said the illness must have made me sleep deprived. I thought about this for a while, and decided she was probably right. After all, the mind can play tricks on you when you're tired, and I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. However, after that event, I started to see odd things all the time. Shadows of people where there were no people, odd faces in windows, and strange noises. It also wasn't the only no faces I'd see. When I was still at university, there was this truly horrifying apparition outside my flat, always there whenever I opened my curtains, night or day. It was extremely tall. No, this is not Slenderman, and this figure had long, greasy hair over its face. But I knew that it was smiling, and not a very nice smile either. It scared me to the point where I started to stay over at my current partner's, using the excuse of poor sleep thanks to my cheap mattress. Mind you, not that I could get much sleep knowing that thing was outside. I'm not sure what to do or what it means, and it's scaring me. I see the no-face people everywhere, in corners, at train stations. I try not to get too close. I even tried to talk to one once, but it didn't result in much. They just stared at me. Obviously, seeing these odd things have become a bit of a problem socially. It's not exactly acceptable to flinch for no reason or look alarmed at the slightest thing. I just can't help it. They make me nervous and scared. I don't know what they are, after all, but they just don't seem human. I mean, some of them do human things, like the waving down of the bus, but the majority of the time, they just seem to be watching and following people. Some of them have quite a solid shape, just like another person. aside from the obvious face thing, but others seem to just be odd shadows. Can anyone help me with this? If you've seen the same, what does it mean that I've started to see things? And am I in any danger? A few years ago, I posted my story about seeing the people with no faces. Things had stayed the same for all these years, and I'd gotten used to seeing them, even if it unnerved me more than a little. But now, things have changed. Not so long ago, I was taken into hospital after having a 4-hour seizure, and it was touch and go for the month that I was there. I was diagnosed with a central nervous disorder, one where I have a 30% chance of survival. But I'm determined. They didn't think I would walk again, but I proved them all wrong, and am currently able to get around on crutches. After all that, I'd been so focused on getting better, I'd more or less forgotten about the no-faced people. For those who aren't quite sure what I mean by that, I'll give a description. You know when people wear those morph suits that cover your face? They kind of look like that, but the skin is always black, and they don't have very clear facial features, more like a suggestion of them being there. Anyway, I soon remembered the day I left hospital. I was in high spirits, happy I was leaving, more or less on my own 2 feet. It was then that I noticed one of the no-faced people standing at the entrance, and it was different. It looked straight at me, a lot more intensely than the usual glance. Yes, I was disturbed at the time, but just assumed it was a one-off. That soon changed. They started to move closer and closer to me. Then, it really kicked off. Doors started to rattle behind me, as if someone were trying to get in, but when I opened them, no one would be there. Even that only scared me a little. But now, I'm really scared. The other night, I was relaxing, preparing to settle for sleep. I suddenly felt something grab and twist my foot. At first, I laughed, thinking it was my cat playing, until I realized that my cat was lying asleep next to me, nowhere near my feet. I've read many theories of shadow people, and I've often wondered if the no-faced people are something alike. So perhaps a reflection of a dimension close to ours, or something more sinister. I'm scared because I'm aware that I still have a 70% chance of becoming sicker and dying. Are they attempting to increase this chance as they've suddenly become more aggressive? Or does it mean my body is failing without me realizing? I don't know, but I really hope that someone on here can help me and shed some light on this. Please. This is my first time talking about any of this outside of my close childhood friends and my doctor. I guess my story begins when I was about 15 years old. At the time, a few friends and I were interested in ghosts and magic, so when rumors spread around that there was a Ouija board for sale at the thrift store, we pounced on the opportunity. It took us a few weeks to get the courage to use it, but we finally decided to try it out in our tree house we had built in my front yard. We waited until it got dark, lit some candles I stole from dining table, and started our little seance. At first, All we could do was stare at each other, but finally, my brother asked if there was any spirits with us, and that little eyepiece slowly moved over to the yes section. We were all shaking at that point. Being a scaredy cat back then, well, I said I was getting out of there, but as I backed up, I fell out of the treehouse. The next thing I know, I'm awake in a hospital bed with both my parents crying about how they love me, and soon the doctor came in and explained that I had a cracked skull and had suffered a major concussion. As the nurse wheeled me around the hospital, I noticed a slight blurriness around the edges of my vision. The doctor said that it was normal for people who have suffered from concussions. As I started to recover, I noticed that the blurriness had subsided and life was beginning to return to normal, but there was still something wrong. I felt like I was being followed because, even though the blurriness was still gone, there was still something in the corner of my vision. Every time I turned to look at whatever was following me, it was gone, around a corner or fading into the darkness. I could never get a good look at it. The first night since the accident, I had a hard time falling asleep, and I kept waking up with chills. After hours of tossing and turning, lightly falling asleep and waking, I finally fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, something didn't seem right with my room, like something was going to happen. As I got up, I noticed a tall, gangly shape in the corner of my eye, next to the dresser, and turned quickly to see a horrifying creature without a face, just a pale, featureless face, apart from two impossibly deep black holes where the eyes should be. At first, all I could do is stare into those two black holes and silently scream. But I finally slammed my eyes shut and started screaming. When my parents burst in my room and asked what was wrong, I told them what I had seen, but they insisted I had been dreaming. I did not see the faceless thing for about 10 years later. The no face, as I had named it, did not appear again until the accident that ended my fiance's life. After that, I began seeing him everywhere, and there were more than one, following other people. I began to see a therapist for my hallucinations, and she recommended an MRI and a CAT scan, both of which were inconclusive, and she determined that these hallucinations are coping mechanisms that I subconsciously created to cope with the stress of my fiancée. The trouble is, these things haven't gone away, even though I've come to terms with her death. The other no-faces seem unaware of my presence, other than the one that keeps following me. It stays about 1 to 2 yards away from me at all times, and never gets too close or too far away. Can anyone here help me? I've become very stressed over this lately. I haven't had much to eat and haven't slept very well. A quick background on this story. This takes place in the house I currently reside in. At this point in my life, I was in my earlier teens, and there was much pent-up negative energy in the household from constant fights with my family. This was the hardest point in time for my family to date, and I attribute our negativity to drawing in the activity, which has led me to share my experiences. At this point, I'd witnessed many shadow people and dark figures walking around my upstairs, but for some reason, I was the only one able to see them. However, my little brother was able to hear them, which gave me some peace of mind, knowing I wasn't losing my marbles. So besides seeing these shadow people walking around and hearing their footsteps in the hallway at night, things were considerably normal. One more note before I begin: that is a key element to this story. My closet has a panel in the ceiling which leads to the attic. This is the only entrance to the attic in our house. The activity stayed at that level until I began researching the paranormal. I had watched a few ghost hunter themed television shows, and it led me to draw conclusions about the activity I was experiencing on a day-to-day basis. I figured they were just restless spirits and decided to let them be and try not to interact. As conditions in my household worsened, the activity grew. The spirits began interacting with me at night, and I could hear noises outside my window and even on the roof. The sounds were like scratches and small taps, like an animal. Squirrels get on the roof all the time, and I figured it was something of that. After a while, the sound moved from on top of the roof to inside of the attic. Although mildly discomforting, I still led myself to believe it was an animal of sorts. The other experiences with the sounds led me to believe otherwise. One night, I awoke at around 2 a.m. to my bed shaking. I thought it was my mom or brother trying to wake me up, but when I looked around my room, nobody was there. My bed then jerked once, as if someone had pushed it with a quick, large force, which scared the living daylights out of me, and I quickly laid back down and pretended to be asleep. At another point in time, I heard footsteps come down the hallway from my parents' room, and a tapping on my door followed by the sound of the doorknob shaking gently. This made me uncomfortable because of seeing the shadow people. It made me think they were trying to get into my room to get me or something. On this particular night that the story takes place, I'd fallen asleep on my back. I've heard this can lead to nightmares and the likes, and since then have refused to fall asleep in that position. At around 2:40 a.m., I abruptly awoke. I checked my phone to note the time and was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard a scratching sound above me in the attic. By above me, I mean right above my bed where I was sleeping. Out of curiosity, I rapped on the wall 3 times with my knuckles. The scratching became instantly louder, and whatever was in there began pacing around. I got a shiver down my spine, and the mood of the room instantly changed. It was as if my room had grown darker, and I felt a very ominous feeling. My playful thoughts of messing with an animal were shattered by the worrying feeling growing in my gut. At this point, I heard thumping sounds over the panel in my closet. I tried to sit up in my bed to look, but it literally felt like a heavy person had laid on top of me. Feeling trapped, I tried to ignore the growing feeling of panic as I heard the ceiling panel in my closet slide out of place and drop, and wooden beams creaking in my attic. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told myself it wasn't real, and I heard my clothes moving around in my closet, hangers clicking together, as if someone was climbing down out of the attic into my walk-in closet. To my horror, the doorknob began violently jerking left to right, and scratching sounds emanated from behind the door. I thought whatever it was would get through, and I couldn't move still. And to make things worse, I tried to yell for my parents, but no words would come out. When I was convinced I was about to be face to face with some sort of monster, I began praying in my head that it would leave me alone and go away, and not to let it hurt me. At the instant I closed my prayer, the sound stopped for about 20 seconds or so. I heard again whatever it was moving close around, but this time it sounded like it was climbing back up into the attic. I heard the ceiling panel yet again slide on the roof and fall back into place, and the scratching went to the far corner of the attic away from my room and faded into silence. As the noise stopped, the room seemed to grow lighter, and the blanket of bad energy was lifted. Since then, I've had several more experiences in that house, none of which were as frightening as that night. The experience was questionable, as it seemed like sleep paralysis, but from what I know, that usually happens from the instance of being awoken, and I was not paralyzed until the feeling of oppressive energy had engulfed the room, which was several minutes after I had awoken. Regardless of it was a case of sleep paralysis or an actual entity, the experience was frightening, and I remember it clearly as it happened to this day. I will likely post the other strange experiences I have encountered over the years, and hope you enjoyed reading this. P.S. Since this event, I have cleansed my room, as well as inside my closet, right up to the attic, with sage, and have had no further experience in this particular area of the house. My parents do not like incense or the smell of a lit smudge stick, so I was only able to cleanse my room, leaving the rest of the house open to activity. And believe me, it lingers there still, especially in my parents' room. Here is my first story. Hope you all enjoy. This is not my first encounter with the paranormal. However, it is my first sighting of an apparition. This story is true, and there are several witnesses that can attest to this happening who were present during what took place. Gold Camp Road is notorious in the Colorado Springs for two main reasons. Partying. It is an isolated and mostly unsupervised area, and as such is frequently used as a location for teenagers to drink, smoke pot, and blare music. Paranormal activity. There are many stories regarding the area, ranging from an infamous bus crash, which never actually happened, and apparitions, as well as mildly demonic or malevolent activity. There is a history of car crashes and murders, as well as people dropping off murdered bodies over the cliff into the Cheyenne Canyon area below. Taking this into consideration, many people come out of skeptical interest and curiosity of the unknown to see if the tales are true. It was a normal Friday night, and I was with my friend Jay. I'll call him that for the story, as I don't want to release his personal info on the web out of respect. We were bored out of our minds, and after the hookah we set up had died, we needed something to do. We wanted to go to a party, but realized we both lacked the hookups to get an address. So we thought of places we could come across to get together. Gold Camp was brought up, and soon after, I drove us up there. We came to a pull-off before one of the tunnels that overlooked the city and parked next to some cars that were loudly blasting music. Some college-age kids were drinking beers, smoking, and generally chilling, and we were quickly invited to join them. At a little after midnight, the music was turned down, and everyone was either in the cars or outside in a huddled group, talking about life and joking around. I was in the middle of a conversation when I heard what sounded like the faint clicking of metal chains and a sort of dragging sound. As it got louder, I decided to investigate the source. The sound grew louder near a sign by the edge of the road. As I peered over the edge, I took note that it was a cliff and would be impossible to get down without serious injury, so the fact that a sound was rising up was astonishing to me. My thoughts jumped to, who would be down there and how did they get there? And even more worryingly, did someone fall down there? Before I could say anything, a large and dark figure arose from the edge, a mere 10 feet away from me. It appeared to be a tall man, like 6'5", shrouded in a white tattered cloak or sheet and wrapped in chains. At first I thought it was a guy trying to scare us and prank us because I knew of the tales of the area, but one thing struck me as odd that made me keep a serious complexion. The man had no face. In addition to not having a face, I thought he was black at first, but soon realized his body was composed of what appeared to be a shadowy mist. He looked like someone had wrapped his body in a sheet and wrapped chains around it before throwing it down the hill and downwind. From this figure was a terrible stench like sweat and mild decay. I couldn't even believe my eyes. The figure began slowly trudging towards the road, dragging chains behind him, and each footstep making a loud thud, as if he was wearing boots. The group outside I had left to investigate went silent, and we all watched the apparition in fascination and bewilderment as it slowly walked along the road, not looking back. I made sure everyone else was seeing what I saw, and summoned the courage to follow the apparition with the intent to see if it was really what it appeared to be, and not some guy dressed up being dramatic. He walked up slowly, but his strides were huge, so I had to walk quickly to keep up with his pace. I followed him for about 30 feet. When he finally stopped, he slowly turned towards the edge of the road with the cliff, but there were bushes and trees at this stretch of the road for about 10 feet before the edge. I loudly said, "Hello," trying to communicate with this strange man, and he took 2 steps into the bushes and disappeared into thin air in a cloud of mist. Just like that, gone. I walked back and told the others what I had seen, and they could hardly believe it. We all talked for another half hour about what we had seen before parting our ways. All in all, it was an interesting night, and despite the others' sobriety rendering them less credible, I was completely sober since I was driving and saw it as clear as day. I've yet to witness another apparition as clear and real as the one I saw that night, but it definitely got me further interested in the paranormal, and I will always remember the man with the chains. My only wish was that I could have learned more about the apparition and its story, but perhaps I'll see it again when I decide to go back up there. Stood around 7 feet tall. The eyes were nothing but black holes, but they had a kind of glow behind the darkness. It was last week, and I sat upon the cliffs overlooking Shark Bay. The sun had just set, and I saw someone walking upon the short sand beach below. There isn't much of a beach due to the relenting waves. It isn't a beach for swimming, and the fishermen overtake the area. It is approximately 20 feet down, and I watched a wavering figure growing closer. I knew it was an evil entity, and I wondered why he was showing himself to me. In an instant, I know what they were in life. It's a feeling that overtakes me. I don't have to see them to know. They don't need to be nearby. I just know. I think he was trying to scare me, but after all I have seen, not much phases me these days. So I sat back, just watching him, waiting for him to do his thing, whatever that may be. The last of the sun was gone, and the purple blue of the clouds was now a solid black. No moon, no trade winds, stillness. Perfect elements for a ghost to try to make a move. Good or bad, I was his target. As I'm used to being sought out, all I can do is ready myself for the experience. It's not an afterthought to go into a prayer of protection. I close my eyes and ask God to surround me in a shield of strength. I can do nothing on my own. Of this, I learned long ago. When I opened my eyes, the entity was standing in front of me. His black eyes were piercing through mine, and I noticed his face was covered in tattoos. For a moment, it scared me, but then I stood face him. He backed away from me, and I knew then he was a very evil spirit. He tried to take on the appearance of a warrior, but his facade began to break down. I watched as his face became distorted. The skin became taut and skull-like, and I saw his true face behind the pretense he projected. I saw what he looked like in life, and he had been an ugly man. So sad the ugliness had permeated his soul as well. The entity was filled with evil. He had been a man at one time, but in his latter days, became obsessed with power and greed. He had hurt a lot of people in his journey, and he had a few people killed. I could smell the deaths layered upon him, like chains seen to the naked eye. You want to know how I know this? I can see it on their faces and bodies. It's like the words in a book. Each face, body projects life lived in shame, sorrow, greed, happy, sad, evil, and good. Anyway, this is how I am able to read them. It's as clear to me as a page filled with descriptive explanation. Every soul is read, heard, and helped, or avoided. I wanted to rid myself of this entity. He made my skin crawl and his being well. Best way to describe it, he made me feel like I was covered in feces. I almost wretched, and I started to walk away. Turning my back on him would be a bad idea, so I was careful to move slowly. I try not to speak to this kind of entity. If I can feel him, he knows what I am. Last thing you would want to do is anger an evil entity. Too late. He called me a few expletives, which I will leave out here, and tried to push at me with his energy. Of course, since I had my power of prayer working in my favor, it did no more than lift a few hairs from my shoulders. Kind of like someone blowing their breath on your face or neck. Creepy, but I kept moving towards my truck. I took a quick glance to see how much further I needed to go, and that was my mistake. The entity was next to me again, and he started to threaten me with death. Of course, he screamed it at me, and with detail. I'm too much of a lady to repeat what he said, as it was nasty and very vile. I didn't flinch. It wasn't the first time an entity had threatened harm, and wouldn't be the last. Having the beliefs I hold dear, I know these types of entities cannot harm me, and certainly cannot take my life. They can try, and this one did, when he saw I was not reacting to his threats. He mustered enough energy to knock me to the ground, but it's like being pushed over by a child. The key is not to be afraid. If you allow fear to enter the equation, he gathers this from you, and fear gives an entity power, which can be used against you. Never give in to fear, no matter how scary the situation. The entity hovered above me, and he did his best to look frightening. He did manage a few looks I had never seen before, but I didn't waver in my stare. He knew he couldn't hurt me, and he started to wail in frustration. My ears were burning from the high-pitched sound he made. It sounded like tin cans going through a grinder. Add to that, strange sounds, akin to sitting front row at a rock concert. It was painful and annoying, and loud as crap. Some entities are great at throwing temper tantrums, and this big guy, he was throwing a dilly of a fit. I sat up and rubbed my knees, brushing away the rock that stuck to them. I was getting mad now, and I told him so. Get away from me, you evil one. You have no power over me. Go away. I yelled. My knees throbbed from where I landed, and I was ticked off. The entity looked shocked, and he seemed to shrink before my eyes. I found myself staring eye to eye with him.
His black eyes smoked anger, but he was shirking away from me, moving back to the cliff's edge. God will take care of your kind one day, no matter what rock you hide under, I called out as he moved away. Sometimes just using the word God will cause them to retreat. Retreat? This one zipped away. I saw him dart across the sand below, and in a blink of an eye, he was gone. Thank goodness, he took his nasty smells with him. I went home and took another long shower. My shower stall is filled with scented shower gels. It takes me a while before the odors filling my nose goes away. This is part of my gift I really hate. Any comments?
I work on merchant ships as an officer. My last job was on a big ferry. Some of the overnight engineers were saying that they felt uneasy in one of the engine rooms. A couple of the guys knew I could hear things, so they asked me to stay one night after we were done with our runs for the day. 15 minutes went by when I finally felt some activity. The spirit was not bold. In fact, he was darting around the room, whispering softly. I couldn't make out what he was saying, just that it was definitely a male voice. My skin started to get goosebumps and feel electric, which was my usual indication of a spirit presence. He finally stopped moving and got quiet, and that's when I started to get worried. He very clearly told me his name in a very angry voice. My two buddies were scared at this time because they had an uneasy feeling right before I started talking to him. He told me this was his ship and that we were trespassing. This alarmed me, as I've never really dealt with a ghost as territorial as he was. Not being as scared as my two buddies, thanks to paranormal investigating on the side, I told him this ship was in fact not his, but he may stay if it feels like it'll make him feel any better, pending he doesn't hurt anyone. He mumbled angrily and took off. To this day, I believe his presence is still there, and upon further research, I found out that the man died from gunshot wounds in the shed that the ship was being built in during a fight while the ship was being built in the shipyard. That man's name was the same as the name the ghost told me. As I've mentioned before, I was born and raised in Decatur, Illinois. This town has many unrested spirits, largely due to the fact that it's built on top of old cemeteries and Indian burial grounds. Growing up in my old house, it was scary in many ways, fascinating in others. From the time we moved in, I had an imaginary friend. I can still see her fresh in my mind, a little girl about my age, 6 years old, with dark curly hair. I remember wondering why she was dressed like my Holly hubby doll. I don't really remember specific conversations, just that she was always there. She had a very unusual name, Darina, and that struck my mother as odd. Most children give their imaginary friends simple names, and this was a name no one had ever heard before. Through the years, most of the strange things that happened were either to me or my mother. She was alone in the house doing dishes one morning when she felt someone pull her hair. Another time, she was alone doing laundry in the basement, and she heard the front door open and close, and footsteps that stopped just above where she was standing. Thinking it was my dad, she went upstairs to greet him, only to discover that there was no one in the house. She was so scared that she abandoned the laundry project and went on the front porch to wait for my dad. The only time I felt any real danger was when I was standing on the stairwell right above the landing, and I was pushed off the steps. I didn't just fall through. I shot straight for the window that was directly across from where I was standing. My mother was at the foot of the stairs and ran to me. My backside had gone through the window, shattering the glass. Aside from a large and very inconveniently placed cut, I was okay. But what I remember very clearly was the sensation of an arm pulling me back so I wouldn't fall out the window. It wasn't Mom because she hadn't reached me yet. I lived in other creepy houses since that time, as this town is chock full of them. None of them affected me personally as deeply as this one did, though. Anyway, that's my story, and I thank you all for letting me share it. I look forward to comparing ghost stories with you. My first ghost stories that I can recall, I was about 9 or 10, and I was into Dungeons and Dragons, and was all about coloring in the pictures and the different manuals and compodiums. So I would spend hours up in my room, reading about monsters and demons, and just using my imagination. But frequently, I would hear my mother calling me from downstairs. I would go running down there as fast as I could, because she was prone to having chest pains, and I would have to pour her a glass of wine or something if she was having trouble breathing. So there I would be in my room, and I would hear my name called, and I would yell, "Coming!" and run downstairs and say, "What?" And she would say that she hadn't called me. This would happen a lot of the time, sometimes 9 times a day or more, until I would be more selective about when I would go down there. Once my brother, who is 5 years younger than me, said that he was going to watch TV in the living room. I'd left him alone to go play down the street, which obviously was a bad idea. And he said he came down the stairs, turned the corner, and in the rocking chair sat an old woman in an old black dress with a large W painted in white across her chest. He stopped and stared at her in shock. He noticed that her eyes were entirely blue, no whites at all, and then she opened her mouth and a hissing sound came out. But it wasn't like it was just her. He said the whole room and all the air was making this sound until he couldn't think. He did what he was supposed to do. He screamed and ran to the neighbor's house. Sometimes in the house, we would experience things like hearing loud bangs coming from the downstairs, sounding like pots and pans being thrown together. We had cats, and they would come racing all the time. The cats were always looking at things I couldn't see. Another notable experience I had was when I lived in an apartment when I was about 19 that I shared with some friends from high school. One night, I was watching TV in one of my roommate's room when there was a knock at his door. We both said come in at the same time. No one came in, so we got up and opened the door, and no one was there. I went and checked on the others in the apartment. One was asleep and the other was in the living room, playing GTA with headphones on, and seemed confused when I asked if he had knocked. In the end, I'm not even sure what to attribute these experiences to, but I really thank you for reading my story. I'll have more in the future for you guys to enjoy. I lived in a boarding school, if that's what you would call it, compared to others in Europe. This was just a hallway with beds. It was an old school, but I heard many things at night that shouldn't have been going on, and I saw something that scared the crap out of me one night. One night, when all the girls were upstairs getting ready for bed, I passed by the door that goes to the rest of the school. The doors to the classrooms are huge doors. They get locked with a chain and padlock. Why? I don't know. But I heard someone push the door from the inside, as if trying to get out. I forgot to mention this was a Catholic school. I also heard the desks being moved, and there was a room where they kept instruments. I heard drumsticks, as if someone had dropped them. One night, I had to use the bathroom, and I never went to the bathroom alone. One time I did, and I never went alone again. So I went with one of my friends, and I went first because I was the one who woke up to go. We took turns because we had to have a lookout because we were so scared. There was a makeshift bench made with a plank of wood and some logs at the other end, and the moonlight was hitting it at an angle. And on the side of the bench, I saw a shadow of a nun just sitting there. And I stared at it, and I told my friend to hurry up and pee. I didn't want to scare her, so I didn't tell her that I saw anything, but I told her to hurry. The last experience I had over there was probably my scariest. I was sleeping in my bed in the middle of the night, and footsteps woke me up. Big, heavy, clunky footsteps, as if someone was wearing boots. Just for the record, none of the girls owned boots, and the footsteps came from the other side of the hall, coming closer,
and closer to my bed. I wanted to turn around and see what it was, but I didn't want it to know that I was awake. I didn't want it to come near me, but it kept coming closer, and I was so scared, so terrified. Then, right when it was about 2, maybe 3 feet away from my bed, it stopped, turned around, and went back to where it had come from. And as I heard it walk away, I was finally able to move, and I slowly turned over, as if I was still sleeping, so it wouldn't come back, and I tried to peer into the darkness to see who it was, and I saw nothing. I scared myself typing this, and I hope this story wasn't too long. Thanks for reading. My first encounter was when I was 12 years old. Where I lived, the previous owners passed away at home. Their last names was Parsons. I had a vent outside my bedroom door on the floor that I could see downstairs in the living room. Within the first few nights, I would hear sounds down there. When I told my parents, they said it was a new home and I would get used to the noises. One night, I heard humming. I got up and looked down the vent. It was coming from downstairs. Of course, I went running into my parents' room. Dad went downstairs, looked around, and said maybe I was dreaming, but if I heard anything again, to wake him. This went on for a while. One night I heard talking. I had the courage and walked down the stairs slowly. When I came out of the stairway and went into the living room, I could see 2 figures sitting on the sofa. I went running to my dad. He got up and went downstairs with me. He saw nothing. A few weeks later, it happened again. Dad and I again went downstairs. Like the other times, he saw and heard nothing. We went to go back upstairs, and I heard talking. This time, I looked at my dad, and I knew he heard something by the look on his face. We went into the living room, and again, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons were sitting on the sofa. Dad didn't see anything, but he said he thought he could have heard someone talking. Just then, it got a little louder, and we both heard them say, "It is so nice to hear children playing in this big old house again." I jumped, and so did Dad. We went back upstairs. Dad came into my room and told me now there isn't anything to be scared of. He heard the same words I did. I explained to me that I might be hearing and seeing Mr. and Mrs. Parsons off and on. When I do, I shouldn't be scared. To think of them as my angel friends or something like that. While growing up there, I would hear them a lot, and from time to time see their figures. I quickly learned that not all people believe in spirits, which was hard growing up, not being able to talk about what I experienced. But at least I had my dad to talk about it with. I lost my dad 3 years ago. Now I am back to keeping my experiences to myself, which is hard at times. But I enjoy it when he appears and visits me now. So I am not all alone. Dad is always here with me.
Mother's fiance and I were very close. He was more like a father to me in my adulthood than my own. So when he scheduled to meet me for lunch and didn't show, I was a bit dismayed. I got back on the train from downtown Chicago, rode back to where I had parked my car, got in, and drove to his house. Upon my arrival, I noticed his car was still parked outside, so I picked up my cell phone to call, but got no answer, so I called my mom, who in turn called a friend of his to come over. As I stood outside the house, I had a sinking feeling something told me he was dead. I climbed over the fence. This was not the best area of Chicago, which was locked, grabbed a ladder from under the back porch, climbed up and broke the window. I discovered his body lying nude in the hallway, partially in the kitchen. I started to cry and phoned my mom, who said she was on her way. After the police came and went, the friend left, and I was left sitting alone in the house with his body. I started hearing creaking on the stairs, and I called out, "Mom, Mom, is that you?" But no one was there. Again creaking, and no one. Finally, my mom shows up, and the coroner comes. They take his body, and we're alone looking through paperwork. All the while, there is a creaking all around us.
We find a $50,000 tax bill for him from a failed business he helped his son launch on the kitchen table next to where his body was lying on the floor. We dig further through his things and find 2 of his 3 firearms. His son flew up from Florida the next day with his 2 sisters. He dug through more of his dad's things and found the 3rd gun and laid it on the dresser. He walked out of the room and back in with his 2 sisters on either side. But the gun mysteriously goes off and shoots him in the leg. After that, the creaking we all had experienced stops. The next day, the autopsy reports came back, and we learned that he died of a heart attack, probably from the tax bill. So I asked his son at the funeral how it feels to be shot by a dead man. He didn't laugh, but I'm sure his father got his last laugh. I wanted to share an incident that happened to me last year in Las Vegas. I'd just been reunited with my best friend after about 17 years, and we decided to meet up in Vegas for our reunion. We stayed at the Luxor Hotel because we were going to see Chris Angel's new show, Believe. We stayed in the pyramid on the 24th floor. It was on the 2nd day that something weird happened. Even though we had stayed up really late the night before, we got up early, went to eat breakfast, and headed out to explore the strip. We came back around 4 p.m. and decided to take a nap before going back out. My friend had the bed closest to the bathroom, and mine was in the back of the room near the windows. We dozed off for a while, and I was awakened by the sound of someone in the bathroom. It sounded like someone kept dropping a coin into the sink over and over. At first, I thought it was maybe a housekeeper had come in, but then wondered how I hadn't heard her come in, since I am a light sleeper, and why the bathroom light wasn't on if she was in there. So naturally, I went to investigate. As I got closer, it stopped. Odd. I turned on the lights and everything was in its place. So I went back to the bed and immediately started again. To prove to myself that I was really hearing this, I called out to my friend, "Hey, did you hear that? It's coming from the bathroom." She said, "Yeah, I heard it earlier, but didn't want to say anything." We both got back up and just walked in front of the bathroom to see if we could see anything, but didn't turn the light on. No sound, nothing. So my friend turns on the light and says out loud, "You can do whatever you want, just don't do it while we're here and stay in the bathroom." Then she turned off the light, closed the door, and we left the room. Nothing else happened for the duration of the trip, which lasted a week. I thought about asking the hotel staff, but thought they might think I'm crazy. I did do some research though, and found out that a couple of workers died while building the hotel, but they are said to haunt the 10th floor. Thanks for reading. We had moved into our new house in August of 1972, and I had just turned 12. I was the oldest of 4 kids, and although my sisters and brothers took to the move easily, I did not. I don't know if it was moving from the area where I was comfortable, or if it was the uneasy feeling that I had in this new house. The house was a 7-year-old, 4-bedroom colonial which was in a cul-de-sac with 4 other houses. The house that sat at the top of the hill outside of the cul-de-sac was much more older and was the original farmhouse built 200 years earlier. Wayne was named after General Anthony Wayne, who fought during the Revolutionary War. The area itself is rich in history from this time period. The first indications of a presence was our dog. His hair stood on end, and he barked at the walls constantly. We thought he was bred too close and he was crazy, only to find out later it wasn't him at all. My mother was in the kitchen baking one day, and a decorative plate on the wall went flying across the room and broke into pieces. It seemed to be my room that had the most activity. It was the center room of the front of the house, and one night when friends of mine were waiting out on our front porch, they heard someone walking around upstairs, and the light in my bedroom went on and off. No one was in the house since we all just returned home. My friends thought we had a maid or a house guest. At times, we would hear music playing, but not music from that time. It sounded like a harpsichord. All of us heard it, and I even had friends who slept over and heard this music coming from above us. My father slept with a bat next to his bed, thinking that someone was playing an awful joke. Many nights in my room, my light did go on and off, and I thought it was me not turning the knob all of the way. I would always feel a presence with me. In fact, it would sit next to me on my bed. I used to actually feel it get up and see the imprint it made. At times, my bed would actually breathe. This went on for a while, and in August of 1976, my air conditioner broke and I went downstairs to sleep on the couch in the living room. I had my Cocker Spaniel Muffin with me, and something woke me up around 3 a.m. Muffin was shaking and I tried to calm him down, but he just buried his whole body next to me. The next thing I hear is a loud bang, like a door slamming, and then another door slamming. But I don't know where these sounds were coming from, because there weren't any doors. Then I could hear heavy footsteps walking towards me, and then it stopped. I heard them going through papers on my father's desk, and then continue again towards me. I can't tell you the feeling of fear I was feeling. There was a lamp behind my head, and I couldn't lift my arm up to turn it on. The footsteps continued towards me, and a man turned a corner into the living room and saw me. I thought it was an intruder at first, but what I saw, I will always believe, was this spirit from another time. The moonlight was pretty bright that night, and I could make out his features. He was tall and thin, about 6'4". I know this because my dad was that tall. He had reddish brown hair with a beard and mustache. He had a white shirt under his high-waisted pants with suspenders. He just looked at me as if to say, "I've been here all along and it's okay." I thought Muffin was going to have a heart attack, but as soon as I saw this man, incredibly, he calmed down. The man stood there for a couple of minutes and then turned and walked back with heavy footsteps again and back through the 2 doors that weren't there. I waited until the sun started rising and ran to my parents' bedroom totally freaked out. I told them someone was in the house last night, and my mom immediately agreed and said she heard it too. I gave my parents a description of the man and they called the police. Now mind you, the police had been there on several occasions because of these disturbances. After this last incident, they themselves did some research and found that there were 2 men who lived on the property the house was built on who were murdered. This was during the 1700s, and the cops showed us a picture of the 2 men. One of them was the man that I saw, which confirmed my belief of a spirit encounter. We moved from this house within a few months. I've always been very aware of forces around me. I was 7 when my grandfather was taken to the hospital. A blow of sadness came over me, and I knew he was never going to return. I blurted out to my aunt that Papa had died and would never come back. Just after saying this, my parents came home and told us sadly that Papa had passed away. I knew right away that Papa had come to say goodbye to me. As my life progressed, a lot of little things started happening. In the early 80s, my grandmother passed. At that time, my husband and I were renting a duplex from her. Since a lot of people had come from out of town, they wanted to expedite her estate as soon as possible. Immediately after the funeral, her house was cleaned out and put on the market. My husband and I stayed on until they could sell it. About 2 weeks later, I was home alone. My husband worked nights and only me and my dog were there. At about 2 a.m., I started hearing sounds in our apartment. At first my dog started to growl, but then he fell silent. Since I was the only one home, I originally thought that there might be burglars looking for something to steal, so I called the police. They told me to wait in my apartment until they could get there. Meanwhile, in my grandmother's apartment, it sounded like bedlam. Drawers were being opened and closed, and doors were being slammed. When the police came and we entered her apartment, nothing was amiss, and all became quiet. The officer told me that there was no forced entry. The door was double bolted, and unless someone else had a key, they could have not gotten in. They left, and about a half hour later, the noise starts in again. I called the cops. They come out, but no one there. By this time, I'm hysterical and call my husband home from work. While I was waiting for his return, the front door slammed and opened shut so hard that the plates of glass in my living room window shattered. I definitely felt that it was my grandmother's doing. I wonder what she may have been searching for. Maybe she became mad because everything was gone. I've had some other things happen, and I feel as if the undead are drawn to me. I will write again soon and tell you about the haunted apartment. Until then, thank you for reading my story. This just happened during the night. My daughter Courtney was lying in bed, and suddenly, she saw my deceased brother sitting on the side of her bed. My brother had lived in England and dropped dead of a heart attack almost 2 years ago. She was shocked to see him there and a little afraid as she knew he was dead. His name was Bill. Bill leaned forward, looking intently into her eyes, and then leaned back. Courtney, being frightened, closed her eyes. She suddenly felt like she could not move. It was like a wet blanket was on top of her. This really made Courtney freak out. She also could not speak. She was frozen. But then Bill was gone. I think Bill was coming to tell her something, especially when he was leaning forward towards her. The other part, I cannot figure out. Bill would never hurt Courtney, and he would never bring anything evil with him. Her husband and Jack Russell Terrier were out in another room and knew nothing until it was all over, which she then went out of the bedroom to desperately find them. My daughter doesn't know what to think. We need an explanation. I believe my brother was trying to give my daughter some information. The leaning forward then back. I myself had a ghost visit me as a child. 15 years later, I was married and working on family genealogy when a family cousin gave me a photo to borrow that contained my great-grandfather who came from Ireland. This man in the photo looked just like the ghost who came to me as a child. Also, I had funny things happen after my dad died. For one, I took pictures of my dad's car before trading it in, some years after his passing, as it was the last thing of his to go. The pictures were foggy like a ghost stood in front of the camera. It was film pictures then, and the rest of the roll had wonderful photographs. I had also seen my previous husky who passed away in 2005 in the house 3 times. I've gone as far as almost 2 hours away to a doctor's appointment and was in an exam room on a table when something touched my foot. Things never happened to other people in my house, just me. But my daughter, after graduating college, had one dream while still living here in 2008, where both grandparents and our previous husky were in this dream. This was the first time she met her grandmother, as I became pregnant with her right before my mom died. I know it was real and true by what she said to Courtney. My mother liked to put on airs, like she was better than others. That told me it was her by the haughty words Mom used. Around my daughter's birthday in March, my brother Bill was in a dream of hers. My daughter didn't believe before in spirits. She certainly does now. I lost a child, a miscarriage, 2 months before I became pregnant with Courtney. I wondered whether this spirit, whatever, that was preventing Courtney from moving, could have been a child trying to get close to its sister and Bill brought it to meet Courtney, just trying to figure this out. I've been concerned that this also could be a sign that someone in the family will pass soon. Help. I've owned the largest New Age shop in northeastern Pennsylvania, the Emporium of Curious Goods, for the past 19 years. For 16 of those years, I lived in an upstairs apartment until I bought a 22-room Victorian mansion in the next town. Quite frequently during the apartment living, and still to this day downstairs in the shop, I see a large gray cat, usually out of the corner of your eye, but then it vanishes when you look directly at it. I'm not the only one to see it. Many customers over the years have said things like, "You know you're not alone in here," or they'll just outright tell me they saw a big gray cat which vanished before their eyes. One lady recently told me she saw it lying on a counter and went over to pet it, thinking it was real, and it vanished before she reached it. Just a few months ago, I was behind the counter and 4 teenage boys were looking at books in front of the shop. I heard the familiar cat call, "Puss, puss, puss," come from one of them. I looked up to see what was going on, and they called back to me, "Hey, do you know you have a cat out here?" I asked them what it looked like and where it was. They told me it was a big gray cat, and it walked around the corner of the counter. Now, the counter in question is against the wall, so if it walked around the corner, it had to vanish into the wall. When they looked for it again, they couldn't find it. My partner once saw a curtain hanging at a door in a passageway, flip up at the bottom and then lower again, just as if an invisible animal had walked under it. Both one of my clerks and I have actually felt a cat rub up against our leg as we sit behind the counter. We don't know where it came from, but we nicknamed it Spooky, and when we came in the morning and found an item thrown off of a shelf and broken on the floor, we always say, well, Spooky was on the prowl overnight again. One odd thing is the fact that the mansion I bought was the site of a suicide years ago. It belonged to a doctor, and his wife committed suicide in his carriage house, still on the property. She closed the door, turned the car on, and was found many hours later. There are many rumors I've heard as to why, but I do not know if any of them are true. But the ending of the story is that it is the most quiet house I've ever lived in. No activity at all, no feelings, no vibes. I have 5 cats, and at times they seem to follow with their eyes something moving across a room or up a wall, but at the same time I experience nothing. The only odd thing concerning the cats is the fact that my oldest cat, which incidentally was gray, died of old age problems a few years ago in the house. I buried him under the kitchen window area outside in a large patch of ivy. This has now overgrown the gravesite, but all the cats at various times sit on the kitchen windowsill and just stare down at the spot where Salazar is buried. Sometimes their tails twitch and their heads move back and forth, as if they are following something outside. I've even gone out to look when this happens, and there's never anything there. At least I can't see it, but they definitely see and watch something. It seems strange to me that a house from 1895, which probably had many deaths there over 100 years, plus a suicide, only manifests a recently deceased cat. But I guess it is what it is. Thank you for reading. My very special father got sick around Christmas, 2002. The doctors told us that it was probably lung cancer, which originated from his colon, which he had partially removed a few years before. He was 82 years old, but even with all of the cancer treatments, he was not the least bit confused or fuzzy-brained. As he grew sicker, one day he looked at me and said, "Look at the little boy at the end of the bed eating an ice cream cone." I looked, and there was nothing there that I could see. He said, "Why can't you see him? He's sitting there smiling and having a great time." I thought at the time that Daddy may be losing it. 2 days later, he looked at me again and said, "Now the little boy wants me to play ball with him. Don't you see him on the other end of my bed?" Once again, I told him I was sorry, but I didn't. The little boy obviously cheered my dad up because it put a big smile on his thin, worn face. That next morning, the nurse called me and told me that my sweet dad had passed away quietly in his sleep that night. I'm telling the story because I believe with all my heart that the little boy at the end of the bed was an angel that came to take my dad to heaven. My mom had a miscarriage before I was born, and it was a boy. It could have even been my brother. What I'm trying to say is that now, more than ever, I believe that there is a life after death, and before you die, an angel is sent to carry you to heaven. I love and miss my dad more than I can say, but because of the little angel, I know that my dad is in a wonderful place where you eat ice cream cones and play ball together.
The Kaimuki House is a true story about a haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii. The ghost that is said to haunt the house is called Acacia, a man-eating demon from Japanese folklore with an insatiable hunger for blood and corpses. There is an infamous haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii that locals call Kaimuki House. In the summer of 1942, the house was occupied by a single mother and her 3 children.
One night, the police were called to her house. They found the hysterical woman in the front yard screaming, "She's trying to kill my children." When they entered the house, the police officers stumbled onto a scene that they would never forget. The 3 children were being thrown around the room by an invisible force. The officers watched for over an hour, unable to do anything, as the children were beaten and strangled by the unseen entity. The incident was on the front page of the local newspaper headlines for several days. Years later, 3 girls were sharing the house. One night, they started to hear strange noises. It sounded like someone was moving around and talking. One of the girls felt an invisible hand on her arm. They called the police. When the officer arrived, he found the 3 girls standing outside the house with a look of sheer terror on their faces. The girls decided to go and stay with one of their mothers, and the policemen decided to follow them to make sure nothing happened. However, on the way, the police officer saw the girl's car pull over into a parking lot. The girl in the front seat was struggling with something invisible that was trying to strangle her. When the police jumped out of his car and tried to rescue the girls, he felt a strange, calloused hand grab his arm and twist it. Suddenly, the door of the vehicle flew open and the girl was thrown out onto the road. She was clawing at her throat as if someone was choking her. They were unable to do anything to stop the attack and were forced to watch as the woman was strangled to death. In 1977, a Japanese couple moved into the haunted house in Kaimuki. They didn't know anything about its history. On their first night in the place, the wife woke up at midnight because the bedroom was very cold. When she looked around, she was horrified to see a ghostly white figure floating in midair. It was a woman with no arms or legs. When the wife tried to wake her husband, the figure disappeared. The next day, the couple were so disturbed by the apparition that they contacted a priest. He advised them to make offerings of bread and water to the spirit every night. He said it was Acacia, a Japanese demon caused by some horrible murders that occurred in the house years before. After repeating the ceremony every night for a week, the couple never saw the horrific spirit in the house again. These stories are just the tip of the iceberg. They say the cause of the haunting was a series of terrible murders. Many years before, a Japanese immigrant lived in the house with his wife and 2 children. Apparently, the husband killed his wife, his son, and his daughter. He chopped up the bodies and hid them on the property. The police discovered the corpses of the wife and son buried in the garden, but the daughter's body was never found. They say her corpse is still hidden somewhere in the house. After that, the house was abandoned for many years. Later, there were 2 women who lived in the house. One of the women fell in love with a man. There was some type of love triangle, and they say the man was driven mad by jealousy. He murdered both of the women and then committed suicide in the house. The bodies of the 3 people were found inside the home after a few days. It is believed that these horrible murders were created by Acacia, a Japanese demon created by a grudge or extreme anger after a shocking murder. Today, villagers still tell stories of the terrifying occurrences, and many books and newspaper articles have been written detailing the haunting in Kaimuki House. In another story, an hour ago, dispatch received a call from the neighbors. There were shrieks coming from this house, and then a woman was hysterical in the yard. Something was in the house, they say, that was smashing furniture and attacking anyone who tried to come in. It seemed to be after her son, who, according to the officers, was floating smack dab in the middle of the room while all the fracas was going on. The officers say that the attack lasted for nearly an hour. The blood-soaked interior of the room and all the furniture had been smashed to a million bits, as if a tornado had torn into Kaimuki, had been methodically pulled apart by the arms, legs, and head before his torso was ripped in half like a gutted fish. The family that lived there before the vacancy had 2 children and a single mother. Both children were killed by this entity, ripped apart by an invisible force right before the mother's eyes, as well as the eyes of several police officers that were called to the scene due to screams and major commotion. These events are actually documented in a police report, therefore deeming this event credible. The land remembers. One night, I was camping near where an old river dam had been. I pulled the canoe late, so I just draped the tarp over the canoe and crawled in underneath it and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of roaring water. I crawled up out from under the tarp and the sound stopped. I thought I must have been imagining it, or it was the wind through the trees or something. I crawled back under the tarp and the sound started again. This time, when I crawled out, it didn't stop. The sound got louder and louder. I realized that it sounded like water ripping through the woods. Even the dogs had their hair on end. I quick pulled the tarp off the canoe and dragged it up to the top of a ridge and waited to see what was making that noise. Then I heard the voices, men yelling and a dull thumping noise. I huddled down next to the boat, pulled the dogs close, and waited for the sun to come up to find out what was happening. Morning came, and there was nothing to see. To this day, I don't know what it was, but I have my ideas. I will not camp there ever again. I was told that the land remembers, and that's fine. I just don't need to be there when it's remembering. The Thing. When I was younger, I used to visit my family with my grandfather in Knoxville, Tennessee. He had 9 brothers and sisters that lived up there, and they all had children, my cousins. Everyone lived in one really large house. The house had a huge backyard, about 3 football fields long, but past the yard on all sides was nothing but mountains and woods. One night, I was out in the woods, although it wasn't supposed to be. Adults would always yell. When I saw what I guess to be a half-body apparition. I never found an explanation for it. I can only describe it as half a person. The torso was missing. It was just black, but almost see-through black, if that makes sense. It wasn't in a straight form. It was almost like moving gas. But it was definitely the lower portion of a very tall person. It just materialized suddenly, although the moment before I saw it, I heard a noise that I can't describe. It sounded like a really heavy person, around 300 to 400 pounds to make that noise, stepped on a really heavy or thick branch and cracked it. I booked it up to the house as fast as I could. My oldest cousin stopped me, and I explained as much as I could at the time. He had also seen something familiar a few summers before that. The Scream. Some friends and I were doing some night fishing on the James River. We were sitting along the shoreline with a nice fire going, accompanied by the usual idle talk and a few beers, when suddenly everyone just stopped talking, like a switch was flipped off. We were all staring across the river and felt as if something or someone was staring back. It was a very uneasy feeling, to which some of the group tried to shake off with the typical macho humor, when a blood-curdling sound erupted from the other shore that froze everyone in their tracks. This sound was unlike any other that I had heard, and it made every hair on my body vibrate and tickle. The only way I can describe it is it sounded like a wild person with no language skills being gutted alive. No words, just this high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. Nobody moved or said a word. We all just sat there, fixed in our stare, when just as suddenly, a second scream was let loose, with even more force than the first. By this time, several of us were sprinting to our tracks that were parked within 20 or 30 feet and retrieving various firearms. We all sat there quietly with our eyes fixed, staring towards the opposite shore, watching the light from our fire reflecting off the rocks. Hours later, we packed it up and left, feeling very unsettled. We never did figure out that one out, or even hazard a guess as to what was on the opposite bank. The Invisible Assailant. It was very early in the morning, around 2 to 3 a.m., and I was in a very open area, waiting for my boss to return with some equipment. As I was waiting, I got that feeling like I was being watched by something that didn't want me there and had some intent on harming me. I stood up and looked around. The moon was very bright that night, and I could clearly see all the way to the tree lines, probably 50 yards on both sides of me. Nothing around. I calmed down a bit and took my pack off my back to get my drink out. As I opened my drink, I hear this whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound flying through the air from behind me. It was like that sound that a stick makes if you throw it overhand. I literally drove out of the way with my bag falling to the ground and my drink flying through the air, spilling as I jumped away. I recover from my diving experience and take my radio out of my bag to radio my boss. I go, "I'm not trying to freak you out or anything, but I'm on my way back to the shop. I just had something thrown at me." As I'm talking to him, I'm looking around on the snowy ground for anything that could have been hurled at me. There was nothing on the ground but snow. I had no idea what the hell was going on at this point. His reply of, "I've already got a head start on you. I'll see you there," sounded out of breath like he was running. I gather my stuff and start hauling ass back to the shop. I get back and meet up with my boss. He's pacing back and forth in our shop, freaking out. I get him to calm down, and he tells me he was on his way back up to me when he got the same feeling I got before something got thrown at me. He said after he got the feeling, he stopped to look around and heard something clearly two-legged start walking towards him, barely crunching in the snow. Then he said it started running at him, but there was nothing in sight. All of the sounds of movement stopped, and he froze to listen for more sounds. Then he said a hot breath was hitting the back of the neck, and he proceeded to freak the fuck out. He said he ran the whole way back to the shop, and about halfway back is when he heard me on the radio. The crazy part about this whole thing is the area we were working has several burial mounds in the woods from Native Americans. Apparently, there also used to be an altar of some kind, made out of stone, that was buried during a construction project a few decades ago. The Thing in the Swamp. As I sat in the dark in my tree stand, I kept having that feeling of being watched. Now I have hunted, camped, and grew up in the woods and am completely at home, day or night, in the darkest, deepest swamps, and I had never had this feeling. I just couldn't put my finger on it. When I was slithering down later that morning, I saw something out of the corner of my eye about the same time that I heard it. I heard the crash and just barely caught the sight of something running through the palmettos parallel to me. Now I say barely because it looked like a huge brown dog. Honestly, at first I thought it was a buffalo. It crashed through the thicket and I heard it hit water. It sounded like a herd of hogs plowing the trees. Around 2 or so that afternoon, I had been sitting in the stand, maybe an hour or so, when I heard the faint splash of hogs across the thicket in the swamp. As it got louder, I began getting nervous. It was so weird because I had never felt that way before. Well, what I thought was a bunch of hogs turned out to be one single critter. When it was within a few hundred yards, I could hear it plain and clear. Whatever it was in no hurry and stayed out of sight. I had scouted the area and I knew the water the creature was in was waist deep on me. I could hear the splash, drip, 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 splash, as it put one foot in front of the other, real slow, like it was trying to be quiet. I thought it might be another person, till I thought about how deep that water was. I would never point a gun at a noise or anything I wasn't planning to kill dead, but as that noise got louder, I was looking down the barrel. I was actually shaking. The creature eventually got to the edge of the water with about 40 yards of thicket before the open ground between us. It crashed about 10 or 15 yards and then went quiet. Deathly quiet. No frogs, no crickets, no birds, nothing. I might have imagined it, but I thought I could hear something every now and then, like it was slipping in on me. It was getting dark by then, and to say I was shaken would be an understatement of the century. I never saw or heard anything else that evening, but I was so put off by the sounds that I left my bag hanging on a nail in the stand. It was 2 days before I got the nerve up to go back after my bag, but when I returned, the bag was gone and the bark of the tree had been scratched and clawed to hell. I have never been back to that swamp. I've told a few people about the creature, but no one believes me. The Thing in the Woods. When I was young, we lived in this tiny town. It had 3 streets, 2 streetlights, and about 50 homes. All of the town kids would get together and play pickup games of baseball and such during the summer months. This particular evening, after the sun went down, we decided to play laser tag. There were about 10 of us, and all of us had our own set of tag vests and laser guns. We basically took over one section of the town and would run through the yards and hide behind garages. Anything we wanted to do. We split into 5 teams of 2. I was with my stepbrother at the time, Ryan. As I mentioned earlier, there were 3 main streets in this town and lots of alleyways. One of the streets was the easternmost, and it was bordered by a marsh and woods on one side and homes on the other. Ryan and I were running down the street, thinking we had seen one of the other teams running through a yard. We were going to block them in and shoot them, so Ryan and I split up. He went west, and I stayed on the eastern road, bordering the woods. This is a scary road at night. The houses are a little dilapidated on the left, and the woods on the right have some ruins of old farmhouses scattered throughout. The marsh attracted a lot of frogs and other animals, so it was always loud. I continued walking along and soon became distracted with cracking twigs and leaves in the woods. My heart started to race, but I was frozen in fear. I just couldn't move. I looked to my right, and there was an old dead tree, and I swore that I saw a movement behind the trunk. I stared, waiting for it to move again. I saw the tall, dark figure lean its head around the trunk of the tree. I could not see any features in detail because it was nighttime, but I could make out the dark, solid figure. It was standing upright. This told me it was time to leave. I ran home and stayed inside the rest of the night. I didn't even bother to tell my stepbrother. He later came in mad because I had abandoned him. Today, I wonder if this was the same thing that chased my dad. I have posted that story as well. Wake up call, Texas style. A little background before the story. It was the summer that I turned 10 years old. I was spending the summer working with my grandfather. He was retired. In his life, he had been a soldier from World War I, farmer, mechanic, carpenter, salesman, general handyman, and anything else that needed to be done to make a living for his family. A true burly man. He and my grandmother lived in a house in Mineral Wells, Texas, that he, my dad, and uncles had built on a small farm at the edge of town. His farm was about 10 acres and covered in fruit trees and garden plots. There was a man-made pond, or tank as they are called in Texas, right outside the kitchen window. The house was small and utilitarian. It had a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. Granny and Granddad's, and off-limits to the grandkids, and a small guest bedroom that I was staying in that summer. Someone had given my grandfather an old house for the materials in it if he would tear it down and haul it off. So my dad and uncles tore the house and hauled all of the material to Granddad's backlot. Granddad was going to use the lumber to build a workshop, guest house for all of his kids and grandkids to make use of, and my job was to pull and straighten nails and sort the lumber that was stacked out back. Summers in Texas are brutal. Granddad would get up early, before it was light outside, then wake me up. Granny always had a breakfast ready for us. We would eat and then get to work. We would work until around 10, or until Granddad thought it was warm enough. Then we would go inside, cool off, have lunch, maybe take a nap or play dominoes or cards, then go back out and work some more in the evening when it had cooled off outside. To make a short story long, one morning I woke up before Granddad had called me to get up. I had the feeling that he was in the room just staring at me. I was lying there wondering why he hadn't teased me about being a lazybones or slug-aped as he usually did. Finally, I opened my eyes to see what he was up to. When I opened my eyes, I noticed that the room was completely lit up, like the sun was coming through the windows. Then I heard a loud voice yell, "You peeked! You're dead!" Then an explosion of light. Then the whole room went dark. I was lying there with my eyes squeezed shut, scared out of my wits. I was thinking, "Holy crap, I'm dead," or something along those lines. I don't know how long I lay there thinking that I was really dead and that this was indeed a very strange experience. Finally, Granddad came into the room, flipped on the light, yelled at me to quit burning daylight, and I realized that I was still alive. After a couple of days, I asked Granddad if anything weird had ever happened to him or Granny in the house. He said, "Don't worry about it," and would change the subject whenever I tried to bring it up. When I would ask Granny, she would say that she didn't understand and change the subject. Could have been a dream, but if it was the most intense, terrifying dream that I have ever had. With Granny and grandkids' responses, I think that there was something going on, but they didn't want to scare me or any of the others. Granny and Granddad lived in the house for about another 10 years before moving into a trailer on my uncle's ranch in West Texas. Until they moved, I never slept in that room again, and if I had to go into it for any reason, would get in and get out as quickly as possible. The Shadow Man is back. It's been a while since I posted anything on here, since I only had one experience whilst I was a child. So the spirit demon creature that I have dreamed and deemed the Shadow Man has come back into my life. Now, before I say what has started happening, I will explain a bit about what happened when I was a kid. Basically, when I was younger, I had a spirit stalk me wherever I went. I always felt like I was being followed whenever I went outside when it was getting dark. I would always see it out the window, but whenever I saw it, it would run away. I believe that it increased my anger issue when I was a kid. To put it simply, when I was younger, I had anger issues that were never really tied to anything. I had a short temper, but I don't remember doing as much as people said I did. Throwing things at people's head, trying to hit people with metal bats, etc. Since I can remember, I had anger issues, and since I can remember, I saw the Shadow Man following me, and after a certain point, I stopped seeing him, and my anger issues subsided sometime around the end of elementary school. Now, I believe it is back. About a month or so ago, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I was at work around 8 and it was dark outside. I work at a fast food joint and don't usually have the later shifts, and I felt like something was watching me from outside the dining room windows. The dining room walls are pretty much all windows, by the way, and I kept feeling the need to look out the windows and look into the darkness of night. And for the second time in my life, I was extremely uncomfortable in going out into the dark because I knew it was out there. Although I knew, in the end, I had to suck it up and throw out the garbage. At the time, I just ignored it and thought I was just paranoid for no reason, but 2 weeks ago, whilst I was in the morning shift before the store even opened, I saw a black figure walking around in the dining room, and by the time I went to check it out, the Shadow Man was gone. The reason I knew it was him is because I got a better look at him than I usually did. After that, I started getting scared. Now I thought, hey, maybe it's just a mistake and maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe it was something that, I was just making up in my head, as I just mentioned. But now I just learned that last night my mom woke up to a black figure. The way she described it matches the exact same thing I saw, standing near her bed and looking down at her, and when she woke up, it disappeared. Now, back when I was a kid, it caused me anger issues, from what I believe, and now, as of late, I have been feeling more annoyed, angry, bitter, hateful. At the moment, I am trying to tell myself that it is all in my head, but I was wondering what you guys thought, and is there a way for me to get it out of my life? I am honestly so scared to lose what's left of who I am. I already hate most people. I didn't when I was younger. There are times I don't feel emotions, and to be honest, I don't value human life at all. I'm not a psychopath. I just don't care about people at all, and don't feel anything when people die around me. I still try to be nice, and I still try and care for people, but I've always felt like there was a part of me missing. A part of my soul. I'm agnostic. So what do you guys think? Anything will help. Real experience with Bloody Mary. I was only 7 at the time. A few friends and I went to a bowling alley. Now our parents belonged to a bowling group, so we just chilled at the arcade part. One of the other kids told us a story about Bloody Mary. My friends and I didn't believe them. So me and 2 of my friends went to the men's room. All we had was a flashlight. we turned off all the lights and chanted, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." My one friend then flashed a flashlight on and quickly off. I looked at the mirror, and there was a girl. She looked like she was in her early 20s. She was looking the other way, yet started to turn towards us. My friend and I bolted out of there before she attacked us like the legend says. After this experience, I feel like someone's always watching me. I haven't tried contacting any other spirits after this. A few months after my friend did this, my dad died. Could she have driven him crazy enough to kill himself? Could the spirit be so full of rage, it drives people to shoot themselves? Now, ever since this happened, my moods are different. I'm 15 and sometimes I'll just suddenly go into depression. Some days I just want to curl up and die. Could this be revenge for summoning her all these years ago? My friends who did this with me all stopped talking to me. I met one recently and she seems okay. Could I have been the only one who's seen Bloody Mary? Could she only be after me? If she is, then why? This may have happened 7 or 8 years ago, but I still feel the effects. The Fireplace. This is the first paranormal experience that I ever had. It took place at my grandma's house, and I was 7 years old. My grandma lived in a suburb of Melbourne called St. Kilda and lived on Crema Street. Many of the houses in St. Kilda were built in the late 1800s to the early 1900s, and many were mansions. My grandma's house was a single-story, red-bricked, 2-bedroom home that was very modest in comparison to some of the mansions that were built on Crema Street. It was built on a large block of land, and I remember the front and back being overgrown with trees. Sadly, many of these houses have now been torn down to make room for newly built houses and apartment buildings. My grandma's home had 2 bedrooms at the front of the house, and then a long dark hallway which led to the lounge and kitchen area. The laundry and bathroom facilities were located outside, which was not unusual for houses built in this era. The main bedroom, which was my grandma's, had a huge fireplace in it. No central heating back in the day when the houses were built. The house was always cold, mainly due to the fact that it was surrounded by trees. It was a great cool house to be in during the hot summer, but it would get extremely cold in the wintertime. There was a gas heater at the front of the house, which would warm up the lounge and kitchen area, but bedrooms would always stay cold. As my grandma was getting old and suffered from bad asthma, my dad used to worry a lot in the winter that she would get too cold in the wintertime at night in her bedroom. My grandma absolutely refused to use the fireplace as she was scared of having an accident and being burnt or setting the house on fire. Many times when we visit her, I can remember my dad constantly offering to light a small fire in the fireplace, telling my grandma that he would extinguish it before we left, just so she could have a bit of warmth in her room at night. But she flatly refused, and would be very adamant that she did not want to ever use the fireplace. I remember it was a Saturday night, and my dad and I had stayed for dinner. I was sitting on the floor in front of the TV, and I was watching the Muppet Show. I must have fallen asleep, and my dad took me to my grandma's room and put me in her bed. He left the door open and switched on a lamp next to the bed. I remember walking up and realizing that I was in my grandma's room, and I was all alone. I hated being alone in her house, and I was really afraid of the long dark hallway and would never venture to the front of the house without someone being with me. I threw back the bed covers and contemplated whether I should call out for my dad to come and get me, or if I should make the bolt down the dark hallway to the safety of my dad and grandma. I put my feet on the floor, deciding I would run down the hallway and something flickering caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Standing by the fireplace was a transparent figure of a lady. She was standing side on and seemed to be gazing sadly into the fireplace. She was wearing a nightgown that was long at the back, but the front of the gown seemed much shorter and ragged looking. I screamed like a banshee and tore out of the room down the hallway where my dad met me halfway. Through terrified tears, I told him that there was a lady in a funny nightie in my grandma's room. He went to have a look while my grandma hugged me. She told me not to be afraid and the lady would never hurt me. My dad assumed that I must have had a bad dream, although I insisted it was real. Every time we visited my grandma after this, I would never look into her bedroom, for fear I would see this lady once again. A few years later, my grandma moved as the house was getting too much for her to maintain on her own, and she moved into a smaller flat. While packing and cleaning up, my dad made a joke that at least we would not have to clean out the fireplace, as it had never been used, and it brought back the memory of the night I saw the lady in the strange nightie. I asked my grandma if she remembered, and she said of course she did. She then went on to tell me that she had seen this lady on many occasions over the years, and had grown used to seeing her. She believed that she was a past resident of the house that had probably fallen into the fireplace and had burnt herself to death. Hence why her nightgown was shorter and ragged at the front, as it was burnt. My grandma had not mentioned this to me before, as she did not want me to be any more scared than I was when I visited her. This is why she never used the fireplace, as she felt this lady answered and appeared as a warning that accidents can happen, and obviously my grandma took her warning very seriously. My grandma has since passed away, but I will never forget that night I saw this apparition of the lady with the funny nightie. A head in the fireplace. I've lived in the same house all my life. I'm 16 in a few weeks. I'm not an expert on these sorts of things, like you guys seem to be after reading some of your stories, so bear with me, as I'm not very knowledgeable on the subjects of ghosts and demons and those things of that nature. My house is pretty old, about 80 years old, my mom says. My Grams believes in this sort of thing, but the rest of my family is pretty skeptical, so we will rarely discuss it. The first thing I remember happening to me is when I was about 6. I had chickenpox, and I couldn't sleep because they were so itchy, and my mom let me stay up late. It was about midnight, and I was watching Jurassic Park. I was alone, but my mom was in the next room, if I needed her. We have this big old-fashioned fireplace, but we rarely light it, and it wasn't lit on this night. There was a funny bit in the movie, and I giggled, and I heard a laugh, really quietly, but pretty gruff like a man's. I turned around and saw a man's head in the fireplace. It disappeared quickly, but I was convinced of it. I wasn't frightened at all and just carried on watching the film. See, I have no idea how that head even materialized. I know there was an old lady who previously lived there. She was a librarian. She knew my mom, and my mom had lived on this street all her life. The lady moved out and went to live with her relatives. That was about 25 years ago, so I'm assuming she's not alive, and she was very old when she left. So I'm thinking she might have had a husband, and I guess if I were to explain the fireplace incident, it might have been her husband in the fireplace. I know this is a short story, but there were other events that occurred that I will explain in a different post. So does anybody know what happened or can explain anything about the man in the fireplace? I'm still at a loss for words. I don't know what to say about that. As I said, I'm new to this whole experience and I don't know much about paranormal activity. Thank you, though. About 15 years ago, the guy living in my current house died. After about 12 years, we moved in. People say he died from a heart attack, but others say his wife killed him. But I ended up getting the room he died in. Every night, I could hear beating in the chimney in the room, and it would slowly move its way up right above my bed. A week later, I had my friend Megan spend the night to see if we could hear it too. Well, she did. Then I had my sister stay in there to see if she could hear it. About a week later, it was my birthday, and we slept out in the tent. We could hear someone screaming, so we went out to check it out. We didn't see anything outside, so we went inside. We could hear footsteps up the stairs, but we didn't see anybody. But then the door to my room opened. We went in there, and we saw a shadow going into the chimney. We were wondering why he would go into the chimney, and people say that his wife killed him and stuffed him in the chimney itself. Every other night, I can hear the doorbell ring, but no one is there. So I'd go up to my bed. Then I could hear the door shut and hear the footsteps go up the stairs and into my room, but this time I didn't see anybody. I've heard rumors that there's a chimney ghost, but also that the body may still be there. Then again, I've never seen a body in the chimney, so I really doubt there would be a body stuffed in the chimney still after all this time. This is pretty creepy, and all the occurrences in the chimney just leave me unsettled. Thanks for reading.
About 1 week ago, my daughter called me from work asking me if I would take in a dog that had been hit by a car and that they thought both its legs were broke. I said yes, and while her friend was bringing her to me, I was getting a cage with bedding, blankets, paper, food, and water ready for her arrival. The friend got to my home, and we walked out together as it took the two of us to carry the dog. We got her in my home and I saw that she was hurt worse than they had thought, so I'd put my dog in another room, and we put her here in the living room in the toddler bed so I could stay with her. The friend left, and I called my girlfriend to come over because I had no money to take the dog to the vet and thought she may help. By the time the dog got to my house, I covered her in blankets and tried putting water in her mouth with my fingers and moistened her lips and tongue. Her gums and tongue were pale, like she was in shock. She started having trouble breathing, so I rolled her over. Nothing changed and only got worse in a few minutes. By the time my girlfriend had gotten there, I had already once thought that the dog had died. She stopped breathing, then suddenly, she took a breath, and my girlfriend came in and the dog was having a really hard time, only breathing periodically. Within 5 minutes of my girlfriend getting there, the dog died. I made sure for about 10 minutes and then covered her head with the blankets I had tried to warm her with. My girlfriend and I then sat. I bawled my eyes out and she tried to comfort me. I then got myself together and started trying to figure out what to do with the poor dog's remains. I kept checking her to assure she was gone and closed her mouth. I got a shower curtain and a stuffed toy to put under her chin to lay with her to rest in peace. Then I took my family blanket we used to watch TV and throw over us to wrap the little girl in love. Then I found an old cargo net out of my old SUV to tie it shut, as I didn't know as of yet where to put her as the ground was frozen, so I couldn't even bury her. About 30 minutes later, my girlfriend and I decided to put the little one, all tied up and warm, in my girlfriend's garage until we could bury her. We drove to her house and I carried her in and placed her on an old lounge napping couch. Me and my girlfriend had broken up over this and stayed that way until the day of the encounter. Now this dog was a black lab with white down the center of its chest and a faded red nylon collar. Then the 16th rolled around, and I was just bothered and wanted to see my girlfriend. So I texted her asking if she wanted to come by that evening and hang out. Of course she said yes. So she came over straight from work that evening and we had a few beers and were driving around. While driving around, she told me that she had gotten someone to bury the dog a couple of days prior about 30 minutes away. We got a little over halfway between her house and mine, and we passed a dog on the road coming towards us in the other lane of a 2-lane road. I slowed down and gasped for air and said, "Oh my God, did you see that?" She asked, "What are you talking about?" And I replied with, "No, I'm not saying a word. I'm turning around and see what you think." She replied, "I think I know what you are going to say." So I found a place to turn around, and we drove back to see this dog. We found it on the other lane of the road, walking up another road that went up the hill. I said, "No, Kathy, wait, just look." So I drove up beside the dog, and it stopped and stared at us without making a move or sound. So I ended up rolling down my window and said, "Hey there, baby." Still no wag of a tail or anything. It looked just like that dog that we had that died previously, and had the very same color. Kathy told me to get the hell out of there and just not speak about it anymore. But what does this mean? Did we see the dead ghost of the dog that we just took care of? Because I swear it seemed like the same one. It looked exactly like it. I just don't know what to think at this point. But thank you for reading. My experience happened in late October to early November of 1985 or 1986, and for years, I've searched the web and reading materials of World War II for information regarding the USS Alabama. I gave up for a while, but recently my interest was aroused again, and there's more information available now on the ship. I toured the ship with my first husband and 2 other couples. No one else was on the ship except the 6 of us, and each chose a different route. I believe there were 3 painted lines, red, yellow, and blue, at the beginning of the tour, and each route ran through the entire ship, but just not together. Each couple chose a different route, and we did not run into each other again because the ship was so large. A few minutes into the tour, I had the feeling of not being alone, that other people were watching us, and I kept turning around, looking for someone, but no one was ever there. This continued throughout the entire tour, until my husband started questioning me on why I kept turning around. When I told him, he just scoffed at me. I never heard any voices or saw anyone or anything, but I just had the uncanny feeling of unseen presence and some sadness. The only noises I remember was something being banged on metal, which I attributed to the settling of the ship. At the very end of the tour, just before we were to get off the ship, we saw a sleeping compartment for some sort of lieutenant. I entered the compartment and sat on the bunk for just a second or two. As I was coming out of this compartment, something snatched a diamond earring out of my ear. Not much pain, but definitely a force, and not just the earring falling out on its own. I was upset because I thought even if I was able to find the earring, I would have to go to a jewelry store to get another back for it, because I knew I would never be able to find the little tiny back to it. When we found the earring, it was in the corner 10 to 12 feet from where I had been standing, and the back was still on it. I took this to mean that there definitely had been someone or something else on that tour with us, and because my husband kept scoffing at me, this was the other person's way of letting me know I'd not been wrong. This next part may be just my imagination, or maybe there could have been pictures of some of the officers on the ship at the time I was there. I don't remember, but for years, I've carried the image of a tall, thin-faced, blonde officer in my mind. No name, just his face. A few weeks ago, when I began my search again for information on the ship, one website had pictures and biographies of some of the commanders. One is the face I had seen in my mind for years. Unless there were pictures on that ship back in 85 or 86, there's no other place I could have seen that face. None of the books on World War II I've searched through have this man in them. This is the only strange thing that has ever happened to me. I've been to the Winchester Mystery House in California, the Oak Alley Plantation in Louisiana, Silver War Battlefield Parks, etc., and never, ever has anything even remotely different happened to me. In my opinion, California is one of the most haunted places in the world. Its history is no doubt one of greed and sadness. Whole tribes of people like the Tungava, ravaged by disease, slavery, genocide, and deculturalization at the hands of the white man and his moral cloak. Both my mother and I have had a heightened sense of spirits, both good and bad, and have had many interesting encounters, of which many may be skeptical. Regardless, when one experiences things firsthand, they tend to be more understanding, and so I hope you find my encounters with spirits interesting. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was around 12 at the time. My mother and I lived in the Vanderlip estate of Portuguese Bend, a place of urban legend and mysterious happenings. Frank A. Vanderlip bought the Palos Verdes Peninsula back in 1913 and began construction of the Vanderlip estate within the year. There is a large mansion in which he and his family lived, and several other surrounding buildings. It is said that his daughter, Narissa, fell in love with an African American and bore his child, which was at the time an abomination. Outraged, her father locked her away in the asylum he had built across the road, now called Narissa Drive, and murdered her lover and child. It is also said that not long after, he murdered his entire family and their 2 dogs and buried them in the walls of the mansion, then hanged himself from a beam in the living room. Some say they have seen the ghosts of the family members in the windows of the mansion and have heard the cries of the children and barking of the dogs. Whether or not this is true is debatable, as there are no known historical accounts of this happening, but I will leave that to your judgment. What I can confirm is that this place is cursed by something dark. Experienced psychics will tell you to stay away from this area. It is not something to be tampered with, and I don't disagree. My mother and I lived in the farthest building up the hill, Casa Azul, which is, as the name describes, a blue house. All the homes in the estate are Spanish-styled houses of a somewhat lavish design, each with a unique name, indeed very beautiful and not seemingly sinister, not during the day anyway. Whenever my mother and I would explore the grounds, we could feel the presence of spirits around us, usually content and peaceful. But as soon as the sun would begin to set, we could feel the change come over the land, as if the air was constricted and something was lurking in the shadows that did not mean well. In our home, we would experience things all the time, and it didn't really frighten us. Events like screen doors opening and shutting when there was no wind, footsteps running on the tiled floors, objects taken and left in peculiar places. One time my mother's white gold hoop earrings went missing from her jewelry box. On my way back from the Greek pillar ruins, I felt something behind me and ran as quickly as I could down the hill. I stopped and turned to confront it, and there was nothing there. But when I turned around, there were the earrings in the middle of the path, just in front of my feet. The hair stood up on my whole body, and I picked them up and ran back to the house. On another occasion, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, reading quietly, when I heard something walk behind me and tenderly grabbing my hair, which was hanging over the back of the couch as it walked past. I thought it was my mother, but when I turned, no one was there. I remembered then that she had been sleeping for over an hour on the bed across the room, and I realized that I had been touched by a friendly spirit. Other things occurred in that house, like tipped over drinks, spirits like offerings, and broken dishes. The bathroom sink would randomly turn on, and beds would be unmade when we got back from hiking or days out. We heard laughter and cries, people whispering in other languages, and sometimes we would hear someone calling our names, but no one was there. We could also feel someone watching us while we were sleeping, hovering over us. There was also a ghost cat that lingered there who I called Daisy. Sometime later, we were forced to move back into the house I had lived in since I was 5 with my grandmother. She's a skeptical woman, an Episcopalian who doesn't believe in the supernatural. But many things have happened to me in that house. I've seen my deceased grandfather, a man who I've never met or saw a picture of, since he died in front of my mother when she was 8. The first time I saw him, I heard a high-pitched ringing in my ears, and when I looked through the back window of the study, I saw the cloudy gray figure of a man in his 50s-style clothing, thick-rimmed glasses, and hair combed back. He looked at me for a few seconds, and then he was gone. I saw him again 2 years later, only he made himself more present. He was less transparent, standing in the hall of the living room wearing a blue sweater, tan shorts, and the same thick-rimmed glasses with combed-back hair. When I described him to my mom, her face went slightly pale, and she showed me the picture of him, telling me who he was and what happened to him. We were both amazed. Other spirits dwelled in the house, and still do. Spirits of Tungva, spirits of things that were never human, and deceased relatives. My mother and I often smelled floral perfume and clove cigarettes at random times, and she was certain it was her grandmother's sister, Dorothy. My own grandmother, a succulent woman named Gloria, who was my father's mother, would watch over me, on and off, and still does. I know this because when she's present, everything gets quieter, and I get a static ringing in my ears, accompanied by the strong smell of cedar. There were good and evil spirits in the house. The bad were tall, wispy, shadow-like figures who would hover over you when you were sleeping, looking at you menacingly. They were energy stealers, much like the Dementors of Harry Potter, who hated good things and sage smoke. The good spirits were ghosts of Tungva, who my mother and I could feel constantly. Some felt lost, others scared and sad, and some angry. I think we intrigued them in some way. They would give us signs to make themselves known. We would ask to find beads, bowls, or shells, and they would appear. Sometimes, I would have to make a bed on the floor so my mother could sleep in my bed when she would visit, and on 2 separate occasions, I was moved. It was always the same position. I would be sleeping next to the closet, with my feet pointing toward the direction of the ocean, which was a 10-minute walk away. When I woke up, I would be at my mother's left side, laying horizontal to the ocean. The blankets were folded neatly underneath me, and I would wake up on my back. I sleep on my side, with the blanket laid neatly on top of me. After reading about the spirits of Hawaiian soldiers, the marchers, I have come to the conclusion that where I was lying must have been a sacred path, and the spirits continued to walk that way. To give you a visual idea, we lived right next to the Lunda Bay Canyon, which stretches from the top of the hill in Rancho Palos Verdes all the way down to the ocean's edge, though the portion between our house and PV Drive West was filled in and made into a storm drain. Still, as Jim Morrison said, the streets are fields that never die. I am a firm believer in ghosts and spirits, and I can tell you that everything I've said is true. Whether or not you believe me is your own choice, but if you keep an open mind, you might have a few stories of your own to tell. In 1967, we moved into a home in Lancaster, California. This was in the desert, and when it got really hot in the summer, me and my older brother liked to sleep outside. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps pacing up and down the hall. I just covered my head. Then one night, I heard the back doorknob moving like someone was trying to get in. I screamed for my dad, and we both walked down the hall towards the kitchen where the back door was located. As soon as we got within sight of the door, it stopped. The footsteps in the hall continued, though. Then one night, my brother and I were sleeping outside. We had just finished listening to the Dodgers game on the radio. I recall that game was very, very long, going into multiple extra innings. We fell asleep under the stars when the game was over. We suddenly woke up to our dog, who had been leashed to the tree we were under, running around the yard barking. We gathered up the dog and noticed that the metal clasp of the leash was bent backwards. This was a heavy cast clasp, and it would not be possible to bend it back unless we put it in a vise and used a hammer. So we tied the leash on. The dog could not have done it because this dog was just a little poodle terrier mix, and the bend was in the wrong direction for it to have been made if the leash was pulled on. Then I noticed it. The back door, which was half glass and inside of our glassed-in porch, was shaking and doorknob was rattling all by itself. I told my brother, "See, that's what I've been hearing." Now I had a witness. We watched it for a bit before it stopped. I heard the rattling doorknob several more times, once when I was sleeping outside by myself, and it was almost light out. This is where the story takes a freaky turn. The lady who sold the house to us was selling it because her husband had just died. All their children were gone, and she no longer needed a large 4-bedroom house. Also, the day we moved in, I was sick with a sore throat. The doorbell rang and my mom went to answer it. I followed her. At the door was a little girl, my age, named Kim, who I later became friends with. I was 7 when we moved in. She said that she had come to our house to inform us that we were moving into a house that was known in the neighborhood to be haunted. Then she left. I later did some research and read that poltergeists can't get through locked doors. When we slept outside, this back door was locked. If we needed to get in, there was another back door that led to my parents' bedroom. At about 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, I was leaving my apartment on North Penn near Qual Springs Mall in northwest Oklahoma City, and right as I got to the intersection of my complex and Penn Avenue, I ran out of gas. I whipped around the driveway and pulled to a stop at the entrance gate to avoid stalling out in the street. I popped the trunk of my Chevy, retrieved a gas can, and hooved it the half-mile towards the Congo station at 122nd Street. I crossed Penn to the underdeveloped land to the east of Penn. Having lived in my apartment for 2 years, I was aware that there's a shanty for the local homeless people tucked a couple of 100 yards off the road next to the creek. In the summer, when the trees are green, it is virtually impossible to see the camp from the road. Walking in the desert at night, I kept glancing towards the shanty, just being curious. Stepping out of the grass across the creek, I spied a girl in her teens, or possibly early 20s, much younger than the panhandlers I see on the street corner every day. She had on jeans and a white shirt under a black hoodie that was almost all of the way unzipped. Her head was bowed down, and her raven hair concealed her face. As if she noticed me, she raised her head, parted her hair, and before her eyes met mine, she dissipated like smoke. Well, being no stranger to the paranormal, it was still a little creepy, so after I filled my gas can, I walked back on the other side of the street, and there was my story. Thanks for reading. All kinds of weird things used to happen around my house, day and night. I inherited the Disney Haunted House record album from my brother when he moved out of the house. I played it for the first time in my bedroom that I shared with my sister. I had asked my friend if she wanted to listen to it with me. I turned it on. Then she suggested we pull the drapes down and get on the bed with a sheet over our heads so we would be in semi-darkness to enjoy the album more. I figured why not, and then we proceeded to do just that. Not much time later, about the second section of the album, she noticed something and asked if it was me doing it. I had my eyes closed, so I asked her what she meant. She asked me if that was my hand. Huh? I opened my eyes, and there was a perfect image of a hand on the sheet. Just a hand, no arm attached or shadow of a person on the sheet. I told her to cut it out, that it wasn't a funny joke. She said it wasn't her. I looked over at her, and she had her hand right above her head, holding onto the sheet, and then I felt her arm and hand against my right arm. It scared us half to death. We threw back the sheet, and there was no one there. I've always been nervous about going into the basement. One day, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, I was down there with some friends. We were listening to the Disney Haunted House album, which was not a bright move on our part. One of my friends said she saw a shadow of a man near the stairs that led into the house. I went over to her because from where I was standing, my view of the stairs was blocked by a 10 by 10 foot cement foundation block, which acts as a base for the fireplace. When I got to her, I looked and saw the shadow of a man in rain slicker and hat. It was like the kind that fishermen wear. He was standing on what would be the third step of the stairs. There was a window to the left side of the stairs about 10 feet away. There was nothing there to cast a shadow. The only rain gear down there was 12 feet away to the left of the window. It was impossible for it to cast that shadow, and even if it did, the angle of the light coming through the window would have cut off the lower part of the figure. We freaked and ran from the cellar up the outside steps. My mother came outside and asked what was wrong. I told her, and she insisted I show her. Needless to say, I was none too happy about that. We went down to the cellar so I could show her. It was gone, which freaked me out even more. She gave me a weird look and said that was all right and that she believed me. I still have the Haunted House album, but I never played it again. In the 1990s, I was doing property preservation, securing foreclosed houses throughout New England. I would be on the road for 3 days straight, sometimes in rural Maine. I would stay in the house I was at the end of a 14-hour day to save money on a hotel. This one house in Hampton, Maine. Keep in mind these homes have no utilities. All have been disconnected. This one house is a former large turn-of-the-century farmhouse, remarkably clean with fresh paint. I would seek out the higher rooms, usually the second floor, because the day's warmth would stay in those rooms longer. Even in the summer, the nights can get brisk. Anyway, this night I fell asleep about 9 p.m., and suddenly, I was awakened by the sound of banging on the front door downstairs. I was not in a good mood, being very tired from the day's labor, and I hurried down expecting to see the sheriff, and I would show the work order and explain my reason for being there, and he'd be on his way. Only,
there was no one there. I went back upstairs. This time I was thinking I was more tired than I thought and wasn't happy being awoken from a sound sleep by my imagination, so I thought. A few minutes later, just as I was falling asleep again, there was the banging again. I sat up, and surely someone was banging on the front door. I yelled out hello, and the banging stopped, and again, I head to the front door and no one? I walked around the rural property, no one. Now I'm fully awake and not happy, but still not thinking of anything supernatural, so up to bed. I was sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag, but now I had one eye open and both ears. Then the banging started again. I listened, then shouted out, "What do you want?" The banging stopped at the downstairs front door, and then started right at my wall in my room without missing a beat. Needless to say, the hair stood up on my neck. I grabbed my stuff and beat it out of there. My name is Amber, and I'm almost 22 years old. I've always been a firm believer in ghosts, but was never a believer in evil entities. So the first time I saw a shadow being, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. It was the spring of 2007 when the first encounter occurred. I was working on a short story for my high school science fiction class when I suddenly felt like something in the room had changed. Something wasn't right. I couldn't detect anything, so I just shrugged it off as having an overactive imagination and went back to writing. Again, the feeling came back, and I was overwhelmed with dread. So I turned around, looking all around the room, and that's when I noticed it. Huddling in the corner. It was black, short, no distinct features really. I saw it reach out its hands, and I screamed at it to go away, and it sank into the other shadows in the room. Shadows that were obviously made by the light shining on objects. That was my first encounter with the shadow beings. The second encounter occurred about 2 years later. It was a bright sunny day in summer. I was in bed with the fan on, trying to beat the heat. I decided to call my friend Katie because I was bored and wanted someone to talk to. Our conversation didn't last long because she had to get ready for work, so there I was again, with nothing to do. I was about to reach for a book when I noticed something near my window. I thought it might be a kid blocking the window, but this thing, it seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. It was like a giant blob with no form. At the blink of an eye, it was just gone. It had me running out of my room in fear, and I definitely didn't want to sleep in there for quite a while. My last encounter occurred months before I moved into my own place. I was watching TV in the dark upstairs, a horror movie of course. I had to pause the movie because it suddenly became chilling in the living room, and I went to grab a pillow and blanket, wanting to keep warm and also deciding that I would sleep upstairs that evening. Some comfort thing that I've had since I was a kid after I've watched a horror movie. It makes me feel safe knowing that my parents are in the next room. Well, when I came back upstairs, I noticed that there was something huddled in the corner. I thought it was my sister Santana because she always made her way upstairs to the living room because she thought her room was too cold to sleep in. As I approached the corner, I realized it wasn't her, but one of the shadow beings that I'd seen before. As quickly as I noticed it wasn't my sister, it had disappeared, as if evaporating. These shadow beings are not just a figment of my imagination. They're not my eyes playing tricks on me because of the way the room is lit. The shadows are pure black and look as if they could be solid. Sometimes they take the shape of a human, sometimes they are shapeless, or at least in my experience with them, that's what has happened. I don't know why it targeted me to be able to see it, or where it even came from, and if it's still in that house. My whole family moved away, and I'm in an apartment on the opposite side of town, with no shadow being encounters for at least 9 months. I do know that my mind was telling me that this thing was evil, and something bad would happen if I stayed there with my family any longer. So I immediately began searching for an apartment after the last encounter, finally freeing me once moving into my own place. I was, and still am, glad to be free of whatever it was that was haunting me. This story has never been heard by anyone. I chose not to say anything because I know what happens when you tell someone you have seen a demon. 7 years ago when I was just 12 years old, something happened to me that I'll never forget. My life was altered that cold, windy night. A few friends and I were playing hide and seek, like little most boys do. The neighbors did not care if we played in their yard, and there was a church next to that. We had plenty of room to play a good game of hide and seek, flashlight edition. It just so happened that it was my turn to be the seeker. I had given everyone approximately 4 minutes to hide. We counted in the garage with the door securely shut. My 4 minutes were about up, so I began my quest to find my friends, but that was not what I found at all. I started going towards the church in search of them, but then doubled back. I was hoping I would catch them quick. I started walking down the tree line in my friend's backyard. This was approximately 50 yards from the garage where I started. I heard some rustling in the woods, so I knew I had found someone. Slowly creeping up on the sound, all I could see was the branches and tree trunks. Going deeper and deeper into the woods, I began to feel like someone was watching me, but I knew it was not my friends. I just sensed like it was something else, so I started to get out of there, fast. I finally was out of the woods, and then I started to walk even further down the tree line. I heard that same noise again, so of course, I went back in to see what it was. I probably walked 15 feet into the woods again, and that's when I saw it. My flashlight was aimed at the ground so I could see where I was going. The noise was about 15 feet in front of me. I slowly lifted my light upwards. I began to see strange gray feet, legs, and a back. I dropped my light instantly. With only the moon as my light, I saw the shadow turn around. Standing motionless in front of me was a creature that I had only seen in horror films. It was about 6'6". I can only describe this thing as being a demon. It had wings that were tucked behind itself because I saw them before I dropped my flashlight. His arms were at his side. I could not make out any facial features very well. I hate to sound cliche, but it did have glowing red eyes. It was a very faint glow, but a glow nonetheless. At this point, I was frozen with fear. All I knew was I had to get out of there. I slowly began to step backwards, trying not to make a sound, but I knew my cover was blown. It still remained motionless as I was doing this. I was almost out now, and I could hear sticks breaking, so I knew it was moving. When I heard that, I started running out of there. I was standing in the backyard now when I heard this loud swooping noise, like a giant bird taking off. I turned around and saw the most incredible thing I had ever seen in my life. This great creature was flying towards the moon, and I could see its very large wingspan. It disappeared very quickly. I was standing in the middle of the lawn, speechless, looking at the sky. I forgot we were even playing hide and seek at this point. I just walked back to the house and sat on the steps. Maybe 10 minutes later, my friends came walking up asking me what I was doing. I guess they saw me sitting there from their hiding spot. They thought I had given up or something. I told them I was not feeling very well, not letting them in on what I had seen. So we all went back inside. The rest of the night, all I could think about was that creature. What was it? What did it want? Where did it come from? These were the things I was thinking of. The next day, I decided to draw, as best I could, what I saw. A few years ago, I was reading a story that I saw and stumbled upon. It was about people who had seen some pretty weird things, and this thing sounded like what I saw that night 7 years ago. What really gave me goosebumps, and I'm getting them now for just thinking about it, is there was a drawing that the witness had drawn. It looked exactly what I drew. There were a few more stories about this creature with even more drawings that looked like mine. They called this thing Mothman. Now, I do not know if what I saw was the same thing all these other people saw, but I do know I saw something that I cannot fully explain. I do not plan on telling my friends or family about this because they would laugh at me. I know what I saw, and that is all that matters to me. It was the summer of '09. It started on a bright sunny Friday afternoon. It was nice out and my day off, so I decided to take a walk downtown and go to the bookstore. I spent a good few minutes just browsing until I got to the paranormal section. On the top shelf in the left corner I found it. It was an old, thin, dusty book that had the word witchcraft printed on it. No author's name or date of being published. It was priced $9, so I thought, why not, and I bought it. I went to a convenience store, got a few snacks, and then plopped myself down on my favorite seat in town. It was right by the old movie theater, at a view of Main Street, the bridge, and you could still see the sky. I made myself comfortable and opened the book. The first page was blank. The second page had the title of the book, but the third page was, well, strange. It said introduction and had a weird wording around the page, and then a short paragraph. It was in Latin or something, and I struggled to pronounce it,
but I made it to the next page. I can't really remember what it said, but the second after I turned the page, I will never forget. The sky went from bright blue and sunny to dark gray and gloomy. A huge gust of wind swooped down and blew the book straight out of my hand. Lightning flashed and several big bangs of thunder boomed. I was so focused on the strange sky activity that I didn't notice the book had completely disappeared. The dark clouds seemed to almost spin in a vortex. I was thinking a tornado, but then it started to pour rain, and then the rain turned to hail, and it did that for quite some time. I was stuck on the bench for about an hour waiting for it to let up. I had no phone, and I was wearing a tank top and capris and flip-flops, and it had turned so cold. The hail was about a quarter size, and I couldn't get anywhere. I was lucky that part of the roof hung over my head, so I didn't get hit. When it finally let up, I looked for the book, but could never find it, so I headed home kind of bummed because the sky was still so dark, and it looked as if it was going to storm for a while. I'd planned on going camping that weekend. I took my usual route home, but was kind of wanting to turn around and take a different route. The usual route was a road I would take home coming from my friend's house. I had a bad experience there with shadow people the year before this. I took that way anyways, but walked cautiously. The wind was still howling, but I didn't mind. I love the wind when it blows through my hair. It almost seemed as if the wind was speaking to me at this point. It was whispering in my ear. It sounded like the words that were on the page of the book, too. I could hear the wind so clearly, and then it hit me. Why is it so quiet? There was no one anywhere. The street was empty. No cars, no kids. Even if it was raining, kids in the neighborhood would have puddle jumping contests. It was abandoned, completely deserted. When I got home, the lights wouldn't work and no one was there. I got to my room and got my cell phone and was going to call my mother, but it was dead and I had no way to charge it. It didn't seem strange to me that the power would be out after the freak storm, but it was weird that no one was home. Eventually I drifted off, and the next day when I woke up, my alarm went off. It was really weird because my alarm clock is electric and there was a power outage and it shouldn't be working. I could hear people in the kitchen, so I ventured in there to question their whereabouts last night. They say they didn't know what I was talking about. They were home the whole time. I was really confused, so then I proceeded to talk about the freak storm, and they looked at me with a puzzled look on their faces. They said that it was sunny all day yesterday. I walked away laid back down thinking, this must be a dream. I closed my eyes, pinched myself, and I felt it, then reopened my eyes and sat up. I was really confused. Maybe yesterday was a dream, and today is actually Friday. I grabbed my phone, and it turned on this time. I could have sworn it was dead earlier. I looked at the date, and it said Saturday. I then put my phone on my dresser, really confused now. I turned around ready to go back to bed, but then I stopped, turned around again, and there it was. That book was on my dresser. I opened it, but every page was blank. Right then, my mom walked in and asked what was wrong. She said I came home yesterday with that book in my hand 20 minutes or so after leaving and went straight to bed and slept the whole day and had just woken up now. I left the house at 1 p.m. the day before, came back around 1:30 p.m. and slept until 10 a.m. the next day. That's 20 and a half hours straight. What the hell happened that day? I was never really sure of, but I burned that book a few days later. I took it to my friend's house and burned it in a bonfire. It burned pretty quickly, and the smoke from it was black as the night sky. I'm not really sure if I want to know what happened that day. To this day, it still seems as if the wind speaks to me. As a young boy of 13, I lived on a farm in southern England next to the River Arun. Being the oldest with 2 brothers and sisters, I naturally became the babysitter of them when my parents would go out on a Friday night. It was on one of those Friday nights that I experienced a paranormal experience. I had just put my brothers and sisters to bed, made myself a cup of tea, put another log on the fire, and just sat down to read a book. We had no TV or video games back then. When I heard a faint laughing and whispering sound coming from the upstairs, I got up from the chair and yelled, "If you kids don't knock it off, I'm coming up there with the paddle." Then there was a silence, and a smile came on my face, and I sat down to read my book. Half an hour later, I could hear it again. This time, I grabbed the paddle, and as soon as I started to go up the staircase, I suddenly froze. At the top of the landing was a transparent figure of a man,
dressed as an 18th century pirate, including sword and dagger in his belt. In his right hand he was holding a goblet and was drinking from it. He then turned and looked straight at me, lifting his goblet in a salute, and started that laugh again, and slowly disappeared through the wall behind him. I ran straight upstairs and into my brothers and sisters' room, where they were all sound asleep. I told my mom and dad about this when they got home, and they just laughed and told me the story of how the farm was an inn back in the late 1700s, and that pirates would come up the River Arun from the English Channel to hide from the British Navy. This one pirate was caught and hanged on an oak tree just outside the inn, and every now and again would show himself to have a little fun. This was a ghost story that my late father-in-law told me nearly 20 years ago. His story goes back some 20 years before that he mentioned his ghostly tale to me. Around 1975, he was working as a bus driver in and around Durham area. But this story is not about him, rather a good friend of his, who too was a bus driver for the same bus company. On a late summer's evening, around about 10 p.m., my father-in-law's friend, who was called Peter, was making his way back to the depot down the country lanes of Durham. He was driving a single-decker bus. The bus had a door for entry and a door further along the bus for passengers to exit the bus. The bus was empty of passengers, as it was his last run back towards the bus office depot. As he was driving along, he noticed a young lady at a bus stop with her hand out as though she was attempting to flag the bus. Peter dully obliged and opened the bus door for the young lady to step into the bus. The young girl was approximately 20 to 24, looking from how Peter described her. She was, however, in a state of dishevelment and was crying. Peter apparently asked the girl if she was heading back towards Durham City Center. The young woman replied yes. As she was crying and upset, Peter allowed her on the bus for free as he was heading back to the depot anyway. He told the woman that he would drop her off at a particular road in the city center as he was heading off to the office. The rest of the journey was uneventful for Peter. He occasionally looked in the mirror to see if the lady was okay and had stopped crying. Peter was nearing the road where he told the young girl he would have to drop her off. As Peter opened the doors for her to leave, there was no sign of her movement. So Peter, believing her to be asleep, walked down the whole bus to see if he could awaken her. To his utter horror, there was no one else on the bus. In a state of complete shock, Peter drove back to the depot and called for assistance as he could not believe what happened, and he was absolutely shell-shocked. Over the next few days, Peter's story started to spread, and it became apparent that years earlier, a young woman of the mysterious passenger's description had been knocked over by a car in the same area that Peter had picked her up. The story went that she had just seen her boyfriend, and they had an argument. She ended up going home heading for a bus rather than letting her boyfriend drive her home. As she walked to the bus stop crying, she is alleged to have walked into the road in oncoming traffic. She was sadly killed outright by a car. The actual time of Peter picking up the young lady was said to be the anniversary of her death. What I do know is that Peter never worked again whatsoever, and as for the young woman, she is said to walk the county lanes of Durham, searching for a lift towards Durham City Center. Kelsey and I had been friends since kindergarten. We're not very close anymore, but we were all through elementary school. Whenever we were together, strange things would always happen, sometimes scary, sometimes just abnormal. Usually, when we would tell people, they'd think we were bluffing. I admit, on some occasions we would, but there was one particular time that didn't require any bluffing. It was her birthday party that day. We must have been in about 3rd, maybe 4th grade. I was the one friend that she had spent the night, so after everyone had left, we began to color this huge poster that I got for her. It was raining outside, and as it got later, the rain got heavier and it eventually began to storm. It must have been well after midnight because we were both exhausted but refused to go upstairs. We were enjoying ourselves. We didn't feel like going to sleep yet. The lightning was starting to get pretty severe, and it would light up the entire house. She had windows everywhere, behind us, in front of us, to either side. On my left side was the front door. Next to the front door were, surprise, windows. They had curtains over them, but they were laced so we could easily see through them. During a fairly violent flash of lightning,
Both of us must have looked to the windows at the same time, and we saw the shadow of a man walk in front of them. We were pretty sure the front door was locked, but this still didn't prevent us from panicking. We looked at each other, both of us with wide eyes, and we knew we'd both see the same thing. At first, we thought it was a person. But what kind of person would just walk right onto someone's porch? Then we realized he was dressed odd. He had what seemed to be a top hat and a cape, or that's what it looked like. We didn't get a particular look at him. He appeared to be only a shadow. Could it have been a ghost? Both in hysterics. We tried to convince ourselves everything was okay, and to just run upstairs as fast as we could to tell her parents. Our first stop, though, was to her bedroom, also on the front side of the house, so we could look out our windows to see if we saw anyone. Nobody. We were sure this couldn't be true. We'd both seen the guy. He couldn't have gone too far, if it was a man even. Since he was gone, we just sat on our bed and replayed it over and over again to each other. Had it really happened? Of course, we both saw the same exact thing. We talk about how oddly he was dressed, and even though it made more sense for it to be some crazy guy walking on our porch, hey, maybe he was just trying to get out of the rain. We were sure it was a ghost. If it was a man, wouldn't we have been able to make him out more clearly? He was more like a shadow than anything. Fear still running through us, the storm still active. The light suddenly went out. Both of us screamed, ran into the hallway crying, and down to our parents' room. We barged in, and the lights came back. It was just the storm we knew, but at no worst possible time could the lights have gone out. We told them what we'd seen, and they just rolled their eyes and told us we were just tired and to go back to sleep. Her dad told us to even go downstairs and make sure nobody was there. He did, and we went back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, he came upstairs and said he saw no one. We continued to talk about it all night, but we eventually fell asleep. Neither of us had ever seen anything like it again, but we still talk about it whenever we do talk. It was one of the most craziest experiences either of us has ever endured, and that marked the beginning of my speculation that maybe there is more than this physical earth we live on. Ever since, I've believed in ghosts. Hey, I guess seeing really is believing. This is a paranormal story about my bedroom door. Everything started about 6 years ago, when I had just reached 7 years of age. The incidents began about the time when I had my lock removed from my door due to the few times when I locked it and it wouldn't reopen. Now, since my house is old, so are most of the built-in appliances. For instance, I've pull-chain toilets in an old-fashioned fireplace, so when I had my lock removed, I had to remove all of it. Now my door wouldn't even close. 2 nights after the lock close system was removed, there was an atrocious storm. I woke to a flash of forked lightning in the field across my house and felt the sudden urge to turn my light on. The minute my light flickered, my door began to violently slam open and close. Turning to the door, I noticed my window was opened. After noticing this, I was quickly calmed. As my hands reached for the window, the door stopped abruptly. As you can imagine, being so little, I was extremely frightened. Little noises started around me like the sound of someone writing with a quill or a soft buzzing. Nothing abnormal happened for the next 2 years until a storm came rolling in off the coast. Once again, I woke up and turned on my light to find the door opening and closing. This time it wasn't with much force at all. But still, I being 9, was still thinking it'd be nothing less than the wind. Not until I turned 11 did I decide to do some thorough research on the matter. I made this decision because I now started to get this cold sensation on my cheek during the summer night storm incidents. My grandmother seemed the only one who would understand. She told me that she knew something was up. She said that about 3 owners ago, a young woman had a child about 6 or 7. Every summer, the child would keep his window open during the night because of the heat. The young woman wasn't very rich, so they only rented out that one room. When the young woman would return from work, she would find the boy's window open and be so mad that she would slam the door open and close to wake the child. In the words of my grandmother, if she had a good night, she would tuck him back in and give him a kiss, but if she had a bad night, she would sit at her desk and write a letter to her sister. I still haven't figured out how my grandmother knew this, or why I had the urge to turn the light on. I still didn't even know why there was a buzzing noise, or why the incidents only happened during thunderstorms. I still have much to unravel, but this is one thing I know. I have a young woman that will always be watching over me. Thanks for reading. I was 16 or 17 years old and worked as a shrimper out of Beaufort, North Carolina. I was trained as my mate by the owner, Captain F, of the boat, who was 72 years old and lacked the strength and stamina of his younger years. Finally, I was given command of this 25-foot channel net boat. The boat was moored at an old fish house on Taylor's Creek that was literally built in one day by the boat owner's father, Captain P, in the 30s. I had strange feelings while working in the old fish house quite often, but never felt quite anything malevolent. Other sounds were heard, but I always attributed the sounds to nets and other equipment settling in the loft and other places. This place was stuffed. Captain P, when alive, had a reputation for being a hard and even abusive individual. He supposedly tolerated few people and was particularly hard on his boys. I knew two of them well. One night, I was shrimping in the river when a huge storm started approaching from the west. Quickly, I retrieved the net into the towed skiff and headed for the fish house just as the storm hit. The storm was as bad as I assumed it would be, and I could only move at a slow pace. The seas in the river rose up about 4 feet, and the rain came down in torrents, but I eventually reached the relative safety of Taylor's Creek. The rain and wind subsided before I reached the fish house, but the lightning was still illuminating the skies as the storm passed to the east. During a few of the lightning flashes, I saw a face looking out of the window, wearing a pair of glasses. The face was definitely a male face and had a thoughtful look on his face. As I approached the dock, I saw Captain F standing on the dock frantically pacing back and forth. He helped me tie the boat, inquired to my safety, and then went on board to make sure that the boat was okay. As I walked through the door to the fish house, I saw Captain F's wife sitting on the old couch that was inside. She was very calm and smiling cheerfully. I asked her what she found amusing, and she said she was laughing at her husband being such a tizzy over my safety. She then stated that she knew I was okay because Captain P told her so. I asked if Captain P wore glasses, and she went on to describe the wire-rimmed glasses I had seen during my approach. She added that Captain P has been standing by the window, amused, at his son's antics on the dock. Captain F's wife did not get along with Captain P when he was alive, but she told me that since his death, they got along quite well. He had been drawn to her, as she was very sensitive and no one else in the immediate family could see him. She had many spiritual experiences in her life. She later told me that she only saw him in the fish house, usually when Captain F was worrying about something. There was one other time Captain F's wife had a psychic experience that I witnessed, but I will save this for another time. Thank you for reading. My story, I guess, is fairly tame compared to some I've read on your site, but nevertheless, it creeped me right the hell out, and none of the few people I've told really seem to believe, so here it goes. First of all, this happened about 5 years ago. I travel a lot, like a whole lot, and at this time this happened, I was traveling from home, which is northwest Ohio, to Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. It's pretty much a straight shot down I-75. It takes about 10 hours, give or take. I only mention I travel a lot because I want it understood. I've crisscrossed the country I don't care to think how many times, and nothing remotely close to anything I'd consider paranormal or ghostly has ever happened to me, and I've been on a lot of shady roads that are the prime candidates for bad horror movies. As a slap to the collective face of those movies, This happened on I-75, probably one of the most traveled roads in the country. Being the major north-south highway of the Midwest, it usually has quite a lot of traffic. Sometimes it doesn't though. So I was traveling south on 75 heading for Atlanta, and as I mentioned, I travel a lot, so I have my habits. On a longest drive like this, I prefer to leave in the evening just as rush hour is ending and make the bulk of the drive overnight. Pro tip to any others, 75 is almost completely deserted after about 10 p.m. unless you are very close to a city, and that is why I do it. I was making pretty decent time, and just starting into the hilly, not quite mountainous part of the trip in the Kentucky-Tennessee area when it starts raining, and I mean really coming down and hard, the kind of rain where you can barely see where you're going. This forced me to slow down a good clip, as the road gets pretty twisty in some areas through there, and God knows, I didn't want a horrible plunge off the side of the road in the middle of a rainstorm in the middle of the night, as I'm sure you understand. So I'm probably plugging along about 45-ish, much less in a curve, in the low 20s, give or take, when the incident begins. At first, this won't sound too weird, but I will explain. What I saw, coming up on a curve, was a hitcher on the side of the road. Just that. Pretty common, right? Well, maybe. Except it's 1:30 in the morning on a weekday. It's raining, an absolute torrent, and it's I-75 up in the hills. Nowhere really near what I consider walking distance to a town or village. To be fair, I'm a little lazy fatty, so it doesn't have to be that far before I consider it out of walking distance. I'm sorry now that I wasn't paying closer attention to mile markers or whatnot to really know where exactly I was, but it was definitely north of Knoxville, and definitely in Tennessee. Anyway, I digress. A hitcher, in the middle of the horrible rainy night, nowhere near a town. I should mention, he appeared to be going my way, and I hadn't seen a breakdown or anything. Traffic was also very, very light. Not surprising considering the conditions and time. The entire story spans about 30 to 45 minutes, perhaps an hour. I can't imagine I saw more than 1 or 2 cars at that time, all northbound. I was slowed down considerably due to the curve, so I got a decent look at him. Pretty ragged looking, not surprising considering. Stood out most was the extra wide brimmed hat. I'm not a hat expert, so the closest I can compare it to is a sombrero, but that's not quite right, as it was just plain brown. I don't know, it stood out. Framed there in the light of my high beams, he was a sorry sight indeed. Nothing really remarkable about his appearance, except how out of place the fellow was. Now normally, I'm a pretty charitable guy, and always welcome some company. Bad movies aside, hitchers are pretty normal, decent folks, and provide some break up to the monotony of long highway drives. But I'm also not a stupid guy. Wee hours in the morning, middle of nowhere for all intents and purposes, and generally unsavory looking fellow? No thanks. With only the slightest pang of guilt, I pass him by. Maybe next time, pal. But next time wasn't as far off as I thought, and here's where the weirdness comes in. Less than 5 minutes later, approaching another curve in the road, is the same exact man by the side of the road. I smoked some pot back in the day, I'll admit, but my memory isn't so shot that I forget such an out-of-place figure inside of 5 minutes. I've already admitted I wasn't going that fast, but I was going a damn sight faster than a man goes on foot in a rainstorm, I know that much. The road is curvy there, but at no point does it curve back on itself in such a way as to allow a pedestrian to go cross-country and come out ahead either. It simply is not possible, but there he was. It still gives me a tiny chill, just like it did at the time. I actually started to slow down a bit, just in disbelief, and to confirm what I was seeing. I couldn't make out his features in the poor light of my high beams, not through the awful rain, but I can't mistake that hat. And I didn't see eyes, but I know we were making eye contact. It was a very surreal moment. With nothing else to do, I gave myself a mental shake and sped up as much as I dared and put it behind me. So I thought. I had almost convinced myself I had merely been road dazed or something. It happens, usually not to me, but occasionally. You just get so strung out from a long drive that your brain sort of goes into autopilot. Unsettling. But I hadn't been driving that long. I was maybe 5 or 6 hours in, but I'd almost convinced myself when after about another 20 minutes or so, you guessed it, Mr. Hat is back at the side of the road. The rain's let up a bit by now, and there's no mistaking at all that it's the same figure. I won't do the math because frankly I suck at it. But this guy has gone the same distance on foot in roughly 30 minutes that I have in a car traveling between 30 and 60 miles per hour, went on a straight bit. Just give the guy gold if he shows up at the summer games. That little joke just came to me now as I write this, and it's quite clever I thought by the way. But at the time what I felt, I will describe as my previous little chill's big brother. I was literally shaking all over at the sheer impossibility of it. I did not slow down to confirm this time. I gunned it as much as I deemed safe and then some, and didn't let up until I got deep into Knoxville and found a service station to pull over, gas up and calm down. I was sitting at the pump for probably a good 20 to 30 minutes. I was that shook up. I have no idea what exactly I saw that night, and I don't overly want to know to be entirely honest. I won't utterly dismiss the possibility of 3 separate hitchhikers with very similar hats, as I like to think of myself as open-minded, and the simplest explanation is usually the truth, and all that. But frankly, I don't find that explanation all that simple. I'll let the readers decide, I guess. The rest of my trip, as well as the return trip, continued without incident. I've desperately crossed the country coast to coast a time or two since that night, but I've never had another experience I would call ghostish. Is that a word? Although there have been a few other weird incidents over the years, this is the only one I feel merits a place in your archives. Thanks for reading, and hopefully believing. My mother had a hideaway closet in her room that she used for storage. I never really paid any attention to this closet until I started to hear this faint cry of a small child. I was confused because my brother and I were grown, and the only person who lived downstairs was a 90-year-old lady that never had any children or grandchildren. After nights of hearing this cry, I noticed the closer you got to my mom's room, the louder the cries got. Nothing was in my mom's room, and then I opened the closet. I noticed that you could see the bottom half of the house, so I ran and got my brother. When we came back, we noticed that there used to be a staircase that led upstairs where we lived, but later, they made it into a duplex and boarded it off. Anyway, here's the scary part. When we looked down, we both saw a small boy, no older than 5 or 6. He had a shaggy brown haircut, white socks with blue stripes pulled all the way up to his knees, a pair of navy blue shorts with a white stripe on the side, and a white shirt with blue stripes going across, very late 70s to early 80s attire. After investigation from the landlord, we found out that years ago, there lived a mother, father, and a small boy, and the parents would stick the boy on the staircase as punishment and shut the door. Well, one day, they forgot about him, and apparently went on vacation. He died in the staircase. When me and Nick looked down, I asked the boy if he was okay. He looked up at us and literally disappeared. We never heard another cry. I guess he needed someone to know what happened to him before he could move on.
In the 90s, I worked as a security guard, and one of the businesses that contracted us was the local hospital. On top of the usual drunks, addicts, etc., we were also responsible for checking the guest list in the morgue. Every 2 hours, we were to go through the drawers and the meat locker and check each toe tag against the inventory sheet to make sure everyone was always accounted for. I worked night shift there for almost 2 months, and nothing weird happened, except for a call button that liked to go off in an empty room. On what ended up being my last night there, I had a college interview in the morning, so had to get off work a half hour early. I always made my morgue check at straight up the hour, but because I was leaving early, I did my last check of the night a half hour earlier as well. Like most hospitals, the morgue was in the basement, and the acoustics down there were such that every sound echoed slightly. I got off the elevator and started down the long hall to the morgue, my footsteps echoing as I walked. I started hearing what Sounded like people talking, which was nothing unusual in itself. Late night arrivals and attendance working late was commonplace, but this sounded different. The voices, especially a couple of laughs I heard, I still can hear the laughs, had a hollow, kind of distant quality to them, and there was more than a few of them. I was officially creeped out. As I got 25, 30 feet from the morgue, I hear a man say, "He's coming!" And an old man will respond, "He's early." I quicken my pace, and as I hear a hurried commotion of mumbled voices, and gave a shout on my walkie for backup in the morgue. I burst out into the morgue not knowing what to expect, and there's no one there. I look in all the rooms, under and behind all the furniture, nothing. Then I see it. Laying on the floor by the drawers is a toe tag. I start opening the drawers, expecting to catch someone hiding in some of them, and find no one but the guests. The third one I opened up ended up being the owner of the orphan toe tag. 3 other guards came down, and we did a full search of the whole floor. Found no one. What freaked me out, though, was I'd been checking the bodies all night. Some had been here a couple days, and so I kind of knew what body was where. When I did my search of the drawers, almost half of them were in the wrong ones. Needless to say, I quit that day. My favorite morgue. I got this great job working at a hospital. I really get to do something I enjoy. Taking care of others has always been a passion. I work on one of the hardest floors, the cancer floor. We always have the same patients, and not a whole lot of them make it. This makes my job hard in a lot of ways. Anyways, I have seen my fair share of deaths since I started here. I worked a night shift. Well, at night, it can be a little creepy when you have to go to the morgue. One night, myself and a coworker were taking someone down to the morgue. Now let me explain. Our morgue is a little freezer box that is in the basement and smells horrible. Plus it has a ramp to get into it. So she and I wheel the body down there and we push it up the ramp, and then we argue over who is going to push the body in. Of course, I lose, so I swing the freezer door open, push in the body, and slam the door shut. We start to fill out paperwork when we both look up at each other. She says to me, "Did you hear that?" And I respond saying, "I think so." We both turn and look at the door. We both got cold chills, and the hair on our arms were standing straight up. It sounded like someone was crying out for help. We froze, turned, looked at each other, and ran out. Halfway down the hall, she asked if I really heard what she did. "Yeah, I did," I tell her. So I was telling one of my friends who is a nurse on our floor, and also the story. She tells me that she has had similar things happen in the morgue as well. To this day, I will not go alone, and I know this sounds weird, but I always try to get out of that situation. We also have a tradition on our floor that when someone passes away, we open the window so the soul of that person is not trapped in the hospital to roam. I'm not making this up. It truly happened. If you don't believe me, I don't care. I know who does, and so does everyone else who works there with me. Thanks for reading. It all started off early one morning when I was lying in bed watching my TV. My mother walked in and said that we were going to the Everglades to canoe, with my cousin and aunt coming alongside us. I quickly got out of bed and we all got ready to go. The drive was about an hour long, and when we got there, There was hardly anyone there, and it was very breezy and cold. We waited for about 15 minutes before my cousin and aunt arrived. Once we had gone to the office to arrange our canoeing plans, we headed outside to where the canoes were and started to get in. Me, my aunt, and my cousin got in one canoe and were pushed off the shore first, leaving my mom, dad, and sister behind, and us having to wait for them in the water. Once they were in the water, we started paddling. We had been paddling for about 15 minutes, enjoying the scenery and the time we were spending with each other as families do, when I spotted something move in the water. I looked down into the water and I saw a human figure swimming beneath us. The water was extremely shallow. The figure moved like it had all the room in the world, stretching its arms out wide, legs extended, and it was doing that even though there were walls of sand and mangrove trees everywhere, including the water. He seemed to be going through everything. I looked closely to see that it was a young boy. About 13 or 14 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair. I gasped for air very loudly too, so that my family would hear and show concern. The boy looked at me with dark red eyes and rings of black as well. I sensed evil and sadness and very much cruelty. On seeing me, the boy turned his head and swam away, deeper into the water, fading away. Once I had realized what had just happened, I noticed that my family was around me, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mother yelled out to me. I nodded my head. Yeah, I'm just fine. I thought I just saw something in the water, and it scared me. It was nothing, though, I replied, unfortunately lying. My mom said, okay, and then we all headed on with our sightseeing. Not even 5 minutes had passed. Another thing happened. I was looking all around, enjoying the scenery, when I saw the boy again. I focused my eyes through the layers of thick mangrove trees to see the boy staring back at me with a very angry face, and this time with completely full bright red eyes. I thought I had passed through his territory and that me and my family needed to get out of there, and quickly. Our canoes went into an open area of the river, and I was still focused, looking at the boy. The wind started to pick up real fast, and it got real cold. My cousin was standing up at that moment, taking a video of the area with her video camera. My aunt was holding her legs from behind, but barely. As I continued staring at the boy, the wind got worse. The boat tipped a bit, and my cousin lost her balance and fell overboard into the water. I quickly looked away from the boy to look at my cousin just falling into the water. I stood and then reached out my arm to her. Then I remembered the boy and his evil look. I looked back at the place where I was just staring at him before, and to my amazement, he was gone. I panicked to reach for my cousin and pull her back on the boat. The boy was gone, and I feared he would do so, and maybe cause harm to my cousin, who was still in the water trying to reach me and my aunt's hands to get back on the boat. "Take my hand, take my hand, take my hand, get back on the boat," I yelled out to my cousin very loudly and quickly. She did as I said and swam to me quickly, reaching for my hand with both arms. I quickly pulled her back onto the boat, and she was fine. No damage done. Phew. I was worried the rest of the time in the water, and when we got back to the shore, I just happened to spot the boy again. He gave me an evil wink and rolled his eyes back, fading away. "Ouch! My back hurts," my cousin yelled out, and just after I finished looking at the boy, I lifted her shirt up, and to everyone's surprise, her whole back was a big black and blue bruise. Everywhere you looked on her back, she had a bruise. She basically looked like a ripened plum from her back. "I don't even remember getting hurt," she said to me. Who knows? I said back, fakingly, knowing that the boy had something to do with it. We left after that. I came back a few years later and asked one of the workers there of the history of the place after telling them of what I had experienced there. They told me that many years ago, a boy in his teens was playing around with his friends in the water where my family and me were canoeing. One of his friends placed a bet with him to see who could hold their breath the longest. The boy who had died was from a poor family and wanted to win the money desperately. After they completed, the friend who was competing against this boy noticed that his partner was floating when he touched him to tell him that he had won. He quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the water, then went to go get help. The kid had wanted the money so bad that he drowned and did not even mean to. He lost his life that day, and no one could bring him back to life. When his parents found out, they both committed suicide for losing their only son. I understood the story. When I was walking out of the Everglades Center building, I looked down at the area at where the canoes were, and there was the boy, standing there looking at me with a sorrowful face, and this time light blue eyes. I smiled at him and then waved goodbye to him. I looked back, and he had sort of a smile on his face. At that moment, I felt like he knew I understood, and was just glad.
I'd like to start out by saying that, while I am interested in the paranormal, I tend to be pretty skeptical and prefer to think things out rationally before dismissing every little thing as ghosts or the like. This experience, however, has no logical explanation I can think of. I'm pretty new here as well, and I apologize in advance if I'm not doing this right. So yeah, here we go. I was 17 and it was mid-October, nearing Halloween. My family and I had gone to a really small, fairly rural town to meet a group of family friends for dinner and catching up for old time's sake, as my siblings and I had grown up with the children of the other families. After dinner, the parents stayed at the bar drinking, and those of us that weren't of legal drinking age were starting to get a little bored. That's when one of my friends brought up the cemetery. Apparently, there's a cemetery in this town that's said to be haunted. I think some ghost hunter, paranormal type show did an episode about it or something, but the legends are said to have been around since before that. The story goes that a group of teenage boys wandered into the graveyard one Halloween night with the intention of causing trouble and maybe stirring up some spooky ghost action in celebration of Halloween. After dicking around for a while with no unexplained phenomena, they decided to sit on top of this mausoleum, which is basically just a big tomb built up around a coffin instead of actually burying it in the ground. They were about to call it quits and head home when all of a sudden, unseen hands seemed to push one of the boys off the top of the tomb and onto the ground. All the boys are obviously scared shitless and hightail it out of there. All of them describe feeling an eerie, ominous energy following them around for weeks after the incident. There have also been numerous reports of orbs, headstones inexplicably moving or disappearing, ghostly apparitions, inscriptions being changed, flashes of lights, strange noises, the whole works. We arrived at the cemetery well after dark, and one of my girlfriends, we'll call her Emma, and I were the only two brave enough to go in. We hopped out of the car, careful to be as inconspicuous as we could since we didn't want the police showing up and ruining our ghost hunting experience, and headed towards the entrance. It was chilly and a bit windy, as autumn in Wisconsin tends to be. We gripped each other's hands and started down the gravel path. As soon as we passed the fence that surrounded the plot of land, everything seemed to get very still and quiet. We couldn't even hear the wind anymore, which was strange as it had definitely been breezy as we got out of the car. It was so silent that even whispering and our steps in the gravel seemed, pun absolutely intended, loud enough to wake the dead. Though there were no lights in or near the cemetery, there was enough moonlight filtering through the clouds to allow us to see pretty well.
We soon realized we had no idea where the fabled haunted mausoleum was, but we kept walking anyway. We made a random left turn and, lo and behold, there it was, about 30 yards in front of us. Pretty good luck, right? As we approached, I began to feel almost an electric sort of energy in my fingers and hands, but I wrote this off as just nerves or something due to breaking the law. We reached the tomb, and this thing is huge. It was twice my height and at least made of weathered gray stone with moss scrolling sparsely on it. We stare for a moment and Emma whispers, "You should touch it." Being the badass ghost hunter I am, I obliged. There's nothing really remarkable about the cool roughness of the stone, so I decided to take it a step further and hop up to sit on the lip of the curved top of the thing. Again, nothing happens, so I jokingly shout, "If there's anyone here, any spirits or anything, come on out." After listening in silence for a second, I think, fuck it, and make my way to the very top where that kid is rumored to have been pushed off by ghostly hands. I have Emma snap a photo or two before climbing back down. Slightly disappointed by the lack of spooky encounters, we agree to head out and are about to do just that when we see a pair of headlights slowly creeping down the road that borders one side of the graveyard. We immediately assumed someone noticed us and called the cops, so we crouched down behind some bushes with the mausoleum directly to our left to hide. Both of us are completely silent except our breathing as we watch the vehicle slowly make its way down the street. I'm watching its taillights turn the corner when I hear a low, creepy, menacing laugh coming from my back right. It sounded so strange, like it was a few feet away but also right in my ear. I'm freaked out, and I'm about to chalk it up to some kind of adrenaline-induced hallucination when Emma, who is standing to my left, whispers, "Hey, did you hear that?" My blood ran cold as I slowly nod a silent yes I did. I cautiously turned my head to the direction I heard it come from and, I shit you not, see a dark figure stand up from one of the headstones not 10 feet away from us. I scream bloody murder and somehow end up on the ground as the next thing I know, Emma is pulling at my arm shouting, "We have to run, we have to get out of here. Come on, we have to go." I let her pull me to my feet and led me blindly by the hand. We're full out sprinting, tripping over gravestones and plants and who knows what else in the dark, and we can't even find the exit in our panic. We finally reach a gap in the fence, and I can feel tears streaming down my face as I run for my life down the middle of the road, not even paying attention to the oncoming headlights until I nearly run into them. Luckily, it was the car containing the rest of our friends, and we rip the door open and throw ourselves inside screaming, "Go, go, please just drive," before we even bothered to sit in an actual seat or shut the door. I can't remember who was driving, but I think our panic and terror shook them enough that they did what was asked of them and sped away back to the bar. They kept asking us what happened and if we were okay, but we couldn't calm down enough to answer until we were back inside the bar and sat down. Still shaking and out of breath, we recounted our story to all of them, drunk parents included. I think a lot of them were pretty skeptical, and honestly, I would have been too if I hadn't experienced it myself. In the weeks that followed, I felt that same eerie energy the boys in the legend described hanging over my head. Personally, I attribute it more to paranoia after being scared out of my mind by something I couldn't actually see than some kind of curse, but it made me uneasy nonetheless. It's been a few years since this happened, and I still cannot think of a single logical explanation for what happened that night. While I have no idea how credible anyone else's reported experience with this place are, I know we were without a doubt the only people in that graveyard, or even on the streets for that matter, and we would have heard someone trying to sneak up on us. This sound of that laugh was so unnatural too. I can't get it out of my head, even now. I've never even been more scared than what I was that night. And I know now that people mean when they talk about not being able to fully believe in the paranormal until you've experienced it firsthand. Anyway, just thought I'd share this experience with you guys, as it was my first and most memorable ghost experience. This could have not happened at a better time. The year was 2009, about a week before Halloween. My sisters and I got a call that our grandmother's health had taken a turn for the worst, and that the doctors were calling the family in. My grandmother was in the LaGrange Hospital, and we were in Newnan. It would take us 30 to 45 minutes to get there. Each of us 4 girls took off from work, and we all met at my house, where we would ride together to the hospital. Being in such a hurry, neither of us took the time to use the bathroom, so by the time we got to the hospital, me and my baby sister were about to burst. We got parked, and Kelly, my baby sister, and I ran into the hospital looking for a bathroom. The entrance that we took, we had to walk through double doors and turn slightly to our right, then slightly to our left before heading down a long corridor. The corridor led us to a gift shop that sat on the right. Just before the gift shop, there were 2 small bathrooms, one for men and one for women, to the left of the hall. My sister and I were racing to the bathrooms when we saw an elderly woman in front of us. She was about 25 feet away from us. She was stooped over a tad and wore an old, outdated black coat and an old black hat with a flower attached to the side of the hat. It was not cold enough outside to wear a coat. The old woman entered the bathroom, and my sister and I raced in after her. The bathroom was so small that it only had 2 stalls and 1 sink, and 3 people would be considered a crowd. My sister beat me to the second stall, after she saw the old woman enter the first stall and heard her lock the stall. My sister and I were laughing at each other, and we were talking to each other while my sister was in the stall. I was play-fussing at her for beating me to the only available stall. So here I was standing outside the first stall, waiting for the old woman to come out. All of a sudden, the door to the first stall slowly creaked open, and I stepped to the side so that the old woman could get out. Told you the bathroom was very small. After a few seconds, no one came out, and I peeked around and pushed the door open a little bit more. I was scared that I may find the poor old lady sitting on the toilet, and she had let the door come open on her or something, and we would both have an awkward moment. I looked into the stall, and no one is there. My sister was still in the second stall, and I said, "Kelly, wasn't that old woman in this other stall?" My sister replied with a yes and why. I said, "Kelly, she's not here." Kelly asked, "What do you mean she's not in there? I saw her go in." And I replied with, "Well, she has either gone down the toilet or she has disappeared." I remember Kelly asking me, did I see her go out? And I said, Kelly, she would have had to bump into me to get out, and no, she did not go past me. The conversation went on like this for a few more seconds, ending with my sister coming out of the second stall, fast as lightning, with her pants half buttoned. Flying towards the door, she turned to me and asked if I was coming, and I responded that I have business to take care of. Of course, my sister left me there alone while I took care of business in the first stall. I was either feeling brave or stupid that day. After I came out of the bathroom, my sister was waiting by the gift shop. We knew we just had a ghostly encounter. Retelling the story to the rest of our family members had them thinking we were off our rocker. I retold the story again to the nurse, who was assigned to my grandmother, and she confirmed that there had been several ghost sightings in the hospital.
One day, I had an appointment at Clark at noon. I finished the meeting with my client early, and being near Orchard Road, I went shopping. By the evening, I got ready to go back to the flat. The same flat which is in my story, an invisible housemate. I was filled with dread due to the previous experiences there, and as I boarded the train for NS from Orchard Station, my friend Louise called me on my cell phone. We talked for a while, and she invited me over for a movie and dinner at her house. As we were longtime childhood friends, I was delighted to spend some time with her, and with that, I changed the train. Earlier, I was going in the opposite direction in the NS line, and now I boarded the train to Semebwag on the same NS line.
I reached Toapeo station and loads of people rushed to catch a seat. While the train started, I could see from the window a middle-aged woman standing at the platform, just looking inside the compartment. She was wearing a kamba, kind of a bluish-grayish white clothing. She had unkempt but jet black hair. I kept on staring at her because she looked pale white, as if she had severe anemia. I think her face looked almost the same as her blouse. I kept staring at her, as I thought it was very unusual for any woman to be so pale. And then the train sped away, and I got back to playing Subway Surf on my cell phone. I was distracted by the people getting up to get out at Bishan Station. As the train halted, I saw the same woman on the platform. I got shocked as I clearly saw her on Toapeo platform, and she was here again at Bishan at the speed of the train. It was highly unlikely that she reached Bishan Station so fast, and I kept looking at her. But she just stood on the platform without fidgeting when people passed her by. The train doors closed, and she didn't board the train again. And I wondered why she traveled from Toapeo to Bishan without any intention to board the train and just stand at the platform. I kept staring at her. She was still standing at the platform, from the window, and the train started in full swing. I again went back to another game of Subway Surf, when the lady sitting right next to me elbowed me while opening her purse. I looked at her and she apologized, but that's when I looked towards the right side of the compartment, and to my surprise, the pale woman was standing inside the compartment, near the door. Now, at this moment, I still can't explain to myself how that woman defied the laws of physics, as last time I saw her, she was outside on the platform. The train doors are obviously closed shut before the train starts to speed away. Then how on earth is it possible for her to board the train? And she was clearly standing outside on the platform and no way in the train. And I could see her outside, except when she disappeared from my view, from the window's edge, while I sat there in total shock, rethinking what I am seeing. I still kept staring at her. The passengers near her seemed indifferent about her presence, and she had the same expression throughout the time she was standing there. And her hair, which seemed unkempt from the front, was nicely tied in a loose hanging bun, which came until the center of her shoulder blades at the back. But from the thickness of her hair bun, it seemed like she had long hair. Except for when she caught me staring at her, she moved her head to left to look at me. Her movement seemed as if someone was turning a puppet's head on its neck. At that time, when our eyes interlocked, I felt the dread that I have never ever felt in my entire existence. Her eyes' color were the lightest shades of gray. It was like the meanest of all the eyes I had ever come in contact with. I was filled with the emotions of grief, or something on the lines of envy. I lowered my eyes and fixed it on my cell phone and tried to refocus my mind. But I kept looking at her dress's bottom, and then another electric shock ran through my body. I couldn't even see her feet. Normally, someone who's wearing a kabaya, you can see their feet. But it seemed she didn't have any feet at all. And then the train halted at Angmo-Kyo Station. I managed to look up to find out whether the incoming passengers can see her or not. And as I looked up, she already left. She was gone. It looked like a nanosecond for her to disappear, even before the train doors had opened. At that moment, realizing that it's impossible to get out without the train doors opening, and that she vanished in the moment, I rolled my eyes up to look at her. I just froze in terror.
I looked around to see if anyone else also saw that or not, but nobody seemed to be influenced by the woman. Or maybe they couldn't see her. At this point, I was horribly scared. This was the second incident for me in which something, in this case someone, vanished in thin air. Though I didn't see her vanish, but she was there at one moment, and like a microsecond later, she wasn't there. It wasn't even humanly possible to get out of the train or get into the train in that moment. So I put on my headphones and music and closed my eyes shut so as to not see anything else. I got out at Semabwag Station. At first, she joked that I rode with a Pontiac, and I gave her a smack on her arm. A Pontiac is a bloodthirsty ghost of a woman, and quite popular ghost in Southeast Asia. But after calming me down and realizing that I was actually frightened to my core, she told me that the pale woman could be the white ghost of Angmo Kyo MRT station. And when I checked it on the internet, I found out that almost all the stations I crossed today on my way to Semabwag are supposedly haunted, and yes, White Woman is one of them. It was rather amusing, as how can ghosts haunt a train and station for that matter, but it was written that white ghosts targets lonely people. But I was in a filled compartment, so why did I only see her?
Paranormal is a part of everyone's life, but not everyone noticed it. My first encounter was around 18 years ago, when I was 10. It was Christmas morning when I lost my father. It was a devastating loss for all of us. Since then, I don't want to celebrate Christmas. Anyway, let's get to the point. The day after the funeral, I was sitting in my room. I was bummed. I didn't want to accept the truth. And then it happened. I heard my father's voice, calling my name not once, not twice, but 3 times. I couldn't believe my ears, and I raced out of my room into the kitchen. My eyes were starting to water because I didn't see him. I started to cry and headed back into my room. Then I realized that it was very bright winter's day. I mean, it was freaking December 26th, and then I saw him. My dad was standing before me, smiling, surrounded by that light. I stared at him for what seemed to be hours. Then suddenly, light started to flicker, and I heard him talking directly to me. He said to me, "I'm sorry. Be good. I have to go now. Goodbye." And then he disappeared with the light. That was the last memory I had of him. The next experience was 4 years ago, when I was in my neighbor's house. My neighbor, let's call her Z, lived with her father, let's call him A, who by the way was a creepy guy. However, Z was gifted. She could see the future through cards. I was stunned when she told me things known only by me. I went there often times, but every time I took even the slightest look to A, my head started to hurt like hell. When I shared that to Z, she told me that I was sensitive. Every time, when I get a headache, I was in a way cleansing the negative energy. I shook it off because that couldn't be true. After the seance, you know the cards. She told me that I have a big hole in my heart, a hole full of pain and sorrow. She started to cry and told me that soon, very soon, I will lose someone very close to me, and I needed to be strong at that moment. After that, I stopped going there, and a week later, she died, leaving behind her awful father. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but he was evil. I can't explain how I know. I just do. 10 days after Z's death, A got ill and died. I know my stories aren't as exciting as the others, but they are true. Just letting you know that the person who I was supposed to lose was my mother, who died a year after Z and A. You may say it's a coincidence, but it's not. Every time I pass Z's house, I get the same headache, and I get the feeling that someone is watching me through the second floor windows where A lived. I'm 28 now, and I still get that feeling. About 20 years ago, when we lived in Navy housing on Oahu, Hawaii, my daughter and I experienced something that still haunts me. Honestly, I'm not sure what it was, and that I'm not sure if it was a ghost. At the time, my husband, our 2 daughters, and I were living in Navy housing. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, and we didn't entertain such stories or thoughts in our home. It was a summer sunny day. My husband was at work, my oldest daughter was out surfing with her friend, and my youngest was at home with me. We had just finished lunch and decided to watch some TV. The TV room was just off the living room, dining room, and filled with windows and 2 doors, one to the kitchen and one to the backyard. There was a wall composed of 2 large sliding doors that separated the living and dining room from the TV room. Against that makeshift sliding door wall was a love seat that my daughter was sitting on. I was sitting on a chair opposite the love seat. The TV was to the side of us, on a low bookcase below a bank of windows. While sitting there watching TV, something shimmery, a staticky, sparkly, flashing sort of mass passed between us and the TV. It had entered from the living room into the TV room and then moved across the room and out the back door. Within seconds of seeing it, we turned to look at each other. She then jumped into my lap, and we sat hugging each other tightly for a bit before either of us could speak. I knew by her actions and the panic on her face, she had seen what I had. With fear in her voice, she asked me, "What was that?" I had no idea what it was, but I tried to reason it away. Staying as calm as I could, I told her it was probably the sun reflecting off a car passing the house. With a trembling, soft voice, almost a whisper, she replied, "But all the blinds are down." Not wanting to give in to the panic, I told her that the shades don't fit the window so tightly that light can't find its way in between window frame and shade. I then changed the subject to picking up my oldest daughter and going for shaved ice, a Hawaiian snow cone, but better. Other than telling family and friends for the next few weeks, we didn't and haven't talked about it since. We put it behind us. Fast forward 2 years later, my husband, reassigned back to Rhode Island, had moved back to the mainland to open our old home and get it ready while the girls and I were still in Hawaii. The girls still had a few months of school to finish, so he went ahead without us. The last few days on the island, I spent alone, cleaning our base housing. All our household belongings had been moved out the day before, and we were on our way back to Rhode Island. While I cleaned the house, readying it for inspection, my girls enjoyed their last few days with friends on the beach. I had cleaned the kitchen and laundry the day before and was now cleaning the bedrooms, bathrooms, and on into the living room and dining room. The whole house was floored with floor covering, which I had to sweep and mop spotless. I was mopping the living room and dining room area. The only thought in my mind was how warm it was now that the air conditioner was gone. Then, out of nowhere, appeared that same shimmering, sparkling, wild flashing mass. It crossed the room right in front of me. Being all alone and startled by what I was seeing, I packed up and left. I still hadn't mopped the TV room, nor finished the living or dining room. I didn't care. I was out of there. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, my purse, and locked the door. I left the mop and bucket with the curbside trash and got in the car and didn't look back. I have never ever seen anything like this before or after Hawaii. I've also since become more open-minded to ghosts. Once back in Rhode Island, I started watching the many supernatural and ghost hunting shows that had since started appearing on TV, and although I am open-minded now, I haven't seen any real proof. I say that because I'm still not sure what I saw in Hawaii. I still feel like there might have been a logical explanation. I'm still waiting to come across someone, somewhere, who has experienced the same thing. Someone who can tell me what it was that my daughter and I saw.
I'm an amateur UFO researcher. I say amateur, but I think some might consider me an expert in the field. Anyway, I'm writing here to record what's already occurred. I'm too afraid to post on the forums I usually frequent when discussing my findings because I really don't need the extra attention right now. I'm afraid that something is going to happen, and I have to document it somewhere. So here it is, and I hope you enjoy my story. I know what you're all thinking, no doubt. I'm probably some nutjob that sees airplanes flying at night and thinks they're aliens, and I can respect that train of thought. My purpose here isn't to get people to believe, it's purely selfish. Now, I'm not really in fear for my life. Well, I am, but that's not why I'm writing this. It's my research I'm concerned about. All my years looking into extraterrestrial life, I've had a number of experiences, some more notable than others. I've seen orbs in the sky maneuver in ways aircrafts never could, and I've picked up radio waves with no point of origin on Earth. Those types of things I've looked into, but no real proof has ever come out of it. But what happened the other day changed all that. I live out in California, pretty much the middle of nowhere, out in the desert. Gotta be close to the action, you know? At night, I routinely go out in my pickup and see if I can get a glimpse of anything. I've numerous outposts I go to where I've had experiences and where I know people have known to have seen UFOs. I was at one such place, sitting in my truck in the absolute darkness of the desert, sipping my coffee, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bright light streak up into the sky, like really bright. It was coming from the middle of a rock plateau in the distance. Naturally, I revved up the engine and headed over. I parked about a quarter mile away and walked the rest. I didn't want the noise to scare off whatever it was, so I snuck up and wormed my way in between the rocks to get to the middle where the light was coming from. I peeked in, and in an instant, everything I've ever believed was validated. I saw two creatures, pretty short but humanoid, no doubt. They had big eyes with no pupils, pure white, and I could see that their flesh was moist and scaly. I could hear them speak to one another. Their language is difficult to describe. I can't really put into words what it sounded like. It was high-pitched and echoed, though that was more their voices and not the language itself. Hearing an alien language sent chills up my spine. I was so excited. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. There were two pods behind them, and they were both standing around some sort of metallic rod stuck in the sand. That's where the light was coming from. It was shooting out the top, like some sort of beacon. I assume it was transmitting back to the mothership, but I don't really know. To me, it appeared to be sucking something out of the earth. I could hear the device humming. I inched closer for a better look, but I cracked the rock, and they both turned to me in unison. I froze, their eyes cut through me, and my excitement turned to terror. I was so scared, but in that same moment, I could see in them the same thing, fear. One of them reached out and touched something on the rod, and the light exploded out, blinding me for a moment. As my eyes adjusted back to normal, all I saw were the two pods jet straight back up into the air. There was no noise made, only the sound of the sphere ripping through the air. Now, as much as I'd like you people to believe what I've just told you, that's not really my concern, because when they left, lying on the ground was the rod. They'd forgotten it or dropped it, I don't know. All that matters is that I have it. Actual proof of intelligent life, and if you looked at this thing, held it in your hand, you know it came from another world. I mean, with how bright the light on top can get, there's nothing on Earth that could power something like that. You'd think I'd be on top of the world, and believe me, I was, until the next day. I woke up to a knock on my door. It was early that afternoon, but naturally I was sleeping in. The knocking was persistent. It didn't stop, just a slow-paced knock, over and over, until I finally got to the door. I opened it to see two large men standing in front of me. They were both bald and pale, with no eyebrows or eyelashes, and they were wearing crisp black suits. Everything from their ties to their shoes appeared to be brand new, like it was the first time they'd been worn. The man on the left was the only one who spoke. He introduced himself as Agent Quinn and his associate as Agent Reed. Then he addressed me by name, my full name. I didn't think it was odd at first. I mean, he was at my house. I'd buy he knew who I was. But then he asked me the question that almost made my blood freeze. Where's the rod you procured last night? There was no emotion in his words at all, almost robotic in tone. I immediately looked at both their sides and noticed they didn't have guns. I thought it was strange for government agents not to carry weapons, but I was also sort of relieved. I denied knowing anything, saying I'd been at home all night. Agent Quinn, however, didn't seem to have any interest in talking about whether or not I had what he wanted. As far as he was concerned, I had it. It is your best interest if you simply oblige us and gave us the item we have come for. I can assure you it would make life much easier for you. But I stuck to my guns and told them to leave. I stood firm and raised my voice, getting upset with them. But when I said leave, Agent Reed reached out his hand and grabbed me by the arm. Now, I'm not a strong man. I don't work out or anything like that. But the strength in his grip was inhuman. I've no doubt about that. He held me in place while Agent Quinn got in my face, our noses almost touching. I was staring in his eyes, and I could see how lifeless they were, like what made him human had been stripped away. It is unfortunate that you have chosen to lie to us, he said. My sincerest hope is that you will reconsider, and soon. Agent Reed then released me, and the two of them walked back to a black van that was parked out on the street. That was the other day. I'm freaking out. How could they know that I have it? How do they know about it in the first place? I've heard the stories, stuff similar to this, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me because I'm not going to compromise myself and give them what they want. I was smart enough the night before to hide the rod, but I'm hesitant to say where. But I do want to. I want someone other than me to know where it is, but I have no family or friends, so I've turned here. I'm not really looking for advice as to what to do, but I'm not adverse to it either. I only want to have what is happening to me be out there. I can't let them cover this up too. As long as they don't find these posts, I'll keep posting about what's happening. I need it documented. Alright, things have gotten pretty crazy. I'm not much of a drinker, but I've since took up the habit. I'm 2 drinks in as I write this. I appreciate the comments and advice I've been getting, but I don't really have any intention of handing the rod over. I've dedicated years and years to investigating UFOs and extraterrestrial life, so to finally have something and just hand it over just isn't an option for me. I left a good job paying and another life to come out here to chase my passion, and that's what I intend to do. After posting the other night, I waited a few hours until a little past midnight and decided to head back out to the rock plateau where I originally encountered the life forms. It had been a few days, and I wanted to get a second look at the site, but after the agents came to my door, my mind had been in a different place. But I refused to let fear change the way I live my life. I went out and crept out, got into my pickup, and headed towards the desert. I half expected to be followed, so I couldn't help but glancing back to my rearview mirrors the whole time. But it seemed I was alright. I got out into the desert, no problem, but as I got closer to the rock plateau, I could see it was illuminated. Not by some extraterrestrial technology, but like the lights you see when they're doing construction late at night on the highway. The entire thing was encased in what looked like a white quarantine tent. I parked quite a distance away and got out my pair of binoculars to take a closer look. The tent seemed to be surrounded by black vans, the same that I'd seen the agents leave in. There were men similar to the agents all around, no hair and in the same fine suits. I've no idea what they were doing, but I got extremely nervous as I watched them. Some were going in and out of the tent, while others stood motionless, as if they were on guard like statues. There was no way they could see me from the distance I was, so I decided that even though it wouldn't be that clear, given my range, I thought I'd record what was going on. I got my phone out and zoomed in as far as I could. It wasn't good enough to see what exactly they were doing, but I could see one thing that didn't show up in my binoculars. The eyes of every single person there were glowing, like some sort of bluish white, but I could see it very clearly through the screen. It sort of disturbed me, but I didn't really know what it meant. Some of you have commented that you have thought that the agents were themselves aliens, and I didn't really think that until seeing that. Though I do also believe they work for the government, there's no way they would be able to churn out an operation like that without people having questions and them having the right answers. I have in the past heard some of the crazier UFO researchers make claims that our government has been working with extraterrestrials for as long back as the 50s, but I never put too much validity into those claims. Seeing this, however, made me question everything. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked again. I recorded them for about a half hour for no real reason other than I thought something more interesting might happen at any moment. You couldn't tell what they were doing at all, so it was a half hour of guys with glowing eyes walking around and standing. I would have just kept filming, but all of a sudden, I could see that two of the eyes had turned and were staring out into the distance towards me. I didn't think much of it, just that he had moved, but then slowly I noticed the same stationary eyes turns towards my direction. It wasn't long until, on my camera, it was a wall of eyes staring. I immediately jumped in my truck and peeled out of there. As I rushed home, I kept assuring myself it was nothing. There was no way they could have seen me. It was pitch black out there, and I was so far away. I assured myself something else had to have caught their attention. I got home and rushed inside. I just stared out the window for about a good hour, expecting a black van to show up or something along those lines, but nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief and opened up my laptop to transfer the footage from my phone. I hooked it all up and opened the file, and much to my dismay, the video was fuzzy. And not like a normal fuzzy video. This was like the black and white fuzz you'd see when the VHS tape stopped running, something I'd never see on digital video. To say I was pissed is an understatement. It had recorded so smooth, it makes no sense that it was corrupted like that. I was shaking. I was so angry, so I decided to get a drink to calm my nerves, and I just kept drinking till I woke up the next morning, or I guess afternoon on my couch with a splitting headache and a bad taste in my mouth. I looked out the window, and sitting in front of my house was a black van. All the windows were tinted. I couldn't see anything. I was pretty scared, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I had things I had to take care of, and to do that I had to leave my house. I mustered up the courage and walked outside, or I suppose ran is more accurate. I wanted to get into my truck as quick as possible, but the moment I stepped outside, the van drove off. I was relieved, but I knew there had to be more to it, but I didn't have time to worry about it. I had things I needed to do, so after a few hours of running errands, I came back home to my door being wide open, pulled in my driveway, and took a deep breath before heading in. The place was a mess. Furniture turned over and ripped up, books and knickknacks thrown about. I turned my couch back right side up and just sat on what was left of the cushions, looking at everything I owned, broken and beaten. I knew that they thought they'd find, and I knew it wasn't there, so they gave me a bit of relief. Then as I sat there, I remembered the rest of my research. I went back to my bedroom, and sure enough, everything had been tampered with. Cords had been yanked out of my computer, boxes of documents emptied out all over the floor. But as I looked at everything, I noticed nothing was missing. It was all there. They hadn't taken anything. I did notice, however, there was an envelope amongst the mess. I didn't have anything that I kept in an envelope, so I knew whatever it was, it must have been them who left it. I opened it up, and inside was just a single piece of paper, typed up. It said, "It has come to our attention that you are not only continuing to hinder our investigation by keeping what we desire from us, but that it appears that you have begun an investigation of your own. What you saw the other night was not for your eyes. To continue on this path you appear to be on would be unwise." Now I'm just sitting here, 3 drinks deep in what used to be a nice and tidy house, typing this, wondering what to do. I'm at a loss. I don't know how far they'll go. Right now, I think they're just trying to scare me into doing what they want. And since I know I'm not going to, I'm nervous as to what's coming next. I work night audit at this semi-swanky hotel next to the airport. One night, I get a call from a lady in 204. She says there was arguing, loud banging, and crying coming out of 206. Check the computer. No one has checked into that room due to maintenance issues. What the fuck? Called my supervisors to see what to do. She tells me to call on site security and follow them up with a key. I decide to be the bigger man and go up anyways. As we get off the elevator, we can hear the crying. It's loud. My heart starts racing as we near the door, so I hand the key to the security guard. The next 5 minutes seem to happen in slow motion. He opens the door and immediately flicks on the light. Keep in mind 206, we're on the 2nd floor, only door was by me, and this is at like 3 a.m. and there was no one around. As we enter the room, the shower is on, steam is coming from under the door. There is only one lamp on in the room. It's super cold, and there's a lady in red, lacy bra, black panties, with super red hair curled up crying in the bed. She was facing away from us. As Frank approached her, he asked if everything was okay. She sorta just stopped crying and rolled over. When she did, a wave of horror came over me. She was super pale, covered in blood, and was just staring behind us. That's when we realized the shower had stopped and the door was open. There was a man about 6'5" standing in the doorway. As we turned around, cops tased him and arrested him. Turns out he was a rapist who hides in hotel rooms, kidnaps women who stay there, and cuts them open. To this day, I will never go to a hotel again. I'm currently a janitor at a gym. We have a stairwell that leads down some stairs to a door that doesn't open because we lost the keys years ago. One night, there was a loud banging sound coming from the door. Sounded like someone was banging it every second for a couple minutes. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened and watched, and it stopped. It started up again a few minutes later. I went back up there to see, and it stopped again as soon as I got there. Told my manager the next day and had a locksmith come in. He got the door open, and it's just an old supply closet that's empty. Every so often, someone hears a banging sound coming from the door at the bottom of the stairs. Third shift gas station attendant. My first night alone. I'm out cleaning trash around the pumps and refilling the windshield fluid containers. Cop pulls in, drives by really slow, staring at the store, doesn't see me standing near pumps, parks, and walks into the store really fast. He's clearly looking for an attendant, so I walk into store. He jumps when the door opens and I say, "Hey, what's up?" The Dunkin' Donuts, 2 streets over, just got hit and the guy doesn't fit any profiles. We think he just likes to shoot people, so we're letting people know. He gets in his car and drives off. Was sitting at a desk in front of a good-sized window, reading a binder. Sort of had that feeling like someone was watching me, so I looked up, and there was a face pressed to the glass. No idea how long he was there before I looked up. Ran out to the foyer, where there was a glass door on the porch that should be locked. It wasn't. He started shaking the door trying to get in. Ran to the next room, and he just followed me around the house while I was on the phone with the cops, watching me through the windows. They didn't catch him. That night, he came back the next night. They caught him. Creepy as fuck. Surprise. Sometimes patients come in for other problems and don't mention that they sleepwalk. There have been a few occasions where I've been sitting in my office, watching vitals and writing reports, when I turn around to get something, and a patient has sleepwalked into my office and is standing right behind me. At 2 a.m. in the dead quiet, That gives one quite a shock. Right out of college, I got a job as a nanny for 2 elementary school-aged girls. For their anniversary, the parents went on a week-long cruise, and I stayed home with the kids. The first few nights, the 8-year-old would come into my room multiple times a night and wake me up. It was obvious she hadn't pre-planned what she was going to give me as a reason for waking me up, so she would stumble through an excuse on the spot like, "I just wanted to make sure we are still going to the park tomorrow," or "I think I forgot to brush my teeth and wondered if I should do it now or wait till the morning." I figured she was just missing her parents and feeling out of sorts, so I let it slide at first. But by the 4th or 5th time, knowing I needed sleep to keep up with 2 active kids, I told her that she wasn't to wake me up unless there was an actual emergency. I got a couple more hours of undisturbed sleep, but wake up with a weird feeling around 5 a.m. I turn over and nearly piss myself. The girl had brought over a chair right next to the bed and is staring down at me. It didn't help that she had long, dark hair, and this happened a few months after The Ring came out. Her explanation? "I just thought it would be fun to watch you sleep. I didn't wake you." Touché, kiddo.
It was the summer of 1992. I was 20 years old, and I had just completed my junior year of college, and I was staying in the same city as the campus to take some summer classes. I also worked a couple of part-time jobs to handle living expenses. One of my jobs was as a fast food delivery guy. We cooked and delivered steaks, chicken, and burgers instead of the usual pizza or Asian food. One night after completing my shift, I was bored and for laughs, decided to check out an adult movie and novelty store that I had seen sometimes in the course of all my driving for that job. I parked amongst several other cars and got out of my car to go into the store. I saw a middle-aged man with a pasty appearance, with greasy dark hair and receding hairline in the car parked closest to the store. I approached the car on the way in, and he raised his hand hello to me. Not wanting to be rude, I raised my hand in return. As I walked directly by the driver's side door, he said hey, and I said hello. He leaned his head out of his window. He said, "You want to get it off?" I browsed about, and put off by the sheer seediness of the place, quickly left. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guy in the car in a different parking space. I got into my car and started out of the parking lot. As I got to the road, I saw the guy start his car and start to come out as well. Hoping this was coincidence, I turned out of the parking lot to go home. It wasn't coincidence. Suddenly, this guy was following me very closely and blinking his high beams at me every few blocks. I tried to lose him at some traffic signals, but was unsuccessful. I decided to go an alternate route at that point, not wanting to direct this creep to where I was living. Luckily, my delivery job had made me familiar with a lot of the roads in the city. I headed for a particularly labyrinth neighborhood, turned in, and took as complicated a route as I could, and quickly as I could, and finally lost him in there. I thought that was the end of it. A few weeks later, during work, at the takeout place, I stopped at a convenience store in the course of delivery to get a soda. After I checked out, I saw this same guy. He smiled and raised his hand hello again. I hurried outside to my car, but this time, I was in my shirt and hat from the takeout place. Now he knew where I worked. By the time I left the convenience store, he followed me again. Fortunately, I was able to lose him again, but spent the rest of the summer afraid to see him pop up at the place of my work, or worse, order food and bring me to his house. Thankfully, that did not happen. But skeevy guy who likes to follow people, let's not meet again.
You believe in ghosts? If so, then boy, do I have a real ghost story for you. Being so involved with the paranormal from an early age on, you tend to open yourself up to experiences that you've never previously had before. I'm of the belief that if you commit to actively hunting spirits, they will start to manifest and make themselves known to you. However, if you close yourself off to this realm, The chances of finding yourself in a paranormal situation are slim. A lack of commitment will result in most spirits ignoring you. Just think about it for a second. If you have absolutely no desire to see paranormal activity, why would a ghost waste their time trying to communicate with you? It would be just like talking to a wall. Just like the saying goes, seeing is believing, or in this case, investing is believing. This story I'm about to share with you, though just a story, is undeniable proof that ghosts are living among us in the human world. These experiences occurred late in September of 2005, and at the time, I was 15. My mother tragically perished in a car accident the year previously, and that left my dad to care for me alone. It was an absolutely miserable existence from then on, as this was the love of his life. My dad ended up being so depressed that I would often find him crying alone in his room at my house every single day for the next month and a half. I personally have never seen my dad suffer so much, and although I was also hurting, I was more concerned with my dad's well-being. It was then that I would start praying for Mom to return and give us a sign to at least help comfort my dad and let him know that she was okay. However, all that praying didn't seem to help. All of the nights begging God to send her back down to us for a message almost seemed futile. I remember doing spirit sessions alone to frantically contact my mom, using a Ouija board, a spirit box, anything I could get my hands on to help. I never got any signs, and the house stood silent, as quiet as it's ever been, except for the faint sounds of my dad crying most nights. It made me start to doubt and think that ghosts and God were imaginary. I lost my faith in nearly everything. I remember angrily saying to myself that God and ghosts don't exist. My dad is hurting so much. I wanted to connect with the afterlife so bad, and yet nothing is coming through. Show me something. I remember saying that in utter and complete frustration. Still nothing. But all that was soon about to change. I remember one late night, I could once again hear my dad sobbing in his room after a hard day's work. He came back later that day, around 10 p.m. He was lying on the bed, and to comfort my dad, I went to sleep with him in his room. We had a bed across from my dad's that I would sleep in. I reassured Dad that everything would be okay, even saying, "Dad, I can't lose you too. Please, you have a daughter to raise. Mom wouldn't let you go on like this." My dad simply smiled and told me that he would never give up on me or his life, so he fell asleep. I tried to fall asleep as well, laying in the bed across from me. This was the moment when I was finally going to see a sign that I had been desperately seeking, although this was not the sign I was looking for. An hour or so passes. I was drifting off to sleep when I saw a shadow outlined in the form of a person. This wasn't a good shadow because I felt a very negative energy. There were no features except a shadow person looming over my grieving father. I then got up, turned on the light, and that shadow was gone. I went to wake my dad, and he wasn't waking up. I screamed so hard for Dad to wake up, but nothing. I went and called the ambulance immediately. They rushed him to the hospital. This nightmare just couldn't get any worse. I had already lost my mother, and I was on the verge of losing my father as well. So I waited, and I waited in the hospital. My aunt and uncle swung by to give me the most gigantic hug I've ever felt in my life. We were all waiting on the word for the status of my dad. As the doctor walks out, he has a very somber and stern look on his face. "Your dad suffered a heart attack in his sleep. We are doing everything in our power to make sure he recovers from this. What they didn't tell us in the moment was that he was fighting for his life and receiving life-saving emergency surgery. It turned out that he also died on an operating table, but came back. After hours of surgery, thankfully, my dad recovered and eventually woke up. The crazy part is, years after this incident, he finally told me that he experienced an out-of-body experience and said that he felt like he went to heaven. He remembers being able to see the doctors working on him. Then suddenly, he was in a sunny field with roses and daisies, all these beautiful flowers surrounding him. He then saw my mom in a blue dress, just smiling at him from a close distance. My dad saw his grandfather, who he had been really close with as a kid. He also saw his childhood dog Spike, and he was running around the field. They both waved at him, gesturing him to come forward. He felt nothing but peace as he moved forward. Everything just felt great for a moment. As he approached Mom, he gave her a great big hug, and my grandpa as well. He said he didn't feel like leaving this place at all, but he knew he couldn't stay. Grandpa said with a great big grin on his face, "We will see you later." Then suddenly, he woke up back in his body in intense pain. That same night my dad was having that episode, my uncle took me back to his house. As I waited for my dad to recover, I had a dream. I dreamt of the Grim Reaper, and he was literally trying to drag my dad up into this dark room with red wallpaper. I remember screaming, "No, I need you, Dad," and trying to physically pull my dad away from the Reaper so he wouldn't take him through the door of the strange room. Eventually, the Reaper gave up and disappeared. My uncle rushed in to hug me, and I told him I had a nightmare. Years later, when my dad told me about what happened to him, I told him my nightmare as well. My theory is that the whole incident, the black shadow, the heart attack, the out-of-body experience, and my nightmare, they were all connected. Something dark and sinister was trying to take my dad away from me. And I feel like my dad's grandpa and my mom were somehow stopping this from happening. My uncle believed that my dad was just so worn out and hurt by the loss of my mother that it caused him to have a heart attack because of a broken heart. He does admit, though, that what my dad told us in the nightmare were very eerie, too coincidental to be one. The fact that I was praying for a sign, then challenged something from beyond, and then demanded one, made me feel like I really angered some sort of evil entities. I also believe that in those dark moments, good and evil were fighting for my dad to stay alive. My theory is that these dark forces are trying to take him away from me. I also know that because we're surrounded by so much darkness after we lost Mom, these dark spirits were taking advantage of us in the worst possible way, and I think they were feeding off of us. This whole time that I was hoping for a sign, it was there all along, and I should have realized this. Maybe we were consumed by a dark energy that whole time, and we needed a priest to bless this house. Eventually, that's what we ended up doing, and all felt pleasant and better. My dad slowly started feeling like himself, and the rest was history. I know this sounds insane, but I swear that all this happened, and it is 100% true. Thank you for my long story. Update. Fast forward 10 years. To my surprise, I recently found out that my old house, which was built in the early 1900s, was built on old Indian burial ground. I went to a psychic witch who did a reading on me, and we found out some fascinating things. That I could be surrounded and attached by spirit guides, one that represents good benevolence, and the other which is bad. She said that these two clash with one another, and when the bad spirits get through, they have the power to influence the entire mood of life. and events occurring. All this could have played a factor into what happened to my dad. She said this, plus the entities that are living in our home, including that dark forest cloud that I told you about, seem to have a spiritual clash where the good could be fighting evil. Now, I know this sounds wild, and maybe the witch was just making educated guesses, but after what had happened, I truly believe that there was something going on there. She suggested that she come to the house to perform positive rituals with her group of witches as sort of a good omen to ward off the bad spirits, even though we seemed to get rid of them. The psychic also stressed that, because I still have these attachments, it is very possible that these things could continue and come back. She also suggested that the road my mom was driving on when she passed may have been cursed. She told me that just in case, they could go to the area of the accident to perform a positive healing ritual for the road. We also invited a group of witches to visit my dad in our old home, so we could defeat whatever darkness looms in our home. Well, they ended up showing up to our house late at night. 3 of the witches showed up, and me and my dad participated in the seance as well. We also used a Ouija board. First, we gathered around the kitchen table and held hands as the witches channeled for the spirits. They encouraged them to appear. They stated that they didn't mean any harm, and they wanted to figure out who exactly lives in this house. The main witch, Cynthia, who gave me a psychic reading and told me about the clashing spirits, told me that she felt a tightness in her chest as soon as she walked into the kitchen. She did not sense any good vibes from the kitchen at all, even though the entire first floor, living room, felt more comfortable and at ease. She called out, "Who is the spirit that is choking me and making it hard to breathe?" That's when the kitchen cupboard opened by itself and slammed shut so hard that it startled all of us. That gave us the confirmation that there wasn't a positive ghost that resided in the home, or at least one of them. It was only seconds later that I heard a voice say "go away" in a very low and guttural tone. It was more of a whisper, but it immediately sent shivers down my spine. I turned to the psychic, who was sitting right next to me, and I asked her if she heard that. She said no, but that she could feel the presence of a dark shadow standing between us both. Cynthia then told us that she was getting messages in her mind that the spirit was named Tim, and that he used to be a very angry man, about middle-aged. What we were able to confirm next was crazy. We used a Ouija board and asked about Tim, and the Ouija board both confirmed that it was exactly him. Cynthia was right. She then said that Tim was a very lonely man after his entire family died in a house fire. We later found out that the house we lived in had been rebuilt shortly after. We asked the Ouija board to confirm, and to our surprise, the Ouija board spelled out yes. We then asked about Mom, if she was still okay, and if she passed on. We never actually got any answers from the Ouija board, nor did Cynthia. However, a few days after the whole incident, and I'm not sure if this was just a coincidence or not, but I ended up getting a random text from some unknown number. The text literally showed up with a YouTube link to the song "Found Out About You," a song by Gin Blossoms. That was my mom's favorite song. The song is also about grieving for the loss of a loved one, so it really seemed to be a direct message that tied into me and my family and what we experienced. Anyway, incredibly lengthy story, but I couldn't leave any details out. Thank you so much for reading. Today, me and my dad are doing great. Stay safe, everyone. This is my first, but not my last experience. I'm a slight skeptic and a psychology major, so I believe in scientific explanations first and foremost when it comes to aliens and ghosts, before classifying it as a ghost story. I've always been overly curious about my family's lineage and who's related to who in my grandparents' tiny town, founded by my grandfathers and grandfather. I was adopted into the family, and I always felt like a bit of an outcast with no background of my own, so I linked to adapt my family's history, despite our lack of blood relation. One day while my father and I were visiting, he asked my grandmother if she wouldn't mind taking us to the graveyards around the tiny town and showing us around. She took us to the family graveyard, another family's graveyard, who's apparently not related in any way, and finally she took us to a large church and soldier-shared graveyard. I was struck by how large this place was and immediately wandered away. It was about 99 degrees that day, with very little wind and high humidity. What happened next could have easily been caused by the heat, but as a half-skeptic, I'm not sure. I decided to tidy up around the headstone, believing it wasn't fair to neglect someone in life or death. As I traveled around emptying out dirty vases, straightening flowers, dusting dirt off headstones, I came across 4 neat little graves in a row. The graves were old, moldy, and worn. Each one had a little weather-worn clipped tulip in front of it, and each one bore the same title, Infant. I don't like to talk about it, but I suffer from an anxiety disorder that causes me to be emotionally numb. It's extremely hard for me to feel empathy or sympathy, but looking at those little graves, I felt my heart break in my chest. I run my fingers over each one and whispered a little prayer for them. I walked away to continue my volunteered grave cleaning duties, and feeling a little strange tug to go back to the little ones' graves and stay there. After a few moments, I stopped under a large tree for a rest, drenched in sweat. Someone had hung a wind chime over another grave. On the same tree, I blankly studied it, listening to my grandmother and father talking across the graveyard. I could see the infant's grave out of the corner of my eye. I reached up to touch the chime. When I froze in place, a cold feeling slid down my spine and consumed my stomach. Without thinking, I turned quickly towards the infant's graves and stopped cold. A woman was standing beside the second stone. She had ebony black hair down to her thin waist, and she was wearing the old-fashioned blue dress that looked straight out of the 1900s. But that wasn't the most remarkable thing about her. Her face was smooth, round, and pale, and literally blank. She had no eyes, lips, nose, nothing. I gasped, involuntarily took a step backwards, flinching at the sight. When I recovered, she had vanished without a trace. The last thing I wanted to mention about the cemetery is another night I actually went back to the cemetery on my own, and I noticed something that was really alarming. What I noticed was something so alarming that it literally made my face turn pale. Now, I'm not saying this was a ghost, but I saw a group of people who were in a circle around a gravestone. Even creepier, they all had what looked like brown robes on and hoods on. It was like some sort of cult. That's why I can't immediately just say that it was a ghost or a group of ghosts, because it's pretty obvious that it may have been something else. Maybe it was just some sort of evil ritual that they were performing out there, but I didn't want to last long over there, so I bolted. How's that for a couple of crazy encounters with some spiritual entities or some cult-like figures? Anyway, I really hope you enjoy these pair of stories. They weren't the longest in the world, but I think they were very effective. What do you think? Let me know. When I was 4, I shared a room with my mother. I slept in a toddler bed that was low to the ground. If I laid on my side, I could see under her bed. One night after she turned out the lights and got into bed, I happened to look over, and see these red eyes staring at me from under her bed. I was so scared that I couldn't move and just continued staring at it. The eyes were close to the ground and did not blink. I finally started to scream and cry. My mom jumped out of bed and turned on the light. She looked under the bed, and so did I. There was nothing there. She turned out the light and got back into bed. The eyes were there again. This happened 3 times that night, but never happened again. This is where it gets really freaky. When my oldest daughter was 4, she was playing in her room alone. When she started screaming, I ran in and asked her what was wrong. She told me that there were red eyes looking at her from her toy box. I had never told her what had happened to me. Well, I completely flipped out, and we ended up running from the room. She never slept in there again. I recently asked her about this, and she told me that their eyes were looking back and forth, but didn't blink. I wonder if this is some kind of demon or something. When my middle daughter was 4, she told me that angels talk to her at night. She's 5 now, and it doesn't happen anymore. My son is about to turn 4 next month, and I'm terrified of what supernatural thing will happen to him. My only consolation is that it should only happen when he's 4. This is not my actual personal experience. The house that I currently live in is extremely old and has a lot of history. My aunt had once lived in this house before me and my family. She had never experienced anything out of the ordinary. She had just come back from the hospital, having just given birth to her newborn daughter. The night she had returned home, she had done everything as normal and had gone to bed. The baby's cot stood just across the room. She woke up in the middle of the night, simply terrified by what she saw. A ghost with a small figure at its side stood looking into the cot holding a knife. My aunt firstly froze in her bed, not knowing what to do. She finally worked up the courage after several minutes and ran to grab the newborn baby and ran out of the house. The room in which this occurred is now my room, and I can honestly say I've never seen an apparition, but I've heard many things during the night, such as when I once heard the banging footsteps of someone climbing the stairs. This had really frightened me, so the next day, I'd asked my sister if she had heard the noises. She replied yes. The weird noises continue up until this day, but we are now used to this, so we never really get scared, as we had done years ago. But just several weeks ago, my sister lay in her room watching TV, and all of a sudden, a black figure emerged in the corner of the room. The figure vanished, and we have never heard or seen anything unusual since. My name is Sam. I've been interested in ghost spirits and other unexplained phenomena for years now. When I was young, between the ages of 6 to about 13, I had experiences in the house I grew up in. I'm now 29 years old, but I know that something happened, and that there are things that we as people can't even explain. My story takes place in Tallahassee, Florida, home of the Seminoles. I was about 6 or 7 years old. I always heard footsteps walking down the hall of my house, and sometimes it sounded like the floor was just simply creaking, like old wood, I guess. The creaking sound moved down the hall like footsteps though. On several incidents, I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear footsteps in the hallway. I never saw any apparitions, but I'm sure they exist. There is a sleep paralysis where you can wake up from your sleep, but not be able to move. I've seen many accounts of this on your website. I've personally awakened plenty of times in my youth, and could do nothing except look around in my room. I've never felt as if someone was holding me down, but I'm 100% positive I was wide awake, and I couldn't move. On one occasion, a Saturday morning, I woke to the sun shining through my window. I wasn't scared, mainly because it was daytime, about 10 a.m. in the morning, when I was frozen solid. I tried my hardest to move my legs, my arms, and just talk, but I couldn't do anything. In the past, I would just lay there, and in time, the paralyzing feeling went away. This morning, I decided to lie in bed and just wait. What seemed like minutes was only seconds, when I heard whispering just above and behind my head. My bed was against the wall, and my dresser was a foot or two away from the head of my bed against another wall, in the corner. The whispers came from that corner. It sounded as if two people were telling secrets just behind me. At this point, I snapped free from my frozen state and immediately jumped out of bed and dashed into the kitchen where my mother was cooking breakfast. I know something was there, but I was so scared that I didn't look back. I clenched my mom's legs, and she asked me what's wrong. I explained to her what had happened, and she kind of blew it off. There is no solid evidence that anything had happened, but I know what I experienced. That wasn't the only thing to happen. If you live in Florida, then you've experienced a hurricane. Hurricane Kate hit Florida in the mid-1980s. My mother was a single mom at the time and was trapped at City Hall during the hurricane. She worked for the city, so during the bad storm, they didn't want to let them drive in the weather and asked the workers to stay until the storm let up. My brother is about 5 years older than me, so my mom called and asked him to watch out for us until she could get home. The hurricane soon knocked the power out in the entire neighborhood, and probably in several parts of the city. She called again and asked my brother and I to sit in the hall, where there were no windows or doors, until the storm stopped. I, being the younger of the two brothers, felt comfortable with my brother and soon dozed off to sleep. When I fell asleep, my brother said he began to hear footsteps walking up and down the hall. Sometimes the footsteps walked right past us. He also said, no matter how hard he tried to wake me, I wouldn't wake up. So we had to endure the steps and freaky sounds alone. He said it sounded as if 3 or 4 people were in the hall walking around. When I woke up, city workers were outside working on the telephone pole, trying to restore electricity to the neighborhood. My brother was curled up by the front door, almost relieved to see light, even if it was just lights from the work truck and light from the sparks of labor to the transformer on the pole. At this time, my brother told me about the footsteps he had heard and how happy he was the lights were coming back on. Other incidents happened, but nothing really worth talking about. I just wanted to share my story because the site is very interesting. I have 2 experiences that I know are so unusual that I thought I might share. It's a little short, but I know that these were some freaky ghost occurrences, and I simply can't not tell it. My eyes don't play tricks on me, and I wasn't tired or hallucinating. In fact, this first story, especially my friend's experience, was also very real and happened at school. I was about 8 years old. I was riding my bike in trails of the woods near our house. I'd been riding for so long that I lost track of time. And being an 8-year-old kid, of course it was the time of my life. I ended up getting lost in the woods and the trail for quite some time. It had to be a couple hours, and it started to get dark. So as the sun was setting, I tried to make my way back the way I entered. As I was going through the woods, I ended up going through a cornfield, and from a distance, what I saw couldn't be ignored. I saw a short figure of a man just standing in between the cornfield bushes. It almost looked like a leprechaun. Obviously, I know leprechauns aren't real, but it was the best way I could describe this ghost. It was a scraggly looking thing, and stood 3 to 4 feet tall. It disappeared after a few minutes, and was gone. I am the only person who ever saw this thing. There was never any mention of a ghost near these cornfields. For a while, I didn't even want to say anything, for the fear of looking crazy. Plus, at 8 years old, who will take what I saw seriously? Today there are houses where I saw it, so the cornfield doesn't even exist anymore. Another weird thing that happened to my friends at school. Between the Christian middle school and high schools in town, there are some woods here. I never saw this, but some of my friends at the time did. One time, they looked into the brush and saw a pale-faced man in a hoodie or a robe of some sort. I'm guessing that it was some sort of ghost monk or something. They looked lost, but he didn't move at all. He was just squatting in some brush. When I was told about it, it made me realize that my experience might have been tied to this one, and that I wasn't as crazy as I thought. What happened was just odd. It's possible that the guy in the robe just could have been a creepy dude spying on the school. Personally, I think the one at school was just some weirdo, but the leprechaun could be something. However, I wouldn't just write it off, as I know that'd be hypocritical in doing so. Thanks for listening. Let me know what you think. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with my friends that had a history of strange sightings and stories. I personally had never seen anything there, but had somewhere else. That was about to change. I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only 2 people in the house at this time. The kitchen door was slightly open, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a gentle whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady walk past the door, wearing jeans and trainers towards the front entrance of the home. At first, I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans, so I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. We bought my father's-in-law house with the understanding that he was to stay with us so we could take care of him. He was in his mid-70s and not in the best of health. Before we moved in, we turned the 2 upstairs bedrooms into 3 bedrooms. My husband was upstairs taking the panels off the walls and called me upstairs to figure out how and where to move the heating duct. As soon as I got to the top of the stairs, my husband hung his hammer on a nail that was sticking out of a stud. We were standing right next to the stud the whole time I was upstairs with him. We were the only 2 upstairs. When we were finished talking, he went to grab for his hammer. It was no longer hanging on the stud. We looked for it for about 15 minutes before finding it under a pile of panels about 10 feet away from the stud it was hung on. We just gave each other a raised eyebrow look and didn't say anything about it. The TV would always turn on and off by itself. It was my father-in-law's TV that was sat in the living room. It was the only TV in the house that did that, no matter what outlet it was plugged into. I would turn it off, and by the time I would walk into the kitchen, it would be on again. I would have to say something like, "I don't have time to play right now," before it would finally stop. I was at work the night my father-in-law passed away. It was 3 a.m. on a Monday morning when one of the high-low drivers broke a main water line that caused all the presses to be shut down. I'd been working there for 2 years and had never seen or heard all of the press operators being sent home, as there is always something else for us to do. I went straight home and straight into my father-in-law's room to check on him and tell him what happened. We had a close bond and talked about everything. He was gone. His estimated time of death was 3 a.m. It may have been a coincidence, but man, what a coincidence. After my father-in-law passed away, I experienced only one more thing. I was up in my room and heard my son call me from the kitchen. I was at the top of the stairs, and he was at the bottom of the stairs. He asked me what I wanted. I asked him what he meant, because I heard him call me. He just shook his head and said, "Oh, not this again." I came home from work early again one night, about a month after my father-in-law had passed away. I walked into my son's room to see if he was home yet. He was lying in his bed with the blankets over his head. My son was 18 at the time. I whispered, "Are you still awake?" He popped out his head from under his blanket and told me that he heard footsteps in his room just a few minutes before I got home. Could have been the cat, I told him. No, definitely human, he said. But when he looked to see who it was, there was nobody there. My oldest brother heard me and her brother talking downstairs and came down. She told me about an hour before I got home. She thought she heard someone walking around downstairs. She thought it was her brother. She heard footsteps from his room to the bathroom. She went downstairs and peeked her head in his room. Not in there. She walked to the bathroom, but the door was standing open, so she knew he wasn't in there. She was spooked, so she went upstairs and didn't come back down until I got home. We moved to a big old farmhouse in 2004. In my former residence where myself, my husband, and my teenage son lived, there were lots of paranormal happenings. All three of us experienced strange things, but the one that was the most bizarre happened while I was asleep in my bed. My husband had gone away on business for a few days, so I was alone this particular night. My son was asleep in his room down the hall. I owned a large male cat named Bing, who almost always spent the night on my bed. I also had a hamster that was kept in a cage in my son's bedroom. The cage door was broken, so we tied it up with baggy ties. She had escaped once or twice, so I had planned on buying a new cage the next day. As I lay sleeping in my bed, I could remember hearing someone yelling in my ear, "Wake up," several times. I then found myself standing in the hallway, and to my disbelief, my cat had the hamster cornered and was about to pounce. I screamed for my son, and he came to the rescue before anything could happen. Someone had made sure that I would wake up in time. That's for sure. I know I heard those words "wake up" repeated several times. I was not terribly afraid at the time because I figured that this entity had to be friendly. Before I moved into the house on Willoughby Lane, I never had given the slightest thought to paranormal activities, and had always dismissed it with a wave of the hand and an offhand comment of how such things are scientifically impossible. However, all that changed a few years ago when myself and my newly acquired husband decided to buy an old farmhouse in upstate New York. The real estate agent, while giving us a tour of the home, had in fact related some disturbing information to us. She told us about 20 years ago, a young woman who had lived there with her 2 sons and her father, who apparently was an alcoholic, as well as an abusive parent, had gone missing. Her remains had never been found. There had been almost certain proof that her father had murdered her, and was shortly thereafter tried and sentenced to 10 years in prison, where he had almost died. I thought nothing of this, except for the fact that one day I might be gardening and dig up a little bit more than dirt. However, this did not stop us from buying the home, which was gorgeous, with green shutters, a post and beam barn which was in good repair, and a drive that was lined in grand old maple trees. But my friend, who was indeed a strong believer in the supernatural, strongly advised us that there might be what she called restless spirits residing in the home. Again, me being convinced there was no such thing, did not take her warning seriously. After a long day of moving all of our possessions into a newly bought home, I'd fallen asleep in what was soon to be the living room. The movers had helped me bring in our couch, as well as an old rocking chair we had found in the barn. Both my husband and I thought we were able to save the old thing, which was made of oak and not damaged, except for the fact that the seat itself was no longer there. I was snoring away in the couch when I awoke, drowsily, to a consistent creaking. My husband, who was at work, and the movers, who had long since gone home, were absent, leaving me alone in the home. As I looked around, I noticed that the rocking chair was moving, as if someone was in it. Needless to say, I was incredibly scared, and proceeded to throw a book I'd been reading at the chair, or running out of the home. As the weeks passed, more and more of these types of things would happen, all ending with me rather frightened. Things would disappear and reappear without notice, some of which would never be there in the first place. Some of these items consisted of a wide collection of women's jewelry that I occasionally would find in what we found out later used to be a bedroom. Though we converted it into a study, I would hear knockings. Doors would open and shut for no apparent reason. We would occasionally hear the faint creaking of the rocking chair, even though I had insisted it be placed back in the barn. Occasionally, I would hear hushed voices and see flashes of what appeared to be figures out of the corner of my eye. This behavior increased as time passed, till I was starting to get used to it. I even admit to talking with the spirit whenever I was alone in the home. I would always be rewarded with an abrupt cease in all abnormal activity. On the evening of the housewarming party me and my husband were holding, one of my friends came to me in a state of anxiety. They said that they had been in the basement when they saw a woman standing there, staring at them, then turning and vanishing. Myself and a few others hurried down to the basement, where we looked all over, trying to find the woman. What we did find was a hidden cupboard with what was later confirmed to be the remains of Sue Hoover, the woman who disappeared nearly 20 years ago. After this finding, the noises and sightings immediately stopped, and we have yet to hear the slightly disturbing creak of the old rocking chair, which we eventually moved back into the home and repaired. However, I will never forget my experiences that year, and never again doubt the existence of spirits in the physical world again. I am a great fan of your site, and I've submitted some of my own stories. The other day, I remembered an experience my sister Christy had many years ago. Although I was not a direct witness to this, I was there when she came home in hysterics. She was in such a state that we all thought she was attacked, and we could not get any sense out of her. The story goes like this. Christy had been walking home from a friend's house down a long lane called Langley Lane. On the right-hand side of this lane, there was a field which was used for cattle from a local farm. There was also a book with a large tree hanging over it. The summer before, I think this happened later in the year, as it was quite dark early, a young man had hanged himself from this tree during a fit of depression. I recall that other people have hanged themselves there too, at least one other one that I know of. I think I was about 16 at the time. I'm now 36, and Christy would have been about 11. Anywho, myself and my brother were sat in the house one evening, and that's when we heard Christy loudly banging on the front door to be let in. She was crying hysterically and was trying to talk but couldn't. She was obviously very distressed, and we thought that she had been attacked. When she eventually did calm down, which was sometime later that evening, she told me what had happened. She said that she was walking down Langley Lane when she looked over at the tree and saw a figure hanging from it. She said that the figure was glowing white and had a bend in its neck, like its neck had been broken. She then proceeded to run all the way home, which was a distance of about a quarter of a mile. She did not want to tell her brother, as she thought he would not believe her. Having had experiences myself, I am open-minded and certainly don't feel like she made it up. She has always stood by her story. I was looking at your haunted places in Houston, Texas. I grew up there. I came across the Jefferson Davis Hospital, and it reminded me of something. Once after a good night of hanging out, a group of friends and I decided to go and check it out. When we got there, I immediately felt unwanted. My skin crawled with fear. I kept telling everyone that we were not welcome there. We were only equipped with several lighters, so the shadows were unbelievable. We kept hearing people talk, thinking it was someone else in the hospital. Someone would call out, but nobody would answer. I kept feeling something touch my back, thinking it was my boyfriend. I turned around, but he was a couple of feet away from me. The entire time I was there, I kept telling him that we needed to leave. My friends got annoyed with me, so we decided to leave. As we were leaving the building, I was holding my boyfriend's hand, and something shoved me. I fell so hard that I twisted my ankle. It was swollen for weeks, and my doctor couldn't tell me why. Nothing was broken. It finally healed after 6 months. I still have problems with my ankle to this day. I have an experience that I would like to submit to the website. I've attached it below. After my encounter one late night in August with my sister, I found out that we'd always been around ghosts. My family has moved 5 times, and in every place, there had been at least one ghost there with us. When I lived in Texas, I moved from Houston to San Antonio. In that move, A ghost that we'd had for a year followed us to our new apartment. After living there for about a year, we discovered a new ghost. This one would hold the bathroom doors closed and knock over items we had on display. The event that completely changed my view of the paranormal happened in August of 2001. It was the early hours of the morning, about 4 a.m., and for some reason, I couldn't sleep. My older sister was on her computer, and she found a bunch of old music files she had downloaded for her history of rock class. Then she came across a Britney Spears parody song, downloaded from a radio station's website. The song itself was actually an E-clip, about 30 to 40 seconds long. We played it, and for some reason the file was corrupt. The words were garbled, playing in a slow, deep, incomprehensible voice. I had chills listening to it play, and when I looked at the counter, it had been playing for over a minute. My sister finally turned it off. She was just as spooked as I was. We moved on, laughing about the look on each other's face. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard 3 soft, solid pounds in the back wall in the far back of the apartment. Neither one of us said a word. We just listened, trying to explain away in our minds. We lived on the 2nd floor and shared only one wall, and that was not it. Another couple seconds passed by, and the banging jumped to the one long wall we shared, still towards the back of the apartment, but getting closer. We couldn't help but to stare at each other. After that one, we finally decided to ask others if she'd heard that. Of course we heard the same thing, and not a minute later, the banging jumped to the room next to us, on the same wall. 3 solid bangs escalating in amplitude. My heart was racing, waiting for the next set, afraid of where it would jump next. A couple of minutes passed, and just as it began to calm down, and blame the banging on the maintenance worker that we shared the wall with, the banging suddenly jumped forward to the wall behind the computer. I looked above me to see the ceiling light shaking. Moments later, the banging shot across the room to the balcony. It sounded as if the entire wall was pounded on with one giant fist. 3 echoing pounds later, everything stopped. I checked the sliding doors, and they were locked, thankfully. We both ran into my mother's room, and somehow she was still sleeping. She hadn't heard a thing. That was something I never understood. My baby brother was in the same room with her, door closed, and he heard a soft rumble, and my mother heard nothing. After that experience, I've always been a little on edge. I always think about what would have happened if I'd left the sliding doors unlocked that night, and what the thing was trying to get in. One thing I know for sure is that my ghost from Houston left that night, and the one already there seemed to get more active. Everyone started to hear their name being called, even when no one was around. Luckily, no one ever attempted to communicate with whatever it was. As a matter of fact, we rarely began to answer unless we saw the person who was calling us. 2 years later, after I finished high school, we moved to Iowa when I was accepted to college, and so far, we have not had any strange paranormal occurrences. "8 years ago, myself, my husband, and my brother lived at this home. We were told by the neighbor that no one ever lasts, and we didn't either. Not because of the haunting, but because we needed to come back to Massachusetts for family reasons. Anyway, we lived in this house for 9 months. We were told the AC was broken, and in the Valley of Folsom it gets very hot, but not in our living room. It was always very cool in that part of the home. On one occasion, I was in the bathroom, and after my shower, I was looking towards the mirror, and I saw an orange blur over my shoulder. I turned to look, but it wasn't there. It looked as though it was a face, and it would have been standing at the right height, to where a head would be on a grown man. After a few weeks, I mentioned it to my brother and my husband, and my brother relayed a story about one night, while sound asleep, he was awoken by a very large thud on his bed. He said it felt like a bowling ball had landed on the bed, like someone sat down. He said he was too scared to look, so he fell back to sleep. After a few more months, we found out that the house used to belong to the town doctor that treated inmates from the Folsom prison back in the 1800s. After putting all the info together, we realized we were living in a haunted home. I was hoping to see other stories about the house on this website, but maybe my story will start to flow. When I was 11, my father died from a heart attack in our home. Because of the trauma on my little sister, she witnessed people trying to resuscitate him. Our mother decided to move. We ended up moving just a little bit further down the road, into an older house that had been built in the early 70s. The owner of the house also died in the house many years before. It was a 2-story house, and the bottom level was made of cinder block. I'm guessing because of this, it was the reason that it was always cold downstairs. Luck or unluck would have it that the bottom level would be mine and my sister's rooms. It always was a creepy feeling downstairs. It always felt like you were being watched, but I always just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Me and my sister both felt uncomfortable in the downstairs area. It consisted of our 2 rooms, a laundry room, and a cellar. One morning, when I was 14, I was standing in front of my dresser and putting on my makeup. Then, I heard a voice come up to my right ear and whisper my name. The fact that on my right side was a wall really freaked me out. I ran upstairs and asked my mom had she called for me. She told me that she had not. I hated sleeping in that room from that time on, and always tried to sleep with the light on, even though it drove my mom nuts. My sister had a similar experience. I was staying at my friend's house one night, and my sister went upstairs to make sure the door leading outside was closed. She said that as she went to place her foot on the bottom step, she said something came up to her and whispered my name. She said that she also experienced things being thrown in the dark when there was no one to throw them, such as a sock. My mom lives there by herself now, and as far as I know, she has never had anything odd happen to her. But whenever I visit, she knows that I will not sleep in the lower bedrooms. I still feel odd in the lower level, but not as bad as I used to. If anyone has any thoughts or suggestions on this, I would love to hear it. Feel free to email me. Hi, I'm 40 years old, and this story is very true. When my brother, sister, and I were young, about 7, 8, or 9, maybe even younger, we used to see what we would call the brown man. He was brown from head to toe. We came to the conclusion he was a shadow spirit, but with a literal brown look, not tucking skin, but visibly brown. His hat, his face, his clothes, and his shoes were all brown, different shades, but all brown. We would see him periodically and take off running when we did, but our parents never would see him. We'd walk from the kitchen and turn the corner, and he'd just be standing there. Sometimes we'd hear the toilet set drop. Just little things. After we grew up, my sister was about 25 when she had her first child. She had a girl. My sister's daughter used to what we thought talk to herself when she was about 2 or 3 years old, and my sister decided it was time to ask her who she was talking to, and her daughter told her, Mr. Burgess. This went on for some time. She would play, have tea parties, and sing with him just about every time she was in my parents' home. Well, one day, my niece asked my sister why Mr. Burgess wore brown all the time. Needless to say, that really shook us up because we thought we saw the brown man. We would tease each other and say, the brown man's behind you, and get a real kick out of it. I've since had 3 children, and my sister another daughter, but they've never come in contact or ever seen the brown man.
We live in a haunted house. It is really not bad once you get used to it. In fact, at times, when there's no activity, you can actually get a little lonesome for them. We moved here in 1982. It wasn't long after we settled into our new house that we bumped into the former owner at the local church. She asked us if we had seen the ghost. We didn't know what she was talking about. She said it sometimes appears in the front bedroom, our daughter's room, as a shadowy figure of a woman in a rocking chair. Our daughter overheard us talking about it and she said, "Oh, that must be the lady who sits in the chair at my desk at night. She doesn't bother me, just sits there kind of watching after me." We had noticed some strange things in the house, but put them off to natural causes such as the reoccurring footsteps in the hardwood floors after we went to bed, the strange way the television would turn on and off by itself, other electric appliances doing funny things, and objects disappearing then turning up somewhere else, but we dismissed the idea of it being ghosts until one late night. My wife woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, so she went to the kitchen to get a drink. When she got to the living room, she saw someone in the shadows in the middle of the room. Thinking one of the kids had gotten out of bed, she hollered, "Get your butt back in bed." The figure streaked off and disappeared. It didn't go around the sofa, it went through the sofa. It didn't walk, it glided. It was the figure of a woman with long black hair. The kids were sound asleep in their beds. My wife came back to bed without her water. My first experience with her was about 10 p.m. one night. I was walking home from next door, and as I approached the driveway, I saw a figure of a woman walking in the drive. She was cutting across the edge of the lawn on the north side of my shop about 20 feet away. The light on the north side of the shop was on, illuminating her faintly. I could make out no details of her, only a dark figure of a slender woman walking briskly towards our house from the west. As I got in range of the motion detector light on the east side of my workshop, it came on. The figure vanished. This phantom female I saw matched the description of the dark woman other family members have seen in our house. But the dark woman is not the only spirit in our home. We have discovered there are others. Some are shy and reclusive. Some are a little mischievous and playful. They like to play with stuff, just to let you know they are there, I think. They hide things. You put something down and a minute later it is gone. You search all over and then find it right back where you laid it in the first place. They turn things on and off. TVs, radios, just about anything, even water faucets. One morning, my son went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Dad, come here. I went into the kitchen to see what was wrong. "What's this all about?" my son asked. He was standing back from the sink, pointing to the faucet which was running full blast. My wife was standing beside him. "The knob is turned off, but it's still running," he said. We stood and watched it for a minute. Figuring a faulty valve, I started to walk towards the sink to try to turn it off by myself, and suddenly, it just stopped. Turned off all by itself. I looked it over, turned it on, and then turned it back off again. It worked fine. I checked the valves the next day, and everything was functioning properly and has worked fine since. TVs are a real favorite. I was waking up from a nap one evening when I heard the television on in the living room. I assumed my son was home and was watching a movie. As I arose, I heard the television turn off. When I went into the living room, the lights were off, the television was off, the door was still locked, and my son was not there. My wife and I were the only people in the house, and she was still sleeping. I turned on the television, and the same movie I had heard from the bedroom was playing. Radios are popular with them too. On another occasion with my wife, my daughter and I were watching television in the living room. All of a sudden, the CD player comes on and starts playing a CD at high volume. My wife got up and turned it off. Reaction from all of us was very casual. "Go to grandma's if you want to listen to music. We are watching TV," I jokingly said out loud. At the time, my mother was living in a mobile home behind the property. My sister was staying with her. I found out the next day they took my suggestion to heart. My sister called. "I went out to go to work," she said. "The radio in the van was playing. I thought someone left it on. Oh great, now the battery will be dead," I thought. Then I realized the radio doesn't work unless the key is on. I was holding the key in my hand. That's weird, I thought. I unlocked the door and I reached in to turn off the radio and it was already off. It quit playing when I touched it, so I put the keys in the ignition and turned on the radio and it came on. I turned off the ignition and it went off. Ignition on, radio on. Ignition off, radio off. Does not work without a key. How is it playing without the key in the ignition and the knob turned off?" she asked. We have all gotten used to our ghosts now. Our children have grown up around them and have their own stories. Their friends and ours have all been scared out of their wits a time or two, but are accustomed to it now. New friends take a little time to get acclimated though. My son was in his teenage years and most of his friends knew about our house. His new friend Jason did not though. My wife and I had gone out for the evening and my son was having a party. All his friends were over. Everyone was having a good time but Jason. He was tired. Jason was new to Tommy's parties. Jason was also new to our house. If he had known about the things that happened here, he might have not left the main group and gone to the game room where it was quiet. Most of our friends know and have experienced eerie things while here with enough frequency that it really doesn't surprise them. But Jason was new, ripe picklings from a mischievous ghost. So Jason left the party and went into the game room by himself, where he laid on the floor to get a little rest. My son and his friends were only a little surprised to see Jason run into the living room pale and frightened. "The pinball machine," Jason said. "Flash Gordon, it came on all by itself and started playing itself. There's nobody in there, and it just came on and started playing." "Yeah, so?" responded my son's other friend, who was so accustomed to such things here. "Flash was Philip's favorite machine," my son explained casually. "Philip was our nephew who died in an accident a short time before." "He was probably just enjoying a round of pinball," said my son. "He is a nice guy. He won't bother you." Everyone went on about having fun, except for Jason. He stuck close to the group for the rest of the night, but he never came back to our house. There have been times when these spirits have saved the day for us. We once awoke to find a fire had started on our patio by a candle left burning when we went to bed. About 15 square feet of one wall covered in rattan was charred from the flames, but somehow, mysteriously, it had gone out by itself. The dry rattan, though very flammable, had just stopped burning. This was not the only time. It had only been a couple of weeks since we buried my wife's brother, Virgil. Tragically, he was killed by a car while walking home. My wife had been cleaning out his mobile home next door. A terrible task, but she faced it with courage and fortitude. Sometimes I think she is operating on automatic pilot. She came home and told me, "I saw him, Virgil. He was just standing there in the doorway of his trailer while I was sorting out his things. He said nothing. Then he disappeared." A few days after that, my dad came into the shop where I was working. "Do you know the door on Virgil's mobile home is open?" he asked. "No," I replied. "I'll check it out." The home was vacant since Virgil died. We were watching his property while probate proceeded. I walked over and saw the front door ajar. I feared the worst, that the vacant home had been broken into. We were careful to lock the door, and no one else had a key. I carefully entered the premises. The overwhelming odor was unmistakable. Propane, strong. I had to exit immediately. A gas leak. The house was full of it. I went to the rear of the home and found the main gas valve. I turned it off. Covering my mouth, I entered the home again. Quickly, I began opening windows. I could not stay in there for very long. "I can't believe this place didn't blow up," I said to myself. "It's a good thing the front door was open, but how did the front door get open anyway?" Sometimes they go with us. Sort of a spirit field trip, I suppose. In 1998, my wife and I took on extra jobs. I was managing and bartending at a local hotel bar, and my wife was the cocktail waitress. I guess they got lonesome for us. No one at home to pester and all. Maybe just bored.
so they started going to work with us. We were at the lounge. It started out small. TV on, TV off, glasses doing funny stuff, that sort of thing. We had closed for the night. It was clean up time. I was walking to the kitchen when I heard a noise from the juice box. The pages of cards, which show the selections, were flipping on their own. Page after page flipped, all in one direction, then it would switch and go back the other direction. This was just the start. They seemed to prefer after hours at the bar. We were cleaning up one night when we decided the small table and chairs would look better if I moved them farther away from the pool table. I moved them over near the dance floor. I proceeded to clean the rest of the bar. When I turned around, the table and chairs we moved are back in their original positions by the pool table. The next night we decided to mess with them. After closing, we rearranged the entire setup in the bar, tables, chairs, everything. Then we went to my office, got our stuff together to go home, and walked out to find everything back where it was originally. What had taken us a couple of hours to do, they had accomplished in a few minutes. We have lived here in the magic spot about 25 years now. I have notebooks full of activity, notes about ghostly occurrences, sightings, etc. We have never tried photography, but being an artist, I've done paintings of some of the entities we have here. We also experience really odd weather patterns, most often in the winter. Radios and televisions, actually just about any electronic device, is likely to act up when used here, and we have learned more about the history of this area. A local Native American medicine man once told me this place gives them the willies. Teenagers refer to this place and the surrounding area as the magic spot and have many stories about it. Over the years, we have actually had a good relationship with our ghosts, though at times mischievous. For the most part, they just go about their own business and we do the same. We do at times bump into each other, however. Sometimes it is as much surprise to them as it is to us. Sometimes it is nice to have them around. Other times it can be quite frightening. I was actually surprised one late night, and it and I streaked off in opposite directions. I don't know which of us was more surprised. They have become as much a part of our home as our family members. It wouldn't be the same without them. As the youngest of 5 children, all boys, and the son of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, supernatural followers will know that means a white witch. I've seen many strange things. I and my brothers grew up in what would be described as a haunted house. At a very young age, I loved to play in my parents' bedroom, which overlooked the landing, first 2 steps, and small landing at the top of the stairs. On an almost daily basis, I saw shadows walking along the landing. They were not ordinary shadows. These were floating. They were not cast on the wall, but were in midair, but I could see through them. As I got older, they seemed to happen less frequently. I still see these shadows occasionally, out of the corner of my eye. In the early 80s, my brothers discovered the Ouija board method of entertainment, which heralded some very interesting results. On one such session on the Ouija board, the spirit known to us as Paraga put us in touch with a chap called Ray with a message for my father. I can't remember the surname that we were given, but we passed the message on to my father, who accused us of conspiring with my mother to try to persuade him that Ouija board works. Of course, this was simply not the case. It turned out that his friend Ray had committed suicide while my eldest brother was very young. Therefore, it would be impossible for us to know anything about it unless we were told by someone. We simply had no knowledge prior to the session of events that had taken place so many years before. On another occasion, when I was 11 or 12, we had a very strange encounter. My mother and father were out for the evening, and my brothers were left to look after me. The session took place in the dining room, which had one exit into the kitchen. From the kitchen, you could exit to the hall towards the front door, or a door latch with one bolt lock to the back garden and side entrance to the property. There was a window looking into the garden that the strange phenomena took place in. It was a strange session that seemed to pick up an angry persona. All of a sudden, there was a bluish glowing light out the back of the house, and the window started to shake violently. As we made a mad dash for the kitchen, the door to the back garden also started to shake violently. We all ran for our lives out the front door and scattered in all directions up and down the road. There was snow on the ground, and I was dressed in PJs and no shoes. It was almost half an hour and much deliberation before we returned to the house and went in. There were no signs of any strange happenings. We used playing cards with letters drawn on the back, and yes and no written on separate cards and numbers in the middle of the table in a row, and some excellent shaped wine glasses that were virtually impossible to push. In an early experiment, the glass zoomed round and round with great speed. All of a sudden, it left the table lifting up to the top corner of the room and smashing into small pieces. Even the stem and base broke into pieces, the biggest the size of your little fingernail. Anyone who has ever broken a wine glass will know it takes a tremendous force to break the stem and base to that extent. In 1985, at the age of 15, I was walking home to the family home around 10 p.m. from a friend's house. It was a wet and windy night, and I walked with the collar up on my coat with my chin tucked into the top of my zip, only looking up every now and then to see where I was going. There is a small village in the outskirts of the city, just down the road from the family home. I was walking towards the village, where I would have to turn right to go in the right direction to get home. Approximately 1,000 yards before the road I was walking along came to an end, there's a 10-story block of flats, and next to that, a retirement home. As you get nearer to the end of the road, approximately 500 yards from the end, there was a row of attendant bungalow flats going along the road I was approaching and intending to turn right towards home. To the left was a large grass area between them and the main road. I passed the end bungalow flat, heading to the T-junction with the grass area to my left and approximately 100 yards of space all around me to the nearest object, some small bushes. All of a sudden, I saw a pair of brown shoes come into view a couple of steps in front of me. Startled, I looked up to see an elderly gentleman in front of me. I took a step sideways and went around him. Something struck me as strange, and after a few more steps, I turned around to see nobody behind me. There was absolutely no way that the old man walking slowly with a walking stick could possibly have moved quick enough to get behind something to obscure him from my view in such a short time. In fact, the distance between me and the nearest object was too great for Ben Johnson at his prime to reach before I turned around. It wasn't until I thought about it while walking home that it struck me what it was that was so strange about the gentleman when I first laid eyes on him. Despite being quite persistent, rain and strong wind driving the rain, the man was dry and there were no drops hitting him. He was all dressed in brown shoes, suit, and flat cap. I can't remember the color of his shirt or if he was wearing a tie, but I will never forget his face as he smiled a gentle smile of thanks as he moved out of his way. His features were very clear. I've never seen him since. This village was quite a friendly community where most people knew everyone else, but I did not recognize this gentleman. There were many strange things that happened in the family home, from power cuts that were localized to just our house and the whole street. We had electricity meters that took coins to pay for the electricity supply. If the electricity went out, it should need to be topped up by popping a coin in the slot. Even after putting money in the meter, the electricity would not work. It would be found to have been switched off, and in those days, there were no such things as circuit breakers that would trip the switch. When my father knocked out the dining room window to put in a patio door, we found 3 patio negatives of an old gypsy man. The first of him, out the front of his caravan. Another of him stood on the caravan steps, and the last of him laid out dead. We intended to have them developed. They were missing from the place we put them. We assumed they fell down behind the kitchen cabinet where they were left. When the kitchen was remodeled, there was no signs of them, and other things we assumed had fallen down behind the cabinets. On many occasions, I've told certain people to answer the phone because it was for them, and it was. The problem was the phone had not actually rung until after I had told them, but within a few seconds. I can't explain it, but it still happens. It was in October of 2004, around 3:30 in the morning. I was slowly waking and was in the state where I could hear the TV, but wasn't quite awake. I remember having this eerie, scared feeling, and in my sleep started singing Jesus Loves Me, the old childhood Sunday school song. Anyways, I remember feeling a presence on my legs, real heavy, and I felt something was watching me. I snapped awake and moved, and the thing made a swooshing noise, and my cat even looked up in the air where this went over my head and out the door. I was on the couch and the front door was behind me. My cat was acting funny even before this, and at times, I would come home and feel a nervous, scared feeling like someone was in the house. That's when I saw it. It was the silhouette of the Hat Man. I looked petrified, and I couldn't just shake the feeling.
It was almost inside my head, like it was screaming voices at me. The voices released from the Hat Man into my head were all mumbled, so I couldn't really understand any of them. A split second later, there is silence, and the Hat Man slowly fades into the abyss, actually fading into the TV screen once and for all. I don't know if this has anything to do with the paranormal, or if I'm just losing my mind. Was it sleep paralysis? Was the Hat Man real? Or was it just all in my imagination? I have no idea, but I'm kind of hoping and praying to God and Jesus that this doesn't even exist and that I'm all hallucinating this just to make myself feel better. As I previously stated, my cat has even noticed weird things that have occurred in this house, and I'm just not sure what to trust anymore. Are my senses going crazy? Am I just in touch with the paranormal? Am I opening up another portal to the paranormal dimension in which beings and spirits, including the Hat Man, come to greet me with demonic images and voices in my head? I don't know, but I'm just hoping that I will never find out the true answer to this mystery. Thank you so much for reading. I know it's short, but thank you. In my life, my family and I had numerous paranormal incidents. There were always heavy footsteps, sounding like a person in boots upstairs in the attic. Sometimes I heard them coming down the stairs or on the front porch at night, but oftentimes I had trouble keeping them. They said the TV kept going off and on. One said she saw a man in the attic through the window. My boys were afraid to sleep in their room alone sometimes because they saw people in the backyard. There were two very strange occurrences that happened in the winter of 1991. I was married at the time to a man who was abusive to my children and myself when he drank. One night, I smelled something burning in the bedroom, and the bed was smoldering. I woke up my husband, and he pulled the mattress off the bed. There was a burning area right in the bottom of the top mattress. He had not been smoking in bed, and wouldn't have been there anyway. Another night, I took the kids to get ice cream. When I got back, the doors were all deadbolted and windows locked to where I couldn't get in. I looked through a crack in a curtain and saw my husband lying unconscious on the floor, and the heavy dining room table was turned over. The phone was dangling from the wall. I pried open a window and climbed in. I called for an ambulance and called the police. My husband was taken to the hospital, and the police detective was totally baffled. Later, my husband said that he was talking on the phone to his mother when he was hit hard from behind and knocked out. His mother called to check in on what had happened, saying they had been talking, she heard noises, and he was no longer there. I felt like maybe we had a ghost that was protective towards us, but angry with my husband for his actions. I usually felt safe in the house, but on occasions, I was very frightened. After my husband and I divorced, I felt the need to move. While checking out the history of the house later, I found that it was originally owned by a doctor who kept his ill patients in his home with him. This was in the early 1900s, around 1907. After he left, there was a terrible train wreck just outside of town where some Mexican immigrants and a couple of local workers were killed in a train collision. Their bodies were badly burned and thrown into a massive grave, which turned out to be in the back acre of our yard. I feel certain that we had multiple spirits, though before this time, I never believed in ghosts. I was visiting California on a school trip. My friends and I were hanging out in the hotel's hot tub. We were playing Truth or Dare. I was dared to leave the hot tub and dive into the cold pool, then run back to the hot tub. I got out and went to the edge of the pool. Looking at the clear water, I dove in. Next thing I knew, I was face to face with a dead body. He was face down at the bottom of the pool. It was like it was slow motion. He turned to me with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes and stared into my eyes. He was missing his left eye. I was scared. I breathed in to scream and breathed in water. I pushed through the dead man on accident, and in my struggle to get to the top, I was thrashing around quite a bit. A friend came and helped me out. Panting, I said I didn't feel like playing anymore. Me and my two friends went back to our hotel room. One friend was taking a shower, and my other friend was watching TV. We noticed our phone blinking. We checked the messages. We had 362 messages. We were only out for an hour. We had no way to trace the calls. No one even knew our hotel phone number. We listened to the first few messages. They seemed like they were all blank. Finally, we heard something.
One word, hell. This freaked me out. I haven't told about the man at the bottom of the pool. I tried to downplay the message. Later that night, we went to sleep. I don't recall any of this next part, but my friend said that at 3 a.m. I got up, turned on the curling iron, and turned on the faucet. I then hit my head really hard on the headboard of the bed and went back to sleep. I woke up that morning with nothing but an eerie feeling, which was soon forgotten since the next day we went to Disneyland. A week later, we drove home. The thought of this man still terrified me. I just pushed it to the back of my mind and continued on. I did not believe he wanted to harm or scare me though. Weeks went by. I remember doing chores around the house. I was putting laundry away in my mother's room. Her dresser has a huge mirror. After placing the clothes in the drawer, I looked up into the mirror. Standing behind me in the back of the room was this man. I could see him very clearly. He was young, long blondish hair. His skin was grayed and almost green, waterlogged, and a little wet looking. His good eye was brown, and where his other eye should have been was just a hole. It seemed to go on forever. It was almost hypnotizing. I noticed this all in an instant, because when I turned around, this young man turned and walked away. I sensed that his name was William. I didn't see William for a very long time, although I felt him following me. Our house began to change. Radios would turn on when they weren't even plugged in. A music box would start to play randomly. Shelves would fall off the wall. Everyone noticed it. Everyone was afraid. I wasn't. Years went by. I started to feel a difference over me. At night, I would wake up to voices in my room, like a crowded room where you could hear only a few words that made sense. I tried to ignore the voices. Sometimes, I would wake up with a single voice in my ear talking to me. They seemed to never make sense. It was like the end of a sentence or the beginning. I remember waking up one night. I felt scared for the rest of the time. It was very late at night. I knew no one was awake. A blue light was outside my closed door. My door began to shake very violently, but the beads on my door didn't even sway. I kept all of this to myself. Who wanted to tell their friends and family they heard voices in their head and see people in swimming pools? I don't think so. Later that year, I moved out and started going to college. My family said that since I left, the strange happenings seemed to have moved out when I did. Strangely, my roommate said that since I moved in, strange things started happening. Pictures falling off the walls, TVs turning on, shadows, and the feeling of being watched. I still heard voices at night, but never anything scary. I learned to live with it all. Now, in 2009, I'm married. I still hear voices at night, but they're making more sense now. Sometimes the voices say things to me like, "Get out, I'm not kidding, get out," and laughing followed. Evil laughing. I tried to go back to sleep. One night, a few weeks ago, I woke up feeling like someone was in the room with me, a different energy than my husband's. I looked up and saw a dark figure standing over me. My dog started barking and growling like crazy. The dark figure turned his head and walked out the closed door. I went back to sleep and woke up to a voice telling me, "Your destiny will be at the Valley of Thunder, then all the voices shall be heard." I haven't ignored that one. Sometimes, I will go to Yosemite National Park, Valley of Thunder, and see what my destiny is. It just doesn't seem right yet. 2 nights ago, I had a dream. William came to me. He didn't say anything, but I sensed he was telling me it was okay, not to be afraid of him. I feel as if since I've met William, I've become sensitive to spirits and energies. I've met other spirits beside William. I feel as if now I have the ability to read energies and sense thoughts. I almost regard William as a friend. As an avid EVP researcher and long-haul truck driver, I've had many opportunities to get EVP recordings from all over the country. My research has revealed some startling results lately. On the 20th of January this year, an EVP has attached itself to me somehow. Now, no matter where I am or where I go, this EVP named Desmond Heathers is in every recording I make on my Olympus digital voice recorder. Even when I'm traveling down the road at 65 miles per hour, Desmond is there ready to talk when I turn on my recorder.
I know a lot about them and where he is now. One startling development occurred when I asked Desmond if he knew anyone that I knew. He said, "Yes, Joe." I said, "Joe, my brother?" He said, "No, Joe who is with me." I asked him if Joe was with us now, and he said, "He is in you now." So I asked, "Joe, are you there?" And I got this voice in the recording that was very deep and gruff sounding. I can only say it sounded like Mr. T from the TV show The A-Team. Joe said, "Go away, leave me alone." Well, I don't communicate with those who don't want to, so I just do what I always do with the ones I get who I don't think deserve my attention. I just ignore them. Here's where the story takes a strange turn. The week after that, I was talking to my doctor about a fatigue problem I've been having lately. Nothing serious, just tired during the times of the day I don't think I should be. He asked if I was sleeping okay, and I said I tend to wake up several times during the night. He recommended I get a sleep study done. After finding the only sleep research center within 100 miles of where I live, I was told the study would cost an excess of $1,600 for one night. Well, I thought this was ridiculous, so I figured I would do it myself. I was on the road the night I decided to do my sleep study, and set up my digital voice recorder and DV camera on the sleeper of my big rig. I fell asleep within 15 minutes. When I reviewed the recordings the next morning, I was so startled at what I had recorded, I could hardly listen to it. The recording revealed that I snore rather loudly. What was startling, though, was the EVP Joe was using my snoring sound to speak to me in my sleep. With every rattling snore, he formed words. He said things like, "Don't you know you love me? Don't leave me. Don't wake up. I'm not done yet. Don't you remember me from the Navy? You know you're listening to me. You know you love me. How did I get in here? What happened to me? I need you. I'm just jealous of you, Tony. Tony, please, help me." Not just that night either. Every night I've recorded, he's talking to me in my sleep. It concerns me because I don't know if there may be some subliminal influence with him talking in my sleep like that every night. I think I know him. I vaguely recall a friend I had in the Navy named Joe back in 1980. I remember feeling sorry for the guy because of his drinking problem and was always trying to help him when he got in trouble. I used to buy him gifts for his birthday and Christmas because his family wanted nothing to do with him. Other than that, I can't recall very much about him. When I asked him how long he has known Desmond, he said about 5 years. That's how long Desmond told me he's been dead. Actually, Desmond didn't even know he was dead until I convinced him he was. He kept trying to tell me he was alive. So I asked what it looked like where he was, and what did he see around him. He said nothing but a faint amber and turquoise colored light that was all around him. He desperately wants out of there. He says he can see me sometimes. One day, when I was sitting at my office desk at home, I asked him if he could see me, and he said he could. So I reached in my pocket and pulled out a $20 bill and asked if he could see what I had in my hand. He said $1. Thinking it was just a lucky guess on his part, I dropped the bill and picked up a Bic lighter. I then asked again, "What am I holding in my hand right now?" And he said, "A light." I reached in my desk for it and had my hand closed around it so I couldn't even see it. How did he know? Many times Desmond will ask if I can see him. I've never been able to do so I got out my digital camera and asked if he would let me take pictures of him. He said, "I will try." I told him where to be in my living room at home while I snapped a few dozen pictures. Nothing showed up on review, so I asked if he would mind trying something else. I explained what white noise was to him, and he was already familiar with it. He helps me to adjust the levels and spectrums of white noise to be able to hear him better. I explained that I could generate a different type of noise that is not audible, but that I might be able to see him with. So I set up my DV camera to form a video feedback loop with my Sony Trinton 32-inch TV, manually adjusting the focus in such a way that the feedback picture was focused on the pixels on the screen, as it oscillated slightly due to some technical reason I can't explain now. After talking with Desmond during the setup and adjustment period, I told him where I thought he could best try to show himself. Desmond appeared to me only once for about 2 seconds in the video. He had very plain symmetrical features and was shown from the waist up. He seemed to be in his mid-30s with dark sunken eyes. He was wearing a bowler hat and a 1940s type jacket with wide rounded lapels with an open shirt that had no collar. Further research with Desmond shows he can see me and some things around me when his energy level is high. For example, I can give him instructions on how to travel somewhere. One time I showed him a map on my Microsoft Streets and Tips and showed him the same roads and satellite photos taken from Google Earth. With this information, I am able to ask him to get a specific place and get information I desire. One time I sent him to the Powerball lottery drawing headquarters located at Urbandale Drive in Urbandale, Iowa, to see if he could see the Powerball numbers being drawn 6 hours before the draw. I have reason to believe he is not bound by time as we know it, and thought he could travel through different threads of time and different timelines. Well, I asked him to go and do this one for me, after about an hour of instruction on what to look for and how to get there. Then, when I asked if he was ready, he said, "I'll try. Then, I'll be right back." He returned in approximately 30 minutes and gave me some numbers. I was all excited and purchased our ticket. Later the next day I went to check the ticket and realized I had sent him on the wrong day. I explained to Desmond how sorry I was for the mistake and how much time and energy we wasted. I asked him what the numbers were he gave me because he was there 24 hours too early to see the actual drawing and realized he must have witnessed one of the practice draws they do to check out the machines. Lately, I've been having some other problems. I injured my back seriously at work and have not had the desire to record anymore due to my pain and medication. I've been recovering well and expect my research to continue. My new job doesn't offer me as much travel and time to do the things I'd like. I just hope when I start recording again, Desmond and Joe will let some other people talk to me. I wanted to share my experience with you guys. I'm not sure what it means or anything, but if you do make it to the end of the story, you can decide for yourself and let me know what you think. One night when I was 13, I couldn't sleep, so I tried to turn the other way, on my side, to try to get myself comfy. As I turned around, I saw a figure of a woman against the wall in front of me. She was kind of a black figure, and she seemed to have a hunchback and a hump on her back from the way she was standing. This, of course, freaked me out, especially since I was only 13 at the time. I lay in shock and not knowing what to do, and after like 2 seconds, I put my head under the covers and called for my mom. She came in, and I was really afraid to tell her in case she thought I was crazy, so I just told her that I had a really bad dream. I was definitely not asleep. I couldn't sleep for a few nights as it freaked me out so much. This kind of went away after a few weeks, and I was gradually able to sleep again. However, a few weeks after this had happened, I was getting pains in my back and I went to the doctors to get scans and things. I then found out I had sclerosis, curvature of the spine. I eventually started getting a slight hump in my back because of this. It has been 10 years since I saw this woman, but I can never get it out of my mind. I've since told my mom about this and she seemed freaked out about it as well. I'm not sure what this means, or if it was a ghost or spirit trying to tell me something. I have no idea, but it really did freak me out. This is just a short experience I had at about 17. A group of 4 friends and I were sitting at my house, bored out of our minds. My buddy Joey, not his real name, was literally banging his head against the wall out of boredom. Tommy, also not his real name, was reading a book he brought. His sister Alexis, of course not her real name either, was teasing my dog with a flashlight. Henry had his earbuds blaring. Finally, my friend Annie was on my laptop looking for something that might be fun. Annie came across a story a few guys had posted on a ghost website about an abandoned local farm. They posted how they went exploring the farm and got the hell scared out of them by a black figure. Annie is into the paranormal and asked if we wanted to investigate it. I said sure, better than sitting around waiting for my dog to bite Alexis for teasing him. The others agreed, so we hopped into my truck. It's a single cab with 3 seats. The girls rode in the cab with me, while Henry, Joey, and Tommy rode in the truck bed. I didn't believe in ghosts. If someone told me they saw a ghost, I would have to say stop watching Scooby-Doo and return to reality. Annie told me how to get there with the directions the guys posted on the ghost site. When we arrived, we all hopped out and walked up to the gate. We hopped the gate and started talking about where to go. We agreed to split up. Tommy and Joey were with Alexis. They went to the old barn, while Annie was with Henry and I. We went into the 2-story farmhouse. I looked in the upstairs window. All the glass looked like it had been smashed out of the windows. The house looked wrecked. It looked like whoever lived there had been a hoarder. While Henry and I were exploring, we heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. We were intrigued, so we took off upstairs. When we got to the 2nd floor, it was empty. While walking down the stairs, I felt like someone had been pushing me. I was mad. My right shoulder was cut thanks to the old wooden steps I had twisted my ankle on. I asked Annie and Henry, "What the hell are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to kill me?" Annie said she and Henry were in the bedroom to the right, looking through some of the old junk when they heard me scream, and they came running. Henry held me up, and we were about to leave when we heard something slam hard in the kitchen. We went in and saw a toolbox we had seen on the table on the floor with various tools around it. Henry said no way in hell that toolbox had a damn padlock on it. We all looked around the lock. It was on the table now, besides where the toolbox used to be. Henry tried to get in the toolbox earlier, but the lock prevented him. We heard footsteps upstairs again. Annie said screw this and ran outside along Henry while I hobbled out. The jerks left me behind. When we were out of the house, we saw Alexis, Tommy, and Joey. They were panting out of breath and looked terrified. We asked what happened. Alexis said that they saw a black figure with red eyes and it charged at them. We all heard a loud snarl like a big dog, and we took off towards my truck on the way there and said, "Look." In one of the upstairs windows, we saw 2 glowing eyes go from the middle of the window to the top. Then they separated. One went left and one went right. We all hopped the fence and peeled out of there as fast as everyone could.
I'm not currently experiencing any hauntings, but I do have a tale of a spiritual encounter. I will begin by prefecting story with the events leading up to the event. My grandfather passed away in hospice care in July 2000. I spent his last night on earth with him, holding his hand and reading the Bible to him, which was his favorite literature. He was an artist and a carpenter, and spent his last remaining years up in his home carving beautiful artwork out of wood. He loved his simple life and carved because he wanted to, never once selling his museum quality work. He would only give it away to anyone who truly appreciated it. At 88, he was about 80% deaf and completely blind in one eye, and nearly blind in the other. After a stroke 6 months earlier, his health declined quickly, and he simply gave up on life. As he lay in the bed, I sang to him, although he probably could not hear me or even knew that I was there, and he was in a coma-like state with his eyes open. He had stopped eating, and he was severely underweight, and it was hard for me to see him like that, knowing how much he loved life and living. Many times he cried in his last few years, saying that he loved his life and didn't want to die. During his last living moments with me, I looked down into his distant, foggy eyes, knowing he couldn't hear or see me, and told him that the baby goose that he held at my house the last time he visited had grown up now and had 4 babies of her own. His eyes filled up with tears and turned red, and his mouth began to quiver as if he was trying to say something. He hadn't spoken in nearly 2 weeks. His love for animals and nature transcended through his limitations that night. I knew he would probably die that night, so I sat next to him with my hand on his chest, feeling his every breath and heartbeat. He didn't pass away until the next day, after I left. He was alone, which is what I didn't want. I didn't want his spirit to leave his body and to look down at an empty room. That bothered me for a long time. In an attempt to comfort ourselves, we turned to his Bible. He was much more dedicated to the word than we were ever, but knowing that it was so close to his heart, we thought it would ease our minds. My mother said to read something that he had underlined or highlighted, which is something his Bible was full of. I read the first thing I opened that was underlined. You do not have to understand the Bible to feel the power behind these words, which read, "For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout,
with the voice of the archangel and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Where there, comfort one another with these words. We all felt a chill run through us. At his wake, I waited until everyone left, and I cut a small lock of his beautiful, thick white hair and placed it in an envelope. As myself and my friend walked to the vehicle to leave, I opened the door, and a mourning dove flew into me as if trying to enter the truck with me. It injured its wings, and I brought it home. I rescue and rehabilitate small animals all the time, so I mended its wing and let it go about a week later. I took that as a sign from my grandfather, as we had that bond of loving all creatures, great and small. A couple of weeks later, in August, my best friend was at my house, and I was showing her videotapes of Papa, that is what I called him, because she had never met him. I wanted to share with her the kind of person he was. For nearly 2 hours we watched him talk about God, Leonardo da Vinci, his childhood, his 24 brothers and sisters, his beloved mother, and we saw him play his guitar and sing old, sad songs about homeless children and hobos, songs that made grown men cry, including himself. After the tape was finished, I got up to go to the kitchen for something to drink, and my friend went to the restroom. At that moment, we both heard a loud musical tone that sounded like a doorbell. Since I do not have a doorbell, we both said, "What the heck is that?" We both re-entered the living room where we had been watching the tape and searched everywhere where the sound had come from. My heart sank as I realized what it was. About 2 years earlier, I had one of those cheap doorbells that you plug into the wall, using a battery-operated button at your front door to operate the sound. I became so irritated by all the neighborhood kids ringing it that I just took the button off and put it in my piano stool. The battery had gone bad anyway. I never unplugged the part that rings. I had forgotten it was there because it was hidden behind a chair. That was eerie enough, but what really got me thinking was when I explained to my friend that I had the ringer set to only ring one long tone. To change it to the traditional two-tone ding-dong, you had to take the back off of the unit and set the switches according to the manual. Needless to say, it did ring in the ding-dong fashion. Oddly enough, it was my friend who said, "Maybe it was your grandfather saying hi." It hadn't even occurred to me. Shortly after that, I was explaining what happened to my mother on the phone, and it happened again. She could hear it, and we both fell silent. He was letting me know that his fears of leaving his family behind were pointless, and that he was with the rest of his family in heaven. I believe he was thanking me for being there for him when no one else could. It has been 3 years since his own death, and the doorbell has not rang since. Hey, my name is Maddie. Today, me and my best friend Summer had a strange encounter with a malevolent spirit. Let me explain what happened. A few months ago, me and one of my other friends, Alicia, met an 8-year-old spirit named Reese through an ouija board. She seemed like a very sweet and innocent girl. She told us at her own will, and I repeat her own will, how she met her death. She apparently got beaten to death by her abusive father. Then a few weeks went by, and I introduced Reese to my now best friend Summer. They got along very well. It didn't seem like she had any sorts of problem with her or anyone she met. The next day we were playing when we got a call from my friend Amy. Long story short, she had an encounter with a spirit named Sarah. She claimed that Sarah was a very stubborn spirit. It took her hours just to get her to say goodbye. Amy also stated that Sarah seemed like a very lonely and clingy spirit who did not want to let her go. Then we made an attempt to contact Sarah through the board. It was a success. After we talked to Sarah for a bit, we asked her if she knew Reese. Sarah suddenly stopped moving the planchette, We asked her if she was alright. She answered no. She also said that Reese isn't Reese. She said that Reese is actually a man named Roger. Sarah also told us that Roger was the one who killed her at the age of 27. The final thing she said about Roger was that if we ever told him that she was the one who told, that he would send her straight to the gates of hell. We tried to contact Reese, Roger, on December 10th, 2016, around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We successfully contacted Reese. At that period of time, he didn't know that we knew who he really was. Then, we did something that we both regret. We asked if she was hiding anything from us. He responded this in his own words. "Fine, you fucking caught me." Then right after that he said, "Who told you two idiots?" We simply responded the internet in hopes to keep Sarah safe. Then Roger responded by saying, "You are a liar." Then the planchette started to circle around the alphabet counterclockwise, excluding the letter M. It did not touch the corners whatsoever. Summer and I started to panic, wondering what it was trying to do. I thought he simply lost control over the planchette, but Summer thought it was something more, because at that time, it was spinning around continuously for about 30 seconds. So I suggested that if we put pressure on it, it might stop it. It just kept going even with pressure, but just slower. But after we lifted the pressure, it continued to spin and got even faster. After a while, it just randomly landed on Dubai. Maybe it just got tired or got sick of us panicking. I really need to know your thoughts on this, and if this occurrence was really legitimately something evil, because I don't know what to explain it for. Thank you for reading. I didn't believe in the Ouija board because they sell them at Toys R Us, so I didn't think they would sell something dangerous to kids and adults. I've read stories about the Ouija board, but I don't know if it's true. People do make up stories, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Some people say the Ouija board is just a game. Others say it's not just a game, and some say it's dangerous. I had to find out for myself if the Ouija board is really dangerous. On Sunday, I decided to go to Toys R Us to buy the board. I drove my car in the morning to Toys R Us, and I was just looking around at first for about an hour. After looking around, I went to the game section and I purchased the Ouija board. I drove back to my apartment and put the board in the closet. The same day, about 10 p.m., I decided to try it out. I took it out of the box and put it on my bed. I didn't have any candles, so I just dimmed the light. I put the board on my lap and the planchette on the board. I put my fingers on the planchette and I started around in circles for about a minute. I stopped and I started saying, "Is anybody out there?" I kept saying it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then, all of a sudden, I felt a strange presence right above me. I was so scared that I ran out of my room, and I threw the board in the garbage. I was very shaken. I went back to my room and turned the lights on, and I didn't sleep at all. And that's why I don't mess with Ouija boards. I have had several experiences, but I will tell you two of my most frightening. A friend and I had started playing with the Ouija board, and it ended up turning our lives upside down for the span of around 2 years. One night, my friend Judy, her husband Luke, Loma, and myself were watching a movie called Witchboard right in the middle of a winter storm. All footprints had been covered at this time, and the streets were empty. About halfway through the movie, the front door blew open and we heard running footsteps come into the house, up the stairs, down the hall, and into the bedroom where Judy's 2-year-old lay sleeping. We were all just sitting there frozen in shock and fright when we heard a loud slam, which turned out to be the bedroom door, and the poor little boy started screaming, "Monster, monster." Luke took off up the stairs, only to find a very upset little boy, and nothing or no one else.
As things started to calm down, Judy and I went to shut the front door, and there were still no footprints in the snow. The only snow that had come into the house was blowing from the wind. It was around March now, and one day, as I laid down for a nap, I felt the bed start to shake under me. I was uncertain if I had really felt what I thought I had, so I was not frightened, but I got up anyway. That was only the beginning. Not long after that, it became a constant thing every time I tried to lay in my bed. The shaking started to get more violent, and it also felt as if someone was punching up at the mattress from beneath. I complained several times, and no one believed me. It was now to the point where I was afraid to go to bed. I began sleeping at my friend Loma's house because her bed didn't shake. After staying at her house for 2 weeks, my mom said it was time to come home, and I did agree, but not until she promised to spend the first night sleeping in bed with me. That night, we had only been in bed for about 10 minutes before the bed started its usual shaking. It was very minor at first, so my mom started to make excuses for why it was happening. By the time 5 minutes had passed, it was now undeniable, and I could tell my mother was getting scared, but was trying to stay calm for my sake. The last straw for my mother was when the punching started. It was harder than I had ever felt before. We laid there for a moment while my mother mustered up the courage to peek under the bed. Of course, she didn't find anything, and we promptly left the room and set ourselves up in the living room for the remainder of the night. My bed continued to shake and punch for some time thereafter, but it eventually quit. However, once in a while it will start, to this day, and I just get up or ignore it, and it stops. This encounter involved a Ouija board, and possibly my guardian angel. Years ago, a friend and I were goofing around with a Ouija board. Being a bit ignorant of the unknown, I mistakenly asked it how old I would be when I died and how. It replied that I would be 16 and that I would die in a car accident. A month or two after I turned 16, I was asked if I wanted to go out with my parents the next day to run errands. I said yes. That next morning, I woke up to discover that my parents left without me. I was annoyed. An hour after I woke up, my mother called me from the hospital. They had been hit by a transport truck an hour before. When I asked why they had left without me, my mom replied that her and my dad had tried for a half hour to get me up, and then they gave up. What makes it so scary is where the truck had hit. My one brother has to sit behind my mom, and my dad does not wear a seatbelt. Had I been in that car, I would have been sitting behind my dad with the seatbelt on. The transport truck hit the car on the driver's side, almost imploding on the driver's and left backseat side. That's where I would have been sitting. Guardian angel? I think so. I was celebrating Halloween around my best mate Felicity's house. We usually have a laugh and a joke, but neither of us had played with a Ouija board before, so we gathered about 7 friends from the neighborhood. First, we lit candles, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 clear. Fliss had purchased the board from an old shop in the Stoke Town Center. We sat down in her dining room and placed the board right in the middle of the dining room table. We all placed our fingers on the gold planchet. I was the reader, so I asked the questions. At first, we did not get any response, so we all giggled and made fun of the silly people who got themselves worked up about these silly boards. About 5 seconds after we stopped giggling, we heard a massive bang on the floor. I thought it was one of the boys playing a trick, so I suggested that we all sit legs crossed on the chairs. I made sure we were all cross-legged, and I said, "If it was a ghost that made the bang on the floor, can you please do it again?" And it did. I spoke again. We will now try to communicate using the board. So we started to use the board again, and I again asked if anybody was present who wanted to communicate with us. The planchet moved to yes.
I asked for a name, and it replied, "I am unclean." Fliss's uncle had passed on, so I inquired if we were talking with her uncle Ian. The response was no. Again, the planchet moved to the following letters: "I am unclean." We had made contact with an apparent demon. We decided to say sorry for disturbing, and we thanked the spirit for its presence. However, it did not go. The spirit of demon flung Fliss back into the wall. Then it came for me. I had a vision of hell itself at that moment, and I remain grateful to this day that it did not hurt me. In telling the story, let me assure the reader that it was passed to me by my grandmother, Eileen. Eileen is in failing health, but her memory is untouched, and her ability to spin a tale is uncanny. This particular story is about her father, Joe, his first wife, in a house that will never be forgotten. My grandmother is a devout Christian, but she believes these tales of the unexplained to be completely true. Judge for yourself. In the late 1800s to early 1900s, it was common practice in the coal fields of Kentucky and West Virginia for a miner to spend the majority of the week at the mines while leaving his wife at home alone. This is exactly what Joe, my great-grandfather, did during his first marriage. After a hasty marriage, Joe bought a small, quaint home for himself and his new wife, Sue. Sue quickly alerted her husband to a potential problem. The house was directly across the road from the local cemetery. Joe, being a firm disbeliever in such superstitious nonsense like ghosts and spooks, had a good laugh when Sue begged him not to make her stay alone in a house so close to a graveyard and told her to get used to it. When Monday morning arrived, he left her alone and laughed as she sobbed on the porch. That night, after completing her tours, she settled down in the bed for a good night's rest and doused the lamps. As soon as she had climbed into bed, a strange noise became apparent outside. As she pulled the covers up around her head, she could hear something like barrels rolling or horses galloping around the house. She tried to sleep and eventually, as the sunrise drove the mysterious sounds away, found some comforting slumber. Every night, the noises started getting louder and louder, seeming to get closer to the house, and, on Friday night, Sue heard 3 knocks on the door. In a terrified fit, she screamed, "Leave me alone," and suddenly, the noises faded. The next morning brought Joe's return, and the first thing Sue did was beg him to let her leave the house, telling him of the haunted noises. He laughed unsympathetically and told her to get over this stupidity. In desperation, she bitterly screamed, "Joe, I hope to God it gets you." Joe wasn't the least bit frightened and told her that he was sure it was local men playing tricks on her. Later that night, Sue slept well in Joe's arms, but some subtle suspicion began to eat at the unbeliever. As he drifted into a shallow sleep, he was startled at a loud crack coming from the fireplace that startled him, and as he sat upright in the bed, he saw the apparition of an elderly woman staring at him from the rocking chair at the foot of the bed. My grandmother says that Joe knew exactly who the woman was, but he took the knowledge of her identity to his grave because simply, she had been dead for 6 months before they moved into the house. Joe shuddered with fear and her bony, cold hand stretched to clutch his ankles as she latched onto his foot and began pulling him towards her and the footboard of the bed. Joe fainted with fright as he felt his foot slide down to the foot of the bed in the dead hand of the spirit. The next morning, Sue roused her pale husband and sat up in the bed as he opened his eyes and screamed with terror. The footbed of the bed was broken and the rocking chair had been toppled during the night. Joe immediately promised his frightened wife that not another night would be passed in this restless house, simply telling her, "Sue, whatever it was, it got me." Thank you for reading my grandmother's story. I hope you found it entertaining because, well, I thought it was pretty frightening. See you later. I have told this story to people who are not there to witness the actual event, and some look at me as if I am just telling a story to get a good laugh, but I find nothing funny about it. Everything I'm about to relate is true, and I guess in some bizarre way, I feel that by retelling this story to anyone who is willing to listen to it will bring me some comfort. On July 6, 1990, a high school friend shot himself in the head with a rifle in a nearby local baseball dugout. The act shocked and saddened everyone, especially his parents, of course, who did not want to believe their only son would take his own life. The days that followed his death were happening, for me, as if in a dream. Fearing this act would spark some sort of chain reaction, school's counselors were sent in to help the students grieve and discuss their feelings of loss. Days went by, and there seemed to be a cloud of despair and confusion hanging over our entire high school class. If he had lived, my friend would have graduated from high school with the rest of us that same year. When he died, he was 2 months away from his 18th birthday. About a week after his suicide, I was visiting my best friend at the time, we'll call her Anne, in her home. We were both still very affected by the death of our friend, and we began to talk late into the night about his possible reasons for taking his own life and how crazy and unexpected it was. We had been discussing the whole chain of events and basically trying to make sense of something we couldn't even imagine when I suddenly became very uncomfortable talking about our deceased friend. I was sitting at the time in a desk chair across from Anne, who was sitting comfortably on her bed facing me. She was looking directly at me, and she could see the discomfort on my face. She assumed I was just overreacting, and our discussion had gotten to me, so she stood up and moved towards the door of her bedroom and gestured in a sweeping motion with her arm for me to follow her into the kitchen down the hall. There was a single small desk light on behind me when she made this motion with her arm, so that when she moved, her body created a shadow on the wall. This is going to sound ridiculous, and I'm no physics expert, but when Anne swept her arm up into the air, gesturing me to follow her, her shadow did not follow her arm. Instead, there was a strange kind of delay, and I saw her arm move, and about 5 to 10 seconds later, the shadow of an arm moved, mimicking the same gesture she had just made. I, of course, thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and ignored the shadow, and I would have kept it to myself if only Anne had not turned to me and asked, "Did you just see that?" I answered yes, of course, and we fled out of the room and into the kitchen. Anne's house was large, and our frightened voices bounced off the columned walls, but nothing ever occurred after that. My friend Anne and I no longer speak, and I'm sure that if she knew I was relaying this story to strangers, she would think I was crazy, but I remember the death of our high school friend as if it were yesterday, and I can't help wishing that the shadow we saw was indeed a sign from our friend, but I will never be too sure. I write this story in his memory, and in the hope that he is in a place where his problems have been all taken away. Thanks for reading. This story I'm about to tell you has been talked about in my family for years. Now it has been passed down to my own daughter, who tells it to her friends at slumber parties. It begins with the first time I ever saw anything when I was around the age of 7. It happened in a house that we lived in years ago in Western New York. I shared a room with my sister. We both had the feeling something was always watching us, but being so young, we never really worried all that much about it, until one night, while I was trying to sleep. My bed was up against one wall, and my sister's bed faced the other. I turned, so I was facing the wall. When I opened my eyes, after getting that feeling of being watched again, there, standing in the wall, was a woman. She was a young woman, dressed all in black, high white lace collar, wearing a cameo, and hair pulled up neatly in a bun. She stood there with her hands folded in front of her, smiling sweetly at me. Now mind you, I was 7 years old, so I pulled the covers up over my head and then down again to take a peek just to see if she was still there, which she was, and this time with a bigger smile. I got so scared I jumped from my bed and ran across the room to my sister's bed. I landed right on top of her, waking her up, of course. I told her there was a lady in my wall, but when we looked again, the woman was gone. The next day I told my mom about it. She said it must have been just my guardian angel and left it at that. She refused to talk about it any further or even years later. Then recently, my brother and I got to talking about that house. He said, "Don't you remember what the neighborhood kids used to say about our house?" And of course, I didn't remember a thing. He told me that apparently a couple had died there years ago. Then he asked me if I remembered the time that he and I were in the backyard and we saw the old man in the attic window. And all of a sudden it rushed back. Bam. Right when he told me about the old man in the attic window, I had a major flashback and remembered it like it was yesterday. I don't even have to tell you, even after all these years, it scared me. Well, many years have passed since we lived there, but I still have dreams about that house, and I wish the dreams would stop. I have many other scary stories to tell, but I freaked myself out telling this one, so the others will have to wait. This incident happened about 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, working at a restaurant motel in Old Saybrook, Connecticut called The Castle. The scariest thing about this place, besides the low pay, was the old story of what happened to one of its original owners. From almost my first day working there, I was told that one of the members of the family who built the house had killed himself on the grounds. The story was that one night, the son had discovered that his fiancée was cheating on him with one of his close friends. Deep in depression, the son climbed to the tallest tower of the castle, tied a rope to some type of pole on the roof, and hanged himself. The next morning, as the parents were leaving the home, they saw him hanging. They immediately sold the mansion, and it has been a hotel ever since. Many employees said that they had heard and seen things, yet I, as most people believe at first, didn't believe the stories. That is, until one night, I was working a late shift with a friend of mine named Katie. We were cleaning up the dining room after closing when we heard the kitchen door slam shut. I had popped them open, but as the wind off Long Island Sound is pretty strong, I figured they had been blown shut. Katie yelled at me to get over there and look at the kitchen. When I arrived, I saw a weird green light pouring through the round window of the door and flooding out the crack at the bottom. Still unconvinced of any supernatural going-ons, I tried to open the door, but it was not happening. I thought someone was in there, and I knew if the place got trashed, I would get fired, so I reared back and tried to put my shoulder through the door. At the time, I was about 6'2", 200 pounds, played football and lifted a lot of weights. The door should have popped right open, but not this time. Katie and I peered into the window, and there, plain as day, was a man dressed in antiqued clothes with a noose around his neck looking right back at us. He walked by and the green light left us. We instantly figured, forget the boss, it's quitting time. We ran outside and could barely light our cigarettes. Our hands were shaking so badly. From then on, I was a believer, and I knew I would never, ever doubt ghosts ever again. My aunt and uncle had a passion for restoring old country houses, the last of which had been at an end at the turn of the century. The house sits on 50 acres at the top of a hill, next to a historic old church with an equally historic old graveyard. I can't claim to recall for certain, but I think the church was used as a field hospital during the Civil War. My uncle would tell us the stories about the months after they moved into the house. Their bedroom was on the second of 3 floors, near the large, almost spiral staircase that emptied into the foyer to 2 sitting areas. Late in the evening, while they were in bed, my aunt and uncle would hear what sounded like a distant crowd of people in conversation. Living in quiet country houses most of their lives made them fairly light sleepers. The local volunteer fire department changed that over time. I'll get to that. My uncle would get up to check out the noise and find nothing, but since it was an old house with a boiler, and that it was more or less near town, there were many possible rational explanations for the noise. Still, over the course of a few months, the noises grew louder and louder until it sounded like a party was being thrown in their own house, and my aunt and uncle weren't invited. This had grown so gradually that my uncle was much more annoyed than fearful. One night, he went to the stairs and shouted for them to shut up so we can get some sleep. That seemed to scale back the noise enough to satisfy him, although it didn't go away completely. The next weekend, he took a walk for the first time through the local graveyard and noticed many of the stones were overturned and some of the plots were neglected. He righted the headstones and cleaned up some of the plots that weekend and never again heard the noises in the house. My uncle passed away in that house 1 year ago this October. Subsequently, I spent a great deal more time there last winter than I had before taking care of a few things for my aunt. I slept on the top floor across from the game room. Many nights an air raid siren would go off, summoning the local volunteer firefighters to the station house. I never did get used to sleeping through that. Then one night, the siren wailed at about 2 a.m., and I was having a hard time going back to sleep. I was wide awake when I heard something. It lasted only an instant and seemed to me to be a crowd in the distance that had just been told the punchline to a very funny joke. Whatever it was, it reminded me of one of my uncle's stories. As an epilogue, I should mention that my aunt is trying to sell the house. So far, the most likely buyer is the local funeral home. While sitting around looking at photo albums with my grandmother, we came across some newspaper clippings. The clippings were from a newspaper in Indiana. They were about an old brick house being torn down. Since we live in Mississippi, I found it strange that my grandmother would have these clippings, so I questioned her about them. She then told me one of the eeriest stories I have ever heard. In 1946, my grandmother lived in Mobile, Indiana, with her husband and their child. They lived in an old brick house that was built before the Civil War and stood on the outskirts of town. It was a large house with very high ceilings and wooden floors. In the master bedroom was a closet with a heavy wooden door that did not have a knob, only a wooden latch to keep the door closed. My grandmother would shut and latch the closet. When she would leave the room and return, the closet door would be standing wide open. She would shut the door again and go about her chores. When she returned, the door would be open. She did this several times a day. She said the door stayed open more than she could keep it closed. She was more annoyed than scared by this strange event. About 8 months later, she and her husband divorced and she moved to Mississippi with my grandfather. The house she had lived in did not cross her mind until 10 years later when her Aunt Bonnie wrote her a letter and sent her the newspaper clippings. The clippings talked about her old house and reported that it had been torn down. While they were tearing down the house, a hole was discovered under the closet floor. They had found the remains of a man in the hole. It was believed to be the body of a soldier from the Civil War. After lurking around here for ages reading everyone else's story, I finally got up the nerve to post one of my own. My story isn't as dramatic or interesting as some of the other stories posted here, but I feel confident enough to post it because 3 other people have had experience in this particular house, so here it goes. This happened a few months ago while I was visiting a friend's house one evening. I'll refer to my friend as G. A mutual friend of ours, Jay, was also present. This was my first and only visit to the house, and no one else was home at the time apart from the 3 of us. The house in question is an old wood villa, which would be, at a guess, 80 to 100 years old. It's a rather large one-level structure with 2 long and connected hallways, one that leads from the front door to the back of the house and another that spans across the back of the house. Together, the hallways form the shape of a T. While eating dinner in the kitchen, dining room area located in the back portion of the house, something drew my attention to the right, so I glanced down to the top section of the hallway. As I watched, a dark shadow moved across very quickly from right to left, as though it just moved up the other long hall, through the center of the house, then straight ahead crossing the top hallway. I didn't say anything at the time, although I was curious about what I had seen. I have to say that while I definitely believe in ghosts, I didn't want to get too excited about something which could have a very logical explanation for. After dinner, G invited us on a tour of the house, and while exploring the rooms off the back hallway, I carefully checked to see if there were any windows that could have let car headlights in to cause the shadow I'd seen, but I couldn't find anything to explain it. Sometime later, G left the lounge to make coffee and, while she was out of the room, I whispered to J that I had seen a shadow cross the back hall. She surprised me by telling me that she too had seen a ghost moving from right to left in the same exact place, only she's seen it twice before in broad daylight. We were intrigued and quite excited about this, but didn't say anything to G as we didn't want to frighten her. Interestingly enough, G approached Jay recently to ask her opinion about ghosts because a young woman who also lives in the house claimed to see a shadow move up the hallway. She was concerned because she too would be spending several weeks alone there, and understandably, she was frightened. G explained that while she hadn't seen anything herself, there was one occasion when she was walking up the hallway and she felt like she accidentally pushed someone out of the way, even though she couldn't see anyone there. I've been in various places before where I've been able to sense unseen presences. I've had one experience where I used to get a feeling of overwhelming fear every time I went into one particular room in a house my parents owned. With the shadow that Jay and I saw, we didn't feel any strong feelings or emotions connected with it. At this moment in time, I haven't heard any more events in that house. When I was about 12 years old, my brother, sister, and I moved into my grandparents' house. Ever since we could remember, we heard stories about the house being haunted. Nothing too big, but strange things happened a lot. Rumor had it that there used to be a horse track room stable where my grandparents built their house, and a little boy had been trampled in there. We have never actually checked into this story, but it is what we heard. At least it is what we were told. Anyway, all of us grandkids were petrified of going upstairs. It was always so cold up there and just freaky, but that was where all the bedrooms were, so when we moved in, we had no choice. Actually, I had no choice. My little brother and sister had beds set up downstairs and I slept upstairs. When I was about 4, I'd taken up smoking cigarettes, but no one knew about it. I used to turn off my bedroom light and smoke cigarettes. I turned off my light just in case my grandparents happened to come up the stairs. They always turned on the hall light to help their way up the stairs. This way, I would know how to put out my cigarette and spray air freshener. One night, I was upstairs alone smoking when I heard someone coming up the stairs. It was late and everyone had been in bed. The hallway light never came on, but all the same time, I butted out my cigarette and waited, but no one ever came up. This happened quite a few times and I just got used to it. This house is about 50 or 60 years old. The doors are the old latch type and made of nothing but wood. They are solid. To close the door, you have to lift the hook and latch it onto the other part of the door. To open the door, you have to lift the handle and pull the door open. On my bedroom door, I also had an eye hook lock to keep my room locked and my little brother out. I would be laying in bed at night watching TV and my bedroom door would just pop open, but it would never open all the way because of the lock on my door. I never thought anything of it. I just thought it was a breeze until my brother and I started sharing stories about what was happening in that room in the house. I've since moved out and my brother moved into my old room. We have all grown up and started sleeping upstairs, and we have gotten over our fears pretty much. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs and they were set up weird. The house was square, 2 bedrooms on each side of the house with a staircase up the middle. To get to the 2 rooms, you have to walk through the main 2 ones. When my little sister finally decided to move upstairs, she moved into the room behind mine. She swears to hearing a little boy crying in her room at night. Recently I bought a Ouija board and have been using it at my new house. One night my cousin, brother, sister, and boyfriend were using it when my cousin and I started talking about how we used to use the board when we were younger at my grandparents' house. My cousin remembers talking to a little boy who died at this location, and she remembers the little boy telling us his vision of the story of what happened to him. He told us his name was Brandon, and his father beat him in the tack room, and that unlike the story being passed around, he hadn't been trampled at all. Which story is true, I don't know, and I guess we'll never know. My little brother is the only one of us left living with my grandparents, and he is now living in my old bedroom. He has heard the footsteps coming up the stairs when he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. He has heard whimpering, and he has talked to this little boy. Not literally talking, but questions will pop into his head that he already knows the answers to, like, what year is it? And he will answer out loud. He will not even be thinking about a certain thing, and then all of a sudden, he'll have a question. The door pops open on him, but he doesn't have the latch, so it pops open and closes again. Now, here's the last we have heard from the spirits in our grandparents' house. He was sitting in his room talking to his girlfriend on the phone when he heard someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. He hung up with his girlfriend and went into the hallway, but nobody was there. Now, what happens next makes us believe that the little boy was beaten to death and not trampled as everyone had been told. The footsteps were heavy ones, definitely not of those of a child. When my brother realized no one was there, he just assumed that it was the father because of the heavy footsteps. He told the father that if he didn't leave Brandon, the little boy, alone, that he was going to kill himself and haunt his butt down. He would then beat him to a fine pulp, then come back to life, yeah right, dig up his grave and burn his mangy hide. My brother has become attached to Brandon and has not heard anything from him about his father or heard his father around the house.
Firstly, I guess I'm what you call a sensitive. I regularly see things, hear things, and feel things that others don't. I'm usually the first one to point out when something doesn't feel right, and I've been like this all my life. During my first year at university, I stayed at Hillhead Halls, and I had the strangest experiences. For about the first month of being there, it was fine. One day, I was walking about the kitchen, and I felt a huge blast of cold and loud whispering, which really frightened me. Seeing strange things doesn't usually bother me, because it happens quite regularly, but this really bothered me, because it felt so bad. I asked my flatmate if she had heard anything, but she said that she hadn't. Just after the Christmas holiday, I came back to the worst time of my life. Firstly, there was a man walking around my flat. He was very tall, wearing all black, including a black hat or hood, and you could not see his face. I saw him outdoors and inside the flat. He frequently had a black dog with him, which often walked by my bedroom door. My flatmate got really scared of being alone in her room, as she felt there was someone watching her from her door. It was about a week after seeing this man that electrical appliances in my room started to go wrong. My electrical alarm clock, for example, would just start to beep much louder than anything it ever done before, and did not stop when I pulled the plug out. It has no battery backup. My printer would just print out random rubbish, even if it was not switched on, and light bulbs will blow if you looked at them for a long time. The electrical stuff would only happen in my room. Objects would disappear from my room, reappearing elsewhere in the flat. An example of this is that we lost a bread knife out in the kitchen, bearing in mind that I don't eat bread much, especially not in my bedroom. We found it on top of my wardrobe at the back, about 3 or 4 months after it got lost. At night was the worst. Me and my flatmate would drag our mattress through to my room and sleep there because we're too frightened to sleep in separate rooms. I would have the most horrendous nightmares, which I never got before and have never got since. At night there would be constant bangings, tappings, and scrapings, which sounded like they were coming from the space between the walls. I think about the worst thing that I experienced while living there was getting up one morning and walking to the window at the end of the landing and looking out at the trees that are above the river dawn. On the larger branches, there were hanged people, as in dead, with a rope around their neck, swinging in the wind. They weren't dressed in modern clothing. I wanted to run away and stop seeing it, but maybe I was too frightened because my feet wouldn't move and I found it really difficult to breathe. After this, my flatmate found staying in her room, which overlooked the river dawn, unbearable, and moved into the room next to mine. As soon as that room was locked, everything was fine, until it came to the end of the year and she moved out. She moved out about a fortnight earlier than me, but I was spending most of my time in the flat above mine. After her moving out, I came downstairs from upstairs to find her door open and light shining through onto the landing carpet. Very bravely, I went to shut the door and switch the lights off, but just as I got there, the door slammed in my face and locked, and I heard the light switch off. I phoned my flatmate to make sure she was home, which she was. I then phoned the people from upstairs and asked them to come down, and when they got to my flat, the room wasn't locked again, but was totally empty and freezing cold. It was the summer, but you could see her breath was white. The next day when I got out of the shower, I found that the bathroom door was wide open, despite the fact that I'd locked the door and there is no way that the lock could open itself. Also, the bathroom door was very creaky, and I hadn't heard a creak, I went to my room and got dressed as quickly as possible, but I couldn't find the key to my room so I could lock up and leave. I'd left the key in the lock on the outside of the door, but it was gone. I found it in the bathroom sink. Finally, one night, I gave my key to one of the people living upstairs to go and get me a sweater for my flat, as I was too frightened to go down. This person, who was a complete skeptic, came back upstairs completely pale, sweating cold sweats, shaking, and totally out of breath. I don't know what happened, because this person won't talk about it, and has made us all promise never to bring it up in conversation. These all sound like really weird events, but I don't smoke, drink, or do any kind of drugs, and I didn't then, but I swear they are all true. I don't want to experience anything like that again as long as I live. Thanks for letting me share this with you. My friend and I went to Alabama during our senior year in high school to visit my grandparents. Now, my grandparents lived in the middle of nowhere, little town. You blink, you miss it. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so one day we went exploring. Down about a half mile from my grandparents' house, at the end of the road, was a huge pasture. It hadn't been inhabited or cared for years. There was a large gate with a no trespassing sign. This made us curious to see what was hiding back there, in the middle of nowhere. We crawled under the gate and started walking. There was a gravel path and nothing else but trees, grass, and insects. We kept going for about a mile until we were in a fully wooded area. This is where the strangeness happened. First off, we stumbled across an old graveyard with only about 3 graves in it. Looked like a family. The tombstones were dated back to the early 1800s. I took photos that I can send at a later date if you'd like. Across from the graves was a waterfall. We decided to sit and take in the sight. While sitting there, we heard horse hooves galloping closely. We turned and saw nothing. A little while later, we heard what sounded like something being swung through the air near our heads. Nothing visible though. It spooked us, and we decided then that we should probably head back to the house. On the way back, we heard the horse hooves again, and this time we ran, got back to my grandparents' house, and replayed our story to my grandfather. This is where it gets spooky. He said that a while back, he stumbled across the waterfall too, and decided to sit and fish at the bank. He heard the horse too, and heard the swinging, which he described as a hatchet or something similar. Only he said that he turned and he saw a man on a white horse, carrying a machete, and appeared to be clearing the fields, but it wasn't really there, like he and the horse were transparent. He said that's when he took off running too. The only thing I can think of is that at one time, someone lived on that land, which is why they were buried there. I can tell you one thing, it spooked me then, but now I just realized that people just stayed there where their home was. I haven't had any opportunities to get back to that area, but if I do, I may go visit them. I moved to Indiana in 1986. I befriended a woman who sold real estate and said she knew of this huge house that was for rent in a small town called Lamb, Indiana. It sits directly across the river from Carrollton, Kentucky, and is halfway between Vevey and Madison, Indiana. The house was absolutely fabulous, made of stone and built circa 1800. It is told that the Native Americans taught a white man how to build the house. It became part of the Underground Railroad during the Civil War. There was a tunnel built from the Ohio River up to the basement wall, where they had knocked a hole in the wall for slaves to enter. My story starts in the fall of 1987, when my mother, my dog, and I were on the first floor in the living room, watching television. My little dog ran upstairs and was running around in circles. I could hear little toenails on the wooden planks. I felt a cold chill, like a burst of cold air, and became puzzled by it. There were no doors or windows open in the house. It was cold out, and we had built a fire in the wood stove. I went up to check on my little dog to see what she was doing, and there it was. My room had a door that led out to nothing. I assumed there was a balcony at one time, but at this time, there was no evidence of one, so the door stayed shut and locked. When I had gone upstairs, I noticed the air was more frigid, and it seemed windy. I went to my room and the door was standing open, and it looked as though a small child had breathed on the window of the door and wrote Amy's room on the window. I think the most interesting experience in this house also happened to be the most terrifying. One night, I had been sleeping in bed with the door open when I was awakened by what I thought was my dad. I remember the door squeaked open slowly, and I heard a whisper. I couldn't hear it too clearly. All I knew was that it was some sort of talking. That's when I started to open my eyes slowly and saw what appeared to be a nun with an axe on her head, kneeling down and praying in front of my bed. I screamed. My parents rushed into the room, and I told them I saw something. My dad did his best to reassure me that everything was okay, and after I explained what had happened to me, I feel like he was just as creeped out as I was, even though he tried not to show it. Well, that even frightened my dad, to the point at which he told me he couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I ended up falling asleep, and my dad stayed up. He told me he went to the bathroom and turned on the light, when all of a sudden it went out. Needing to use the bathroom, he grabbed one of the flashlights we had. When he shined the flashlights towards the mirror to wash his hands, he looked at the mirror for a second, only to notice an old man's face right behind him. He only saw this for a few seconds, but he couldn't forget the man's face. He had 3 large gashes on the side of his face, like he had been mauled by a tiger. Claw marks. He was a balding man, with gray hair only on the side of his face, and he looked about 70s. Of course, when the bathroom light came on, there was nothing there anymore. The basement had some creepy occurrences as well. You would hear a very young voice, often singing softly, not super loud. In fact, very faint, but a voice was there. When you'd get downstairs and into the basement, you wouldn't hear it anymore, but it was always something you heard whenever you were in other parts of the house. About a year or so later, we had some family staying with us for the weekend, and my cousin set up a large tape recorder in the basement to see if there were any noises. My little nieces and 3 friends bedded down in the living room by the wood stove to stay warm, and we all went to bed. The next morning, one of the little girls thanked my dad for stocking the fire that night because it was getting kinda chilly. My dad hadn't been downstairs all night. My cousin went down to the basement to get the tape recorder, reel to reel by the way, brought it back upstairs, and played it back to us. You could vividly hear a little girl say "Mommy." My family lived in that house for almost 15 years. This is a wonderfully chilling and rather classic, if that can be said, Scottish tale ghost experience. My mother, who was attending university in St. Andrews, Scotland, was walking home from a party. It was about 11 o'clock on a chilly November night. It should be noted beforehand that St. Andrews was, centuries ago, the religious capital of Scotland, and the ruins of the great cathedral still stand in the middle of the town. Anyhow, she decided to take a shortcut to the dorms. Instead of taking the road, she began to make her way through the soccer pitches. These were surrounded by spinneys of trees. As she crossed the fields, she noticed what appeared to be 3 policemen at the road at the end of the pitch where she was heading. Though not that close, she could see that they wore heavy clothes, like the Scottish policemen's coats traditionally worn in the winter. She didn't want to be found by them at that late hour and went to the nearby trees to hide. To her chagrin, they began to move towards the center of the field, though not directly at her. She stayed put. As they came closer, she realized that they were walking on the air, about 3 feet above the ground. Furthermore, they were not policemen, but monks in clerical robes. 2 of them were supporting a third in the middle, who seemed to be wounded. They passed only a few yards away from her, so that she saw them very clearly. Oddly, their feet moved very slowly, but they were moving through the air very quickly. When they came about parallel to her, my mother, mad with fear, ran as fast as she could back to the dorms, clearing a fence that was as high as her, with 1 leap on the way. A violent wind kicked up against her as she ran, as if trying to blow her back. The next day, she went back to where it happened. At the very spot where the 3 monks had passed near to her, she found 3 black cats eating the carcass of a rabbit that they had just killed. In another note, the mystery as to why the apparitions were floating is easily solved. The ground was leveled in order to make a proper playing field. The monks were simply walking on their own terrain, as it would have been in medieval times, 3 feet higher than the leveled field. My family has had many paranormal experiences. When my mother was a child, they purchased a house near Martins Ferry, Ohio, that had some strange occurrences there. My uncle was in his room asleep and woke up in the middle of the night to find an old woman in a rocking chair sitting in the corner of his room. He said she told him to get out of her house. My uncle was so frightened, he literally dragged his mattress into my mother's room and refused to ever sleep in his room again. My mother-in-law also saw the woman and can vouch that she was real. My great-grandmother would also see a small black devil-like creature with glowing red eyes outside her window at night. None of my family's pets lived very long in that house either. Their fish were found dead in their tank one morning. All of them. Here's the thing though. The water was somehow boiling hot. My mother's hamster was found dead in its cage too, and I've been told it looked like something had maybe scared it to death from the expression on its face. Also, every night, my grandmother would dream that the house was on fire and they couldn't get out. After living in the house for 6 months, they moved out. The day after they had moved out, the house caught fire and was almost burned to the ground. To this day, my aunt still has ghost experiences. At one of their old houses, they would turn out all the lights, lock the doors, and would come home to find that every light in the house was on. I never felt comfortable being alone in the house upstairs. I would feel like someone was watching me when there was no one else upstairs. And in the house they live in now, they were in bed one night when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from their living room. They ran into the living room to find nobody there, and all the doors in the house were unlocked when they knew that they had been locked before they went to bed. Also, my aunt was in bed, and someone told her that her baby's daughter's face was covered by her blanket, but no one else was home. I swear this is absolutely the truth. I wanted to share my family stories with other people, so they can know that maybe they are not alone out there. Hello, my name is Naomi, and I've had several paranormal stories to share. Ever since I was young, I've always been terrified of the paranormal, and I have had terrifying, vivid dreams. As a child, I would frequently awake to see a dark, shadowy figure standing by the doorframe of my bedroom. I would feel a presence behind me when I would walk upstairs at night. At a slightly older age, I dismissed the possibility of ghosts because I figured it was impossible, but later I had a change of heart when I went to this haunted yard. I'd heard many stories about a small yard where strange things had occurred. One night, I thought it might be interesting to go take a look at it and see what all the fuss was about. The yard is almost impossible to find, totally surrounded by trees. If you are able to find it, go there in winter. The snow is always perfect, not a single flaw. If it's a windy night, there will be no wind within the yard. The freaky part about it is that there is an old building which used to be an insane asylum, now abandoned. It's boarded up, but one night we opened it up and we heard a faint barking of dogs from within, but there were no dogs anywhere nearby. Next to it, there is a small trailer. No one lives in the trailer, but a light and the TV are always on. There is an old swing on the yard. If you watch it for long enough, it will begin to swing slightly. The strangest part is that there are 2 old Native American tombstones. Every time you go back, they've been redug and moved to another location on the yard. I'm not sure if any of this is ghost related, but it certainly is freaky. An incident happened to me this evening as well. I was walking with some of my friends along the railroad tracks in my town. On the street next to the tracks, 100 years ago, there was a man who went insane, killed his family, and was hanged in the courtyard. Anyway, tonight, as we were walking, we all of a sudden simultaneously stopped and looked at each other terrified. We all felt a strange presence brushing against our backs. Later, we were sharing stories about screams people frequently hear coming back from the park. We decided to sit out on the deck of my friend's house, who lives right by the park. We were just sitting around, talking, when we hear the scream of a little girl, as if she was being murdered, coming from across the park. We randomly ran inside. Once inside, we began to share ghost stories. One of my friends believes this house is haunted. He always feels things in his room when he is sleeping. With one particular experience, back in winter, he would wake up in the morning with claw marks in his shirts and slight scratches on his back. This happened about 6 times. Another time, he woke up and all of his blankets were totally flipped upside down, but looked as though they had been untouched. He talked to his grandmother about it because she is able to communicate with the dead, and she visited their house and told the spirits to leave. Since then, there have been no strange occurrences. This took place shortly after I turned 16. My dad was working up in Oregon and Washington, but was based out of Rainier. I went up to live with him, I guess just to do something different. I was used to being around the city type of atmosphere, and it wasn't too long before I grew bored. Not that the Oregon country girls in that area didn't stir my blood. It's just that they mainly wanted to waste their time getting high or drunk, tipping cows, or shooting the passing ships going down the Columbia River, which I don't mind. I just miss the city lights or something. Anywho, I'd been out partying with a friend and drove off the side of a mountain, another story which would take a while to go through, and I thought my dad was probably going to kill me anyway, without benefit of blindfold and a last smoke, so I decided to hitchhike back to Oklahoma. Needless to say, I lacked understanding of just how far I was from Oklahoma. My newfound compadre decided to go along because he had gotten in recent trouble with his folks and wanted out of town too,
so we took off. Somewhere between Portland and the Dells, on I-84, which was only a 2-lane at that spot. We were really tired and looking for a place to sleep. By this time, I'd found out that this hitchhiking thing wasn't for me, and it really should be called a lot of hiking and not enough hitching, or something similar. And what seemed weird was that out in the middle of nowhere, the fences were really well kept, and I didn't want to get caught up climbing one. No houses, no anything. It was simply just nice fences. Anyway, we found a rather peevish looking fence about 3/4 of a mile before a bend in the road. The moon was out and actually lit up the area pretty well. There was about 3/4 of a mile behind us from the last turn in the road, and like I said, about the same in front of us before the next one. We were in a valley or whatever they're called that the road went through, and it was really a beautiful sight. Just as we were fixing to jump the fence, a car came around the bend from in front. Of course it was too far off to see us when it rounded the bend, but we didn't want it to see us climbing the fence when it came abreast of us, like the owners of the land are out cruising in the middle of the night. The sides of the road in that area sloped down at a very sharp right and were gravel, at least on our side of the road, so you didn't have to go far to be below the grade of the road and out of sight of passing motorists. It went down probably 15 feet though, well below the road. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that since. Just as we were sliding down the slope out of sight, I caught sight of something way down the road, just the side of the curve. The lights of the oncoming car caught it, just as it was making the curve. Whatever it was, went down the embankment on the opposite side of the road from us. I asked my friend if he saw it, and he said yes, he saw something. After the car passed, we peeked over the top of the road, and right when we started to climb back onto the roadway, because we decided we didn't want to sleep in that area anyway, we saw what appeared to be 2 guys pushing a motorbike climb up where we saw it go off before. This was still about 3/4 of a mile at least off, down the hill near the curve. We slid back down the slope, out of sight. I really don't know why. Then we kinda just looked at each other. A motorbike? We both looked at the incline behind us. If you pushed a motorbike off the side of the road down this embankment, you'd have a heck of a time stopping it before it went all the way down, and the river was on their side, and even a harder time getting back up. I couldn't imagine trying to get it back up to the road, assuming it didn't go into the river. We both peeked over the top, breathing really quiet and shallow, watching for another couple of minutes, when all of a sudden, it stood up. It wasn't 2 guys pushing a motorbike. It was something that had been on all fours and stood up, and it was huge. At least twice as tall as us, and by the way, we weren't midgets. I almost crapped myself. I started looking around, and the fence, by this time, was looking mighty small. Thinking really fast in that fight or flight mode, and the flight was definitely the way I was leaning towards, I realized that, thank God it had been his turn to carry the backpack, which would slow him down, and had the only food we had in it, and on top of that, I thought I could outrun him. Maybe it wouldn't want both of us. I looked at him, saw the panic in his eyes, and knew he was thinking along the same lines. I knew I couldn't run. I also knew that I had to sense us when it got directly across from us. I pulled out my little pocket knife. I knew that we're going to die, and all I could think of was, Lord, please let it be quick. I peeked over the top again, and it was almost even with us. I might have whimpered, silently of course, but I also noticed that the wind was blowing in my face from his direction. There might be hope. We ducked back down, and we could hear it almost stop right across from us for a moment or two, then start on up the road again. It was almost the curve up the hill from us from the direction we had originally came from, when another car came around the bend downhill. I thought about jumping out in front of it and yelling for help, but if it didn't stop, then whatever that was would know that we were there. We waited, and it disappeared below the other side of the road, like before when the other car came. This time, it didn't come back up. I don't know how long we waited, but we finally climbed back up and continued down the hill and around the curve. We didn't say a word or breath, anything about a whisper, till we cleared that bend in the road and was a mile or two away. When we called the Dallas, we called our parents to come and get us. We'd had enough of the open road in Oregon. I don't know what that was, but I still think about it sometimes. I've had a few other things happen to me in my life, but that really scared me. My boyfriend and I saw the state park on our way from Arkansas to Illinois and thought we should check it out. We'd never heard of this place or even seen it before. We parked in the parking area and got out of the car to explore the woods. Naturally, I had to use the restroom, so I went to the bathroom, and once I got to the toilet, I had a terrible feeling of being watched, and I truly felt like someone was in the bathroom with me, but obviously, I was the only one. The feeling of this presence was so unbearing and evil that I ran out of the bathroom the second I finished with my pants down. Once I got out of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I started down the path. Within 30 seconds of walking, and still within 30 feet of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I heard a loud footstep, crunching the leaves. In fact, it was multiple footsteps. My boyfriend thought it was a bear or something, because of the heftiness of the steps, so he was searching and searching for a bear, or anything, but he couldn't find a thing. I didn't mention the bathroom to him, but after not too long, I insisted we continue. I know there is something terribly evil in that bathroom. For a while, nothing else odd occurred, and we continued on the path which goes down to level ground, with a large lake on one side. But soon after we got to this level ground area, the sun started settling, and that's when things got uneasy again. We both started to hear something large walking in the leaves again. Sean, my boyfriend, really wanted to see what it was, and at this point, I felt like we were really in danger, and that something else, unnatural, was there. So we barely started to move farther into the woods when Sean told me he saw a shadow or something farther in. Then, I was done. I told him we had to go, and I cannot be here any longer. So, I ran like hell back to the car, and Sean was close behind me. Once we got to the car, I was at the passenger door, ready for him to unlock it. And of course, he tells me that he hears that thing we've been hearing in the sparsely wooded area, directly in front of the parking lot, which is to the very right near the parking lot, and that he has to see what it is. So, I had him throw me the keys, and I got in the car. He got in within a minute, and I asked him if he saw anything, and he said he just saw that a dark shadow moved behind a tree, but nothing else. Needless to say, we booked it off that mountain, and it really seemed like a car was trying to chase us down the mountain. But we may have just been super spooked from the woods experience we just had, but I will note, we were driving at about 65 miles an hour, and the speed limit was way less. I forget now what it was specifically, but I want to say between 30 and 40 max. Plus, it was a mountain road, and very windy, and frankly, difficult to traverse at 65. Also, during the time I was taking pictures, the whole time we were in the woods, nature shots, that was actually the entire reason we were there in the first place, and the pictures were neat. The day ones didn't have orbs, but the night ones all did, and I thought maybe it was from the lake reflection or something. but I took a picture out of the car window at the moon right after we got in the car, and in that photo, there's the moon in like 30 orbs. It's amazing to me. I mean, I've never taken any orb photo ever before, and I took another photo of the moon out my window about 30 minutes after we left the mountain, and only the moon. I did some research to find anything on the area. It seems it was established on an old Indian burial ground, but few findings on much else, and I never found anything on cars chasing you out of this place. Be careful. During the day, the bathroom is really the worst part, and seemingly off the trail, but I just wouldn't go at night. And also, Sean didn't seem to have the feelings as intensely as I did, so if you're the right person, the feeling might not be too overwhelming. I was thinking about my dog last night, as he was put away a few years ago, and the immediate remembrance of a very weird experience me and my dog had in my home in Tallahassee. This home, prior to any construction behind us, was all wooded landscape and ran into Lake Jackson. Within this wooded area were several Indian burial mounds. One day, shortly after I moved there for a new job, I took my dog for a walk, unleashed, back in the woods. I saw those mounds, but really did not know that they were Indian burial mounds. My dog and I both walked over these mounds just being adventurers. When I returned from our walk, my neighbor asked me jokingly if I let my dog run loose back there, and my response was yes. He then stated that I would see a black bird perched somewhere soon in a tree close by, and that this bird would be watching me. I laughingly asked why, and he said that if we walked over those mounds, we would have possibly wakened the spirits, and that the bird was their watchful eye on me. Well, of course I thought this man was crazy, but he was actually a very nice and intelligent man, as I learned later. So only about 2 days later, I returned home from work, and I recall thinking about the black bird Betty told me. So I peeked around the left side of the home to look into the wooded area, and lo and behold, there was a blackbird perched on a tree, staring at me. He would not take his eyes off either. Needless to say, that was creepy. So that very night, I was in my office, and my dog was usually laying in the living room by the fireplace. As I was doing my work in the office, my office chair was budged about 2 to 3 inches forward, with a force that felt like someone actually pushed the chair. I instinctively reached by, looking over my right side, expecting to see my dog. No dog, nothing. So I quickly went into the living room, only to see my dog laying down facing the hallway entrance, which is where my office resided, as well as 2 other bedrooms. And he had his head between his paws, staring and growling at something in the hallway. Talk about getting freaked out. So I grabbed my dog by his collar and tried to lead him down into the hallway, and he resisted every attempt. He was scared, obviously, and he definitely saw or sensed something. I did not see anything at all. As I walked into each room through that hallway, I did not see or sense anything. Then I walked into the bathroom in the master bedroom to find that my candle, which was lit, went out. So that night, I kept all lights on. The following day I came home and looked again for that weird bird. He was not there. So I took my dog outside to do his thing, but then noticed he was limping. Then he fell to his side with pain in the backyard. As I made the observation, I noticed that in his groin area, he had a large tumor-like bulge coming from this area. I immediately took him to the veterinarian, and I recall she had no explanation for it, but prescribed medication to reduce the swelling. Within 2 weeks or so, the swelling went away. Looking back at that, I really feel that the spirit, or whatever it was, made that happen. As my dog was still young and very healthy, After that week of weird occurrences, I never had anything further happen. I never told my neighbor what had happened, as I did not want to look silly or have rumors flying around. But for sure, I can tell you that I know in my own gut that what that neighbor told me came to life. Dogs can definitely sense or see these spirits, as we cannot apparently. Between the bird, the bump on my chair, my dog growling and acting scared, and the bulge in his groin area, all made sense that something was in that house. Never walked in those woods again. I no longer reside there either. This is a ghost, entity, evil demon, spirit, and whatever else was haunting our home, I can tell you. I will never forget what happened as long as I breathe air. We moved into this big house when I was 15. It had been empty for about 10 years. It had old, creaky wood floors and a ton of doors. Everywhere you turned in the house, there was a door. Don't ask, I still can't figure it out. It was a doctor's house. In the very back of the house is where he saw his patients. Yes, some died in the house in his office. Both my grandparents also died there. The very first thought we had activity, about 3 a.m. in the morning, there was someone banging on our front door. My grandfather would get up, and no one would be there. This happened all the time. We'd drop our car keys in the glass bowl right when we walked in, and they would be in a different part of the house. Things were always showing up all over the house. It likes to play tricks all the time. So many things happened, I can hardly recall them, all but this one I will never forget in my life. I would love to forget it, but it just won't go away. I was 20 years old and just had a baby. I had my daughter in a bassinet beside my bed. I fell asleep watching Michael Jordan play basketball in the Olympics. My bed had a tall headboard that sat up against my bedroom window. I also had floor-to-ceiling curtains, very heavy curtains. The windows were shut. The curtains were shut too. I was sleeping on my back as I fell asleep to the TV. The TV was still on, and the baby was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I felt a strong man's hand covering my whole face. He was trying to suffocate me. I was in panic mode. His grip on my face and nose was so tight that I couldn't breathe or scream. I was looking up at the ceiling thinking I'm gonna die, right there, right now. It seemed like an eternity, and I was losing my breath. Then, the phone beside my bed rang. It stopped. I jumped so far out of the bed across the room and looked back thinking I was fighting off an intruder, and no one was there. I looked out the window. Nothing. I looked in the mirror, and I had a bright red handprint on my face. It was evil. It was an evil something. I was praying out loud for whatever it was to get the hell out of my house and leave me alone. I've never been that terrified in my life. Never. I looked out the window, and it was pitch black. I got the feeling like something was out there laughing at me, or mocking me. The baby never woke up. It was her father on the phone. I told him what happened, but he thought it was a dream. I know from the start it was as real as I'm sitting here telling you today. Not long after that, my grandmother and grandfather died in the house on 2 separate occasions. I was left in this huge house all alone with my 2 children. They were 1 and just months old. The house was always freezing, no matter how high the heat was on. I would hear talking that I could never make out. Footsteps up and down the hallway, pinching, grabbing. The lights never worked. I changed the bulbs all the time. When I did the laundry where the old doctor's office used to be, I could feel a breath on my neck. I could see shadows of people out of the corner of my eye. It was a living nightmare.
The energy was so thick and heavy, even on the brightest day. I was scared to death to be there alone and go home after work alone. I would just sit up with the TV on until I could fall asleep and pray to God that I didn't have to go to pee in the night. I was so scared to get up. The day I moved from that house was the happiest day of my life. I could have stayed there forever in that big house, but I wanted out. I still, to this day, 19 years later, have vivid dreams of what happened. All the things I heard and all the things I saw. I've only told a few people this story. I've seen and felt both good and evil from a very, very young age. My nanny told me I had the gift of seeing and hearing spirits, like I was a light to them. I've had so many experiences I can't count. Most are very bad, but I have a couple that are good. I'm terrified of the afterlife. I pray that God carries me to heaven. If you don't believe, I'm telling you, there are things you can't see, but they can hurt you and make you so depressed you want to die. They can touch you, hurt you, and mock you, and laugh in your face. I know. Here's my story. It will be interesting to see what everyone else thinks of all this. I was at a friend's house listening to music tonight, Saturday, April 12th. He's a drinker, so he was feeling pretty good. He was at the computer with his back to me. I was on the couch directly in front of the TV, which was off. The only light on was right above the computer desk. To my right was the entryway, which was dark, pitch black actually, but I could see the reflection of the room in the TV. He was playing "Oh Death" from "Brother Where Art Thou." Song itself gave me the creeps, when suddenly I looked into the TV and saw a solid black figure of a tall man start to step out of the darkness of the entryway and into the living room. I didn't see anything like clothing or facial features, just tall and solid black. My friend at the same time swiveled his desk chair and pointed towards the entryway where he saw the figure. The figure stepped back into the dark as quickly as it appeared, as though it didn't want him to see it. I looked at him and said, "Did you see that too?" To which he replied, "See what?" He was only being animated during the song, but for sure didn't see anything. I've experienced several things at this house. He has not though, and it upsets him. But what I experienced that evening was the most eerie and frightening thing for sure. I know it wasn't one of his friends, or someone goofing off. It isn't easy to walk into his house, through the front door, and not be heard. The floor is tile. We walked over and turned on the light, and we both looked. There was no one there. I just went home. I couldn't stay there, and I begged him to come with me, but he wouldn't. A few days later when we talked, I asked him if he had ever had any seances or similar things in the house. He had first said no because it was his grandma's house, and he moved in about a year after she had passed. But then he paused, and then he said, "Well, remember when we cleaned out the attic? There was a Ouija board up there." Well, no, I didn't remember, and I told him to get his house cleansed, but he was just laughing at me. I've never been back to his house since that night. About 2 weeks later, he got an unintentional EVP, which is very eerie also. He has a voice-activated recorder and was recording a couple of programs off the computer for a friend at work. He turned off the computer and the TV isn't hooked up anyways, but when he woke up, there were 3 recordings instead of 2 on the recorder. I know he's pretty up on computers, but he didn't make this EVP himself. Actually, it scared him, and he said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore.
When I was 13 years old, I had an experience that I can't explain, which gave me a horrible scare. Shortly after my grandpa passed away, I lay awake in bed one summer night, thinking of him, as I listened to my sister snoring across from me. My dad had left for work, and my mother was in her room with the door closed, wearing her usual set of earplugs so as not to hear our nightly chatter. As I lay there with my covers up around my chest, I could hear the traffic outside and people making all kinds of noises. Suddenly, my covers were yanked all the way down to my ankles. My first reaction was to just lay there and not move. I didn't know what to do. I remember feeling my heart throbbing inside my chest so loud that I thought I would awake my sister. Unfortunately, I had no such luck. After a few minutes of lying so still and not moving, I decided to try and pull my covers back up to where they had been. Slowly, I reached down, barely moving, and with both hands gave a yank, but to my surprise, the covers were stuck as if something had a firm hold on them. The covers didn't even budge an inch. Oh my God, I thought to myself, what is under my bed? I tried 2 more tugs on my covers with no luck. At this point, I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. I was trying to yell, "Help!" but nothing came out. What am I going to do? I wondered. I thought maybe I could jump off my bed and make a dash for the light switch, but I imagined this hideous creature under my bed reaching out and grabbing my ankles as I sprang for the lights. At this point, the thought was just too much to comprehend. I was literally paralyzed by fear. By now, I was soaking wet from nervous perspiration and shaking inside from fear. I thought of all the bad things I might have done to make me deserve this night of terror. I decided to give it one more shot. Just give a big yank with all my strength, maybe the covers would come loose. So with a last-ditch effort, I gave a big yank. To my surprise, the covers came flying up over my head, as if they had never been stuck at all. At this point, I wasn't going to waste any time. I tucked those covers underneath my legs, covered my head, and held the excess covers in my hand. Nothing was going to get me now. I was safe under the covers. Shortly after hyperventilating, I fell asleep. Unfortunately, my night did not end here. I began to dream. I was in my room again, in my bed, but this time, my sister was awake. She was standing next to my bed brushing her hair at our vanity. "Will you please reach under my bed and get Tilly, my ragdoll, for me? You see, I had this great plan that whatever was under my bed was still there. However, my sister was going to see it, not me." As my sister bent down to reach under my bed, she let out this terrible scream and backed away from my bed. I was startled by this reaction, and without thinking, I flung my legs off the bed to run away. As I did this, a golden clawed hand came out from under my bed and grabbed my ankle. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and it was all over. I ran out of my room, happy to be alive, but when I told my parents what had happened, they just blamed it on a overactive imagination. I was upset because I knew it happened. I don't know what it was that was under my bed that night, but to this day, I still worry about it coming back for me. The hand under the bed. Growing up, I was always a chicken when it came to scary stories. My family and I attended church, but back then, as my sisters and I were younger, we were not as spiritual as we are now. The first experience I had was probably when I was in 5th grade. It was a long time ago. I remember it was a Sunday evening when my oldest sister's boyfriend came over. After watching a movie, my siblings and I all gathered together with my oldest sister and her boyfriend as he told us many ghost stories. As the stories got deeper and scarier, I began to cry because I was too scared. That following Monday, my two oldest sisters, me, and my younger brother got up to get ready to go to school. I had two younger sisters who weren't in school yet. In our house that we were currently living in, our bedrooms were all upstairs in the second floor, while the kitchen and living room was downstairs. Right before my oldest sister was going to head out for school, she'd asked me to go upstairs to her room to go grab her jacket that she had forgotten. Without hesitating, I did as I was told. My sister's room was very well organized, since she was the only one out of all our siblings to have her own room. Her twin-size bed was centered in the middle of the room against a wall, and her bed sheets were nicely fixed. As I began to look around for her jacket, which was hung onto the back of her chair, that's when I saw it. I saw an arm, just from elbow down, to the hand slip out from under her bed. The hand did a half a circle slide on the ground as it went back under the bed. At the moment, I thought it was my two youngest sisters who might have woke up early and decided to play in my older sister's room. I walked around the bed to the other side, bent down, and lifted up the bed sheets to discover nobody under the bed. At that instant, I felt shivers throughout my body as the hair from my back of my head raised. Unbelievable. I ran crying out of her room, back downstairs to tell the rest of my siblings what had just happened. Until this day, I can still remember the image of the hand sliding out from under the bed. It might have just been a quick 5 seconds, but those 5 seconds still scare me until this day when I think about it. I don't know what might have triggered me to see that arm, but I tend to tell myself that it was just my imagination playing with me because of all the ghost stories I heard the night before. But I know for a fact that this really happened and not my imagination. Has anything like this ever happened to anyone before? It's seriously confusing and obviously frightening me. Thanks for reading. There's a monster under the bed. This event happened years ago, and I was probably around the ages between 10 until 13. But I assure you, what I experienced as a kid was pretty horrifying. During this time, I had a pet cat which would walk around the house at night. But it would be known it was the cat because she had a bell around her neck that made a jingle noise every time she moved. So, as I prepared my bed, which was a sofa that converted into a bed, I proceeded to turn off all the lights and the television and lie down. After a long while of trying to sleep, I hear this heavy breathing noise that seemed to originate from under my bed. I thought to myself that it was probably my imagination, or that I was probably breathing so heavy that I could hear myself. With that thought in mind, I then decided to hold my breath and stop breathing to see if it was me. To my surprise, I still heard the breathing just as heavy as ever. As the breathing was still going on, I then thought it could have been probably the cat. Regardless, though, I was frozen in fear and did not dare to move, and I was thinking of grabbing the television remote control to turn it on, although I don't actually remember if I did or not. So, as I was wondering if it was the cat or not, I then heard the cat's bell jingle 2 rooms down out of my room. This just freaked me out even more. Since this happened so long ago, I don't actually remember how I spent the rest of the night. Anybody have any ideas of what it could have been? I just remember the next morning when I checked under the bed and the couch, I found nothing. What's under my bed? We lived in a little trailer court in Bigler, Pennsylvania. I was about 5 years old when myself and my sister started experiencing unexplainable things. There were always a lot of strange things happening. We would see and hear things. There was one occasion when someone or something said my sister's name and laughed in our closet. Every night we would hear what sounded like boots walking back and forth through the trailer. But the thing that really scared me the most is the night me and my sister looked out the window and saw a black thing standing there. As quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Every night, I would get ready to go to sleep. My bed would start shaking very slowly. Then after a while, it would shake faster. The first time it ever happened to me, I ran out of my room and told my parents. They said it was just a washer and dryer. But the thing I didn't even get was, even when the washer and dryer were not on, my bed would still shake. Eventually, I started to sleep on the couch, but the same thing started to happen, which resulted in me sleeping on the floor beside my bed. I slept on the floor for over 2 years. I never slept on my bed until we moved out. The house we moved into was a newly built house. Even though we moved, I still did not sleep on my bed. That was until a few months ago. Still, today, nobody believes me, but I know what happened. After these experiences, I started to get into the supernatural even more tremendously than I did before. If you got any comments for me, please leave some. Ghost under my bed. I woke up one night because I felt someone pulling my leg. At first I wasn't sure if I was just dreaming, so I ignored it. I was about to close my eyes when I felt a hand pull my leg again. I yelled and ran to my parents' room. My parents wouldn't believe me and would tell me to go back to sleep. I was only 10 years old at the time. Soon, I began to hear voices whispering to me at night. I also started hearing the voices during the day sometimes. One time, I was getting ready to go to sleep, and through the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw someone peeking their head out from underneath my bed. When I told my parents about this, they decided that it was best if I started sleeping with my brother. But this didn't solve the problem. No matter if I was staying at my grandma's house or my aunt, the same thing would happen to me at night to where someone would pull my feet. This went on for years. I'm 23 now, and it still happens. Of course, not as much as it used to. Back then, it would happen every night, but now several days can go by and nothing happens, but then suddenly, it comes back. I've also noticed that if I sleep with the lights on, it goes away. I'll still hear the voices, but the only difference is that it sounds like it's coming from really far away. I don't get my feet pulled with the lights on. I've gotten used to it, and I'm no longer scared. But is this something I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life? To be honest, I'm actually curious and want to know if this has happened to anyone else. The ghost that puts stuff under the bed. This has happened to me a couple of times. My mom had a pink bracelet that had some very pretty glass beads. My sister took it and pulled it. The string snapped and the beads flew everywhere. My dad looked all over the floor. As my mom counted the beads, she was missing one. My dad and I checked under and around the bed. About 20 minutes later, my dad walked into the kitchen and said that he found the bead under the bed, balanced on its side. About a week later, my brother's game case went missing. My dad checked under the bed. Later, he checked again. It was under the same bed, in the same place, and same room as the bead. That happened to the gaming case twice. Then,
My mom's hairbrush went missing for a month. It was in the same place as the gaming case and the bead. Why our ghost likes to take our stuff and put it under the bed, I will never know. I've noticed that it has not taken any of my stuff and put it under the bed. It's still a frightening experience. I know it's not as scary as other experiences people have had on this board, but I just wanted to let you guys know. Truly something under my bed. So I vividly remember when I was about 10 to 12 years old, paranormal activity happening to me right before I would go to sleep at night. This did not happen just once, but at least 3 or 4 times that I can remember between these ages. It would all start out right after I had finished reading and had turned off my lamp on my end table. My family is very Christian, and my dad had me read the Bible before bed every night. Anyway, I remember resting my head on my pillow once when I would feel something like a fist push up on the mattress beneath me. I was not sleeping, and I was not just imagining it. I would physically sit up, turn my lamp on, and watch my bed move up and down on that spot. Like I said before, this did not just happen to me once, but several times when I was young. My parents lived on the opposite side of the house, and there was no one that could easily fit under my bed. I was always too scared to try and jump off and run, or even just to look underneath and see what it was for fear that it would get me. After about 1 minute of it starting, it would stop and not come back for at least a few nights. I never did tell my parents about it, even though it would keep me up late at night, some nights, sleep deprived. I think it's just because it would happen so fast, and when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't be thinking about it until it was the next night already. The years following this, I think I still have an irrational fear to sit on my bed with my feet on the ground and feel really uncomfortable when I do. I also still have not been able to explain why this happened to me during that age, but I definitely remember every bit of it truly happening.
Please forgive any language mistakes. English is not my first language. For a little context, my family is really spiritual. My grandmother used to be a medium, and my mother is as well. When I was a kid, we moved from house to house a lot. That meant different schools for me yearly. When I was 4 or 5 years old, we moved into a 3-bedroom house. We were a 6-person family, so my brother got the smaller room by himself, my parents the medium-sized room downstairs, and my sister, my aunt and me, got the big room upstairs next to the bathroom, my brother's room being between both rooms. Immediately, a lot of unexplainable things started happening as soon as we moved. Random objects switching places, the sound of footsteps at night, TVs turning on by themselves, etc. What I remember the most is a man, physically similar to my brother, that used to stand in my window every night. For about 5 months, I was the only one who saw him, but my aunt remembers seeing a black carriage on top of the house as well. Of course, over time, we would tell people that this occurred, and no one would believe us, or at all. And it became incredibly frustrating knowing that nobody would believe us if we told them. A couple months went by, and the man that I had just described, this ridiculously creepy ghost man I saw, who we called Giorgio, started to exchange words with me and talk, telling me he was going to hurt my family if we didn't leave, and consistently threatened all of us in order to scare us away. Every night I heard this creature harass my family, but again, no one really believed me. One day my sister told me she was home alone, and she was about to take a shower, when she saw who she thought was my brother walking to his room. She said, "Jesus, you scared me. Are you going to work? Do you want to shower before me?" She got no reply, and looked through the entire house and saw no one there. Eventually, my mom started to get sick, always dizzy, always throwing up, until she heard the ghost's voice say he was going to hurt her until we had to leave. We ended up moving out of the house until 3 weeks later. Thanks for reading. On the week of Thanksgiving Day in 2015, I became very ill. I was vomiting blood. There was blood in my urine and stools. The day Thanksgiving, my son made dinner, which I ate greedily because that week I was unable to hold food down. I had a constant need for water. I was drinking water, but unsuccessfully because once I did, I only vomited it back up. It was only when I was projectile vomiting blood that my son called 911. I was taken to the hospital to be admitted and diagnosed with a ruptured stomach ulcer. I was treated and released a week later. The day of my release, I came home and collapsed. My son called 911 and I was taken to the hospital. I woke up the next day to be completely paralyzed, only able to move my head. I couldn't move any part of my body. I would choke on water and food. They did a test and determined I lost the ability to swallow. I was broken. They said an unknown virus had attacked my nervous system. I then had to be put on a respirator as my body was slowly dying. Then numerous CAT scans, blood tests, or MRIs was unable to find the source. I was in and out of consciousness. Then one night, I was visited by a figure in a cloak black outfit. I wasn't scared, but then two appeared. They seemed to be arguing over who was going to take me. I was freaking out but calm since I lost the ability to scream out. I was forced into silence. I watched as the black cloaked figures with no face but skeletal fingers argued over who would be taking me. I then started to recite the Lord's Prayer, and then a powerful voice said that they weren't taking me. I then was asked by the powerful voice what I would change about my life, but the questions were presented on a wall by an overhead projector. I answered how I would change my life. The black figures disappeared, and the next day, I awoke but not understanding what happened. Was I visited by Grim Reapers? Was the voice of God what saved me? I never told anyone of this because I was told by certified nurses' aides I hallucinated often as this unknown disease took over my mind. I now know what my diagnosis was. It was transverse matildis. Was it a hallucination, or was I visited by death itself? Thanks for reading. In the winter of 1992 in Silver Spring, Maryland, a married couple of 25 years were murdered. Whom were they murdered by, you ask? Wait for it. Their son. Yes, that's right. Their own flesh and blood ended the lives of the people who brought him life. The following story is one of the most gruesome murders from my neighborhood. The parents' names were George and Dorothy Betchold. The house is actually 3 miles away from mine. My family had just moved into the neighborhood too, so yeah, what a great welcome. Their son Brian, while in Florida, turned himself in 10 days after the slaying. Neighbors who tried to get in contact with Betcholds assumed they were on vacation. Brian Betchold told police in Florida town that the devil made him do it. The police arrive, and what's even more disturbing is the fact that his mother, who was decaying on her armchair, was suffering from cancer, so she had her oxygen tank by her side. I can't even imagine seeing that. To add even more to the eeriness, his story reminds me of the notorious serial killer, the son of Sam. Brian killed his parents because his pet Rottweiler, who was the devil, told him to do it, but then Jesus told him to turn himself in. Brian is currently committed in a hospital for the criminally insane, where he will be for the rest of his life. As I look at a picture of him, 7 years after the murders, you can see the insanity. Not posted on here for a while, but have had a strange experience and would like some thoughts on it. As I have mentioned before, my youngest son has autism and attends a school that specializes in a wide range of differing abilities. I had attended his progress meeting, and as it finished close to the end of the school day, had decided to take him out the 20 or so minutes early, walk him into the nearby town, and treat him to dinner as he had gotten an excellent review. The school is set back from quite a busy road, and so obviously there is a crossing available for safety, and I always use it as there is traffic coming in both directions and is always busy and fast moving. I also encourage my son to use it as due to his differing perceptions, he doesn't comprehend dangerous situations, and I'm constantly drilling road safety into him, using the crossing, looking both ways, etc. Anyway, we pressed the button to stop the traffic. As I always do, I was holding his hand and coaching him. What do we wait for? The green man. Yeah, that's right we do. Cue the green man. It flashes up, and a loud beeping sound lets us know we are safe to walk across. As we are crossing the second half of the road, I look to my left to see a car coming towards us faster than it should be. It's not stopping for the lights. My son is on my left side. It's going to hit him. I can feel panic rising in my chest. I can't breathe. There's not a thing I can do. Too late to run and no way to go to either side to avoid it. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I feel a breeze lift my hair, and suddenly, I feel totally calm, almost protected. Yes, I know how strange that sounds. I really can't explain it because seconds before my heart was pounding, I was terrified and convinced we were going to be mown down. But no, the car stops just before he hits my legs. Wait, my legs? Where's my son? I look to my right and there he is, looking up at me and smiling. I don't remember moving him to that side at all. I'm having a what just happened moment when my attention is drawn to the driver who is leaning out of his window, yelling at me and asking if I beeping know how to cross a beeping road as I'm obviously beeping sight impaired. Quite a charming individual. Usually by now, I would have been trying to hold my temper and not respond negatively due to my son being present, but I still felt really calm. I just pointed up to the green man, still shining brightly, and said, "Why, yes, I do." The driver looks up, turns pale, and then quickly drives around us and speeds off. I quickly steer my son to the other side of the road, and people from other vehicles are surrounding us, checking if we are okay, and others try and remember the license plate number, but everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed. Suddenly, my feeling of calm disappears and my legs turn to jelly. Everyone around us is telling us how lucky we are to be alive. They thought we were going to be killed, and I have to admit, I'm not sure how we stood there unharmed. An older gentleman pats me on the shoulder and says, "Well, young lady, someone was watching over you today." Later on, I started thinking about it. Could he have been right? Was someone, something, watching over us? I remember the sudden feeling of total calm and protection that came over me. The fact my son was suddenly on my right, when I know he was on my left side initially, and I have no recollection of him moving, or moving him myself. Did I just do it instinctively and not realize? I'm not sure. It happened so quickly, but it seemed at the time that everything was in slow motion. Was it just luck? A guardian angel, perhaps? I welcome any thoughts on this. During one hot Saturday morning, my mom decided that she wanted to go to our hot springs resort, so she brought my older sister, a maid, and I with her. While there, my sister and I had a huge argument. I was so angry that I left and took a shower in my brother's room. My brother's room has 2 doors, one connecting to the living room and the other one to the bathroom. While taking a shower, I heard a knock from the door of my brother's bedroom, so I turned off the shower and I said out loud, "Who's there?" And no one answered. I thought maybe it was just my imagination, so I let it go. I turned on the shower again, and then after a few minutes, I heard a knock again, and this time it was loud. I turned off the shower again, and again I asked, "Who's there?" And again, no one answered. At this point, I was getting angry, thinking that it was my sister who was doing the knocking. I opened the door to my brother's room, and there was no one there. I closed the door again and turned the shower on. After 5 minutes or so, I heard several knocks, but this time it was very loud and clear and felt whoever was outside had to use the bathroom badly. I ran to the door with wet hair and shampoo and about to scream my ass off whoever was in my brother's bedroom, but no one was there. I grabbed my robe and ran to the swimming pool, cursing and yelling, and when I saw my sister at the pool, I screamed at her. She looked quite shocked. Our mom, who heard everything, approached me to calm me down. I told her, "How can I calm down when sis here kept knocking at the door? It's not funny. I'm trying to take a shower. She should be more mature." I looked at my sister and she said, "I was here all the time, swimming." And I called her a liar and she said, "No, really, I was here all the time. Right, Mom?" My mom turns to me and says, "Yes, that is correct, honey. She was here the whole time." And I said, still fuming mad, "Well, I heard knocks, loud knocks, and it's not funny." My mom then decided to look at my brother's room. She told my sister to get out of the pool, and we both took my mom to the living room, and she quietly said if Em got out of the pool, she would have had wet footprints inside her brother's room, in the living room, all the way to the swimming pool area. There would be water around this area, but there is none, so it couldn't be her. She does have a point. It would take my sister maybe about 5 minutes to run back and forth from the bedroom to the swimming pool, and there would be water splattered all over the floor. After that, my sister finally said sorry. I was spooked. We all were. But it didn't stop there. Throughout the years, there were stories from tenants that they would hear knocks on the second floor of the other house at 3 a.m., dogs barking in the living room at 2 a.m., a white lady looking out of the second hall balcony, footsteps on the stairs, a little boy staring at my sister while she was sleeping. Thanks for reading. It was one afternoon, and I'm preparing to go to school. I was combing my hair when my phone rings. Hello? The usual greetings when someone called you through phone. It was my friend. She was waiting for me in front of our school's gate. I was about to go outside when an unregistered number called me. When I answered it, I didn't hear anything. Then again I said hello, and then a soft voice of a lady says hello back. I get annoyed because it imitates the way I said hello in the first place. Then I asked her who she is, but I didn't get a reply. I look at the phone thinking it got cut, but seconds are still running, so I put back the phone in my ear and again said hello to confirm if she's still there. She again imitates me, but this time, saying hello several times as if she's trying to make me mad, but in some way it kind of freaked me out since her voice was soft and it feels like the voice became louder every time she says hello. The call was cut automatically. I went outside to go to our school since my friend is waiting for me, but while walking, I tried to call the number several times, but the operator says that the number is not in use. Then my mom called me later that day and informed me that my dad's aunt passed away that afternoon. I told her what happened to me that afternoon, and she thought that maybe it's my dad's aunt. We're not that close though, but whenever she's visiting us in our house, she will always bring gifts for me, and she always says that she's proud of me. It gives me goosebumps and teary eyes every time I think of it. Even now, when I'm typing this story, I got goosebumps and I felt the urge to cry. I live in a small flat in Cape Town, not an old flat. I believe it used to be a garage. I've been experiencing strange occurrences my whole life, but now that I have moved out of my parents' house, it seems to have increased. It could be because I am able to just be myself. I've always been sensitive to these things, so maybe a lack of distractions have made the occurrences happen more frequently. It started with strange sounds and finding objects in different places than before, and the feeling of being watched, the usual. It wasn't until recently that I started to feel a little scared, and I'm sure it's because my fiance and I have been going through a difficult time together, and there's been an increase in negative energy. About a month ago, I woke up from a noise that sounds like stuff being dragged across a table, got up and checked, but saw nothing. Often what we do when we've had a tough week, we pull the bed into our tiny lounge and watch TV and play games until we fall asleep. We will do this for the whole weekend. The first night I was struggling to fall asleep. I was sick and had a general feeling of unease. At around 3 a.m., I heard very fast knocking on the front door. It being 3 a.m. and us living in a security complex, I figured it was just a spirit trying to tell me something. For once, I was wrong, because about 10 seconds later, I woke up from a friend calling us from our backyard, just about had a heart attack. While my fiance went outside to reprimand our friend, I suddenly went stiff and heard something in my right ear say quite angrily, "Get out," and then all went calm. I figured I was just sleep deprived and heard something else that could have sounded similar. The next morning, I woke up and did the usual breakfast routine. At around 2 p.m., my fiance points to the wall and asks, "What's that?" There was a red drip on the wall, straight down. Our wall has a bit of a texture, so for anything to drip down in a perfectly straight line is really unusual. Never mind the fact that it is in the middle of the wall above eye level and red in only one, not a sign of any other red marks anywhere. I wipe it off the wall and continue with my day. The next day, we wake up to another red drip mark in the kitchen this time. Same red as the day before, just a different wall. Again, no sign of red anywhere else. These marks were in places where we would definitely have seen them during our normal daily routines. 2 days later, I found my hamster dead in her cage. She was old but had gone from super energetic to barely emerging from her nest in the space of 1 day. I knew this day would come, but when I found her, she had her eyes open and her front paws pressed together. I was a little freaked out about the drip marks but shook it off. No physical harm done, so I did not feel threatened. The week starts again, so the bed goes back into the room and the week continues. I think it was a Wednesday night. We were watching TV and we heard what sounded like hammering coming from the ceiling. We have nobody above us or next door to us or even next door to that flat. The hammering continues for about 15 minutes. We decided it was time to go to bed, so I got my bed ready, go pee, and head back to the lounge to get my glass of water. My water was on the table that is against the back wall of the lounge, also where my hamster cage used to be. As I approach the table, a huge bang comes from the wall that shakes the paintings hanging against it. I couldn't move any closer. I left the water and just went straight to bed. Didn't sleep well that night. Since then, activity has stopped. The odd feeling of being watched here and there, but nothing else. I've developed insomnia since then, though. It's difficult to distinguish if our negative energy was making things worse, or if something brought negative energy into the house.
There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a run-down camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level.
Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did, but I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of her house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only two sharing a room, but that was fine, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone, and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there. But I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet. But there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did, and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us, because from time to time, we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home.
When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse, dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon, when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts." And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss, and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on a night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well, It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber. My glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway,
One night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against a grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the two other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house. We still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there,
Thank God. And I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she is about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like 2 Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself.
and these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life, and it has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house, and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement, and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it.
Even my logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we were retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed 2 things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena.
I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement and that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Gene, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence at my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone, and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night, quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the fourth floor admitted to strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid. But her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me. Conversely, I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized
that the vortex and the light are my Nana, watching over her great-great-granddaughter, and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair, and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night, I was up reading in bed, and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana. How can you not like Nana? She's amazing. I miss you, Nana, but I'll see you again. I've never personally had a paranormal experience, but my older brother has, and this is his story. First, you have to know that my brother is a very practical person, an engineer in the army to be exact. No one in my family really believes in ghosts, but I believe this story because he called me the next morning freaked out and said, "You're never going to believe me and think I'm crazy." But he lived in Texas, is in Iraq now, and his apartment complex was located on the same road as an old cemetery. This is exactly how he told me what happened. One night, he was laying in bed on his back, having trouble sleeping. He said the covers on his bed started getting tight as if they were being pulled down from both sides. The covers got so tight that he could barely breathe. He was wondering what was going on, but couldn't move. Then he got really hot, and then really cold. All of a sudden, he says he felt tingling, and then his mouth flew open, and a long rush of air was being forced out of his mouth. He said it didn't even feel like it was his own breath. He felt like it was coming from someone else. After that, the temperature returned to normal, and the covers loosened. Then he heard footsteps going towards the door of his bedroom, and then he heard the sound of a little child giggling. After that, he said he laid awake for hours, just scared, and trying to make sense of what had happened to him. To me, this sounds almost unbelievable. In fact, I'd never believe it if it wasn't my own brother, who would not make something like this up. He was really afraid when he told me, and I just have to believe that it happened. Now that I've read all the other stories on this website, I can definitely tell him he isn't crazy. Probably just had a ghostly encounter. I've had many ghost experiences through the 14 years I've been on this earth, but my first happened at the second house I lived at. My younger sister and I used to share a room. She's always rocked and made noise. Well, one night I was asleep, and she started crying and rocking in her crib. I couldn't stand the noise, and needed my sleep for school the next day. So I grabbed my blanket and pillow, went into our living room, and crashed out on the couch. I awoke to a strange presence. Something that was watching me. I opened my eyes, and across from me, on a brown chair, was a hazy yet solid figure. I can only describe him as well-dressed. A gray suit, a tie, buzz cuts, and a mustache. He sort of looked like my great-grandfather, who had passed away. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I shut my eyes and opened them again. He was still there. He just sat there, staring back at me. After a while, I started to fall asleep again. I didn't have any nightmares, but I woke up to the door of our garage being opened. I looked around, and the figure was gone. I later discussed it with my parents. They said that weird stuff happened in the house to them too. They told me that they woke up to our back door being shut. They said that they thought it was me letting out the dog, but I was sound asleep in my bed. Out of all my experiences, this is one I can't forget. I found out later on about the history of the house. An old man who lived there before us died of a heart attack. He was kind to all the kids of the neighborhood. His wife had already passed on, and he was just waiting for his time to go. My dad was in the army in the 60s and 70s. After he was out of Vietnam, he was assigned to Okinawa in Japan to guard a chemical weapons storage there. Each night, him and 4 others would patrol the area. My dad and 2 others had guard dogs with them. One night, one of the other ones that was patrolling called for backup that he had spotted someone on top of one of the chemical weapons mounds. They were buried underground. The 3 with the dogs led the way, and as they approached the mound, the dogs would not go one more step. These were German shepherds who were mean and were never scared, and none of them would go past a certain point. They decided to tie them up and go ahead without them. The plan was, the guy with the shotgun would go back up the mound and flush the guy down the front towards the other 3. As the guy headed up the back, this thing that they said was misty and dark colored came running down the side. All of them started chasing after it. These are 19 to 20-year-old guys, and the thing they said was moving in slow motion and was pulling away from them. One of the guys yells at it to stop and pulls out his pistol and puts 5 shots right in the thing's back from point-blank range. It did not even faze it. They were headed towards a 10-foot fence with barbed wire on the top. The thing just glided up and over the top of it, like it was not even difficult. On the other side there was a big muddy area, and by the time the patrol got around to it, the thing was gone, and there was no footprints. Okinawa was the site of a major battle in World War II, and this is one of only many experiences that he had while there. When we first moved into my house on Navajo in San Francisco, everything seemed normal. We all felt safe, and nothing seemed off or weird. In 2000, we started to encounter odd sightings and sounds at the house. My mom was doing laundry in the garage. Usually she only has one light on, but this time, she turned both of the garage lights on. As she was getting the clothes from the dryer, she saw a young teenage boy standing near a parked car we had inside. He slowly moved towards the garage door and disappeared. Later on, a few weeks passed. We didn't make much of it. One night, my sister was sleeping alone in her room. It was just me and her at home. I had been watching TV with the mute on, waiting for my parents to come home. I then saw the doorknob slowly move. I had the door locked, and I could look under, and no one was there. The following day, I woke up with bruises on my arm. After that, my sister felt and saw someone all in black, sitting at the edge of her bed. My brother had seen the same young boy my mom saw downstairs in the guest room we have. After my sister got married, she and her husband stayed with us. Every night, she recalled being awakened by someone. She would feel like someone was lying next to her on the opposite side of where her husband was, and touching her. It got so bad that we had to call a spirit channel person. She took the ghost away, but it wasn't over. Every night in my room, I see objects change from place, or things on the floor when I haven't touched anything. I've heard repeated voices calling my name, knocks on my door, someone walking in the kitchen, turning on the faucet. The last sighting I saw was at night. It was 10 p.m. No one was home but me. I was doing exercise, and I turned around, and I saw a woman standing at the doorway for my kitchen. As I winked and blinked, I saw the faucet running, and I felt a cold chill, when it was really hot weather that day too. Whatever it was, it just won't leave till it gets its message across.
Me and several friends and family members have come to believe that my house is haunted. These are a few of the incidents that have occurred in my home just over the past few months. My house is very cold and old, dates back to the 1800s. After a short time, we started to notice strange things happening in sounds, footsteps, whispering, thumps and slamming doors. Let me first say that these things are unnerving for other reasons than the obvious, that it is a ghost, but it is also frightening because you can never be sure if it is only a ghost or that someone is actually breaking into your home, which is something I fear more than the dead. The dead aren't going to steal your TV or kidnap your children. Those I can live with. I just hate it when they are so dang nosy. Okay, story time. My husband works third shift, so I'm often alone at night in the house. When I can, I opt for company. Usually a family member will stay with me. One night, my husband was leaving for work, and with our children away, remember that part, I asked my cousin, Nicole, to stay with me. Eric, my hubby, was doing his usual routine of running about, getting ready, and saying his goodbyes. As he was leaving, he kissed me and said, "Bye, baby. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow morning," which I said right back to him. He said later, Nicole, and she waved goodbye to him also. This was the normal run of things, except for the absence of our daughters, who are usually the last to say goodbye to their daddy. Eric exited the back door. A few seconds later, Nicole and I heard the voice of a child emanating from upstairs, saying, "Bye, Daddy." It was as clear as a bell, and as real as me or you. I looked over at Nicole, who was just staring ahead with a frozen look of fear on her face. I of course said, "Did you hear that?" even though I knew she just did by the look on her face. She said, "Yeah, I did, but I don't want to talk about it until the morning." I think we were both a little freaked out for the rest of the night. We had known that the house was haunted, but we did not expect an actual interaction with them. My second experience happened just a few weeks ago. I told you my husband, Eric, works the late shift, so he basically sleeps during the day while our daughters are in school. On that particular day, I had a few errands to run, so my sister Maggie decided she would tag along, and we would go have lunch together. We were away from the house for about 3 hours, and when we arrived home, we entered the back door that leads to my kitchen, so we would not disturb my husband, who was fast asleep on the couch in our living room. As it happens, our kitchen is separated from the rest of my house by a big wooden swinging door that leads to our dining room. Now please note that when we shut the back door in the kitchen, the air from it will cause a suction and make the swinging door swing back and forth on its hinges. I'm used to seeing this happen so many times. As I said, we entered the back door, Maggie going in first and sitting some groceries down on the kitchen table. I came in last, sat down my things, and proceeded in shutting the door behind me. I automatically look up, as did Maggie, to see the swinging door moving on its hinges. No biggie, I knew what caused it. But as the door swung outward, I saw a man standing about 6 inches away from the door frame. He then grabbed the door and held for about 3 seconds and just stood there, looking back at me. I gasped, and he let the door go. I told Maggie to get out of the house, that I saw a man in the dining room, and without a phone in that room. There is no phone jack there due to the fact that my dog decided to eat it. I did the dumbest thing I could. I grabbed the nearest object, which was the frying pan. I then did what came natural, and holding the frying pan out in front of me, I pushed through the swinging door using every stealthy move I had ever seen on all those cop shows. I know it sounds funny now, but I was so scared that all I could think that there was someone in my house, and my hubby was asleep on that couch. I pressed my back to the swinging door, so if anyone was standing behind, they would be flattened to the wall, in which case if they were, I guess I could have smacked them one with a frying pan, but who knows. I was running on pure adrenaline. I then ran to the living room, looking all directions at once, and woke my husband. We searched every room and found nothing. I told Eric exactly what the man looked like. I seen him plain as day. There was no trace of any forced entry of any kind. I've never been so terrified in all my life. It was like the man had vanished. I'm still not sure what to think of it. I've moved back to my hometown in Michigan after being away for many years. I've many stories to share, but this is a recent one that stands out. A fixture in my town was a burly guy named Bronco. Bronco was the typical bar bouncer type. Not surprisingly, this was his usual job. When I was younger, he used to drive his blue Ford Bronco. My family knew him well, as my mom ran the after-bar breakfast restaurant where all the party people congregated when the bars closed. Since I had moved away years before, I lost touch with the old party crowd. I did hear, however, that Bronco sold his beloved truck a few years after I moved. Anyway, it was June of 2002, I think, and I was driving on I-94. I saw Bronco's old blue truck driving on the opposite lane and mentioned it to the person who was in the car with me. I hadn't seen Bronco in a few years, but knew I would run into him at our upcoming Ventenian festival, and would mention the sighting to him then. A few nights before the Ventenian festival, a friend and I went to a local bar to hear the band rehearse. As I walked into the place, I spied Bronco on the far side of the bar. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he acknowledged me in his cocky way from across the room. My friend and I went to look for a space to sit. Once we found a table, I told my friend that I saw Bronco and wanted to go say hi and tell him that I spotted his old truck the weeks before. As I made my way through the crowd to the bar, I heard the band dedicating a song. They were dedicating it to Bronco and said he had passed away. I was sure it was a joke. I finally made it to the bar where he was sitting. No one was there. I was absolutely perplexed. I walked around, trying to see where he went, to no avail. Finally, I questioned a ton of mutual friends, and they confirmed that he died of a heart attack or something the previous April. I was in total shock. He was only in his early 40s when he passed away, and one of those muscle-bound types. Even now, when I look back on this incident, I'm so amazed, because I saw him clear as day. Anyway, I thought it was pretty nice of him to remember me after he passed like that. I guess he knew I would appreciate the drama and the irony. About 3 years ago, I was at my grandpa's house, getting ready in the bathroom for school. I saw a woman walk down the hall towards the living room. I just thought it was my grandma, so I just brushed it off. Then a few moments later, I was looking out the door into the hallway, and I saw her again. I didn't recognize her. I ran into the living room screaming at the top of my lungs, "There's someone in the house! Hurry!" My grandpa took off into the house, searching for an intruder. He looked in every room, under the beds, and in the closets. He even looked in cabinets big enough for someone to hide. There was no one there. Later that day, he said an old boarding house used to be on the same spot as the house was built a long time ago. He said that I more than likely saw the woman who owned it. He took out his picture box and showed me an old book that he had the town's history in it. He turned to the page where it had information on the boarding house. As soon as I saw the picture of the owner, I was speechless. It took me a while, but after I caught my breath, I told my grandpa, "Oh my God, that's her." It seems that this place is only active when Christmas time comes around. In a very small town called Whitewright, Texas, there's a very old house that now belongs to my uncle. The structure of the house is very stable. As a matter of fact, it has been lived in a lot longer than usual. It is now used as a storage by various family members of mine. First experience was when I was 11, and 2 days before Christmas. It was late into the evening, and instead of my parents driving back home 27 miles, my grandparents offered their old house for us to stay the night in.
It had been raining a little bit, and it didn't take long for the 3-bedroom house to warm up, so we went to bed. I had 2 younger brothers. One of them was still a little baby, so he slept in the same room in a little crib that my grandmother put together for all of the grandchildren. I was quite tired and almost fell asleep immediately when it started thundering and lightning. The first crash woke me up, and precisely the loud crash, the outside screen, sounded as though someone had kicked the door. The house had a horseshoe-shaped porch, and at each end of the porch was a door to the house. Another door was for the living room. I screamed, and Mother came in. I had woken up my baby brother, she had claimed, but the thunder had woken him up. My mother picked my brother and took him with her to get him back to sleep. I tried to calm myself to go to sleep and convince myself that it was just the cat that got scared and jumped up against the door. Many times, though, to convince myself, I would check outside through the window of the door and then run back into the bed. I was starting to drift off again when another thunder blast went off and lightning followed, but what I saw next terrified me even more so because I saw a figure outside the window through the window curtain. I screamed out again and scrambled off the bed to look into the next bedroom and tried to tell my mom that someone was outside. She didn't believe me, and upon the suggestion of my father, I was escorted to the living room to sleep on the couch, which made the very front part of the porch even closer to me. All the windows were huge, and pretty much most of the living room was hallway. Nothing but windows, but had dark brown curtains. The storm subsided a little bit for an hour or so, and I tried with everything to stamp down the fear that wouldn't let go of me, no matter how hard I tried to shake it off. I forced myself to close my eyes. At that moment, someone or something stepped onto the porch, stomping, and then started walking. I stepped into my parents' bedroom and asked my father if he heard the walking on the porch. He said it was the house settling. Look, I know it was just a kid, but settling of the house didn't sound like a heavy man with big boots either. I pleaded out of the window. I threatened. When I threatened, it would stop for a while, but start back up again. My last resort was praying to God for this to stop, to make whoever or whatever to go away. A few minutes later, the rain drizzled, and the walking faded away. It didn't stop immediately, just as though someone had stepped off the porch, but as though it was going away slowly. I fell asleep, and the morning came. I stepped out on the porch, and the whole porch was covered in mud clumps, from one end of the porch to the other side. I talked with my aunt, and she told me that the only knowledge of the house was an old lady had lived there, and that some neighbors had found her dead in her bed, and her dog was missing, but that no one really cared about the dog anyhow, so the missing dog wasn't much thought of after the lady's burial. The second activity was when I had moved in with my aunt in the same house. She moved into the house a year before I moved in with her, and my cousins, of course. My parents and I had very considerable disagreements. Anyhow, as usual, just a little before Christmas, one of my cousins and I were just about to go to sleep on the couch in the living room, which is the center of the house, when my cousin rose up off the couch and told me that someone was standing right beside me. I got off the couch and made a mad dash to jump on the other side of the huge circular couch, and jumped right beside her. At that precise moment that I jumped up, at the corner of my eye, I saw a very faint light move, very fast in the center of the room, not on the wall or on the floor. Dishes were knocked over in the kitchen, and my aunt turned on all the lights. To explain this away so that we wouldn't be scared, and for all of us to get some sleep, my aunt told us that a cat had found its way into the house, and we scared it. The next morning, my aunt went and talked to my grandfather, and a few weeks later they were digging in the backyard and discovered a well and the remains of a dog. They filled the well with rock and concrete. The activity stopped. Later it was told to me that the Christmas before I moved in, My aunt was alone at home in the same house, and she had been watching TV. Someone stepped on the porch very heavily and tried to break into the house by first turning a doorknob and then trying to force themselves through the door. She threatened whoever, and they went away. The house is now being used as the family storage house, and whoever's friend of the family storage as well. It has not been lived in since my cousin Shane. The story I'm about to tell you is one of a disturbing nature. It absolutely chokes me up every time I tell it. If my grammar or language skills are not up to par, it's only because I'm caught up in the horrid memories of that night. It was New Year's Eve. My cousin and I waited for our girlfriends to arrive, as we were having a party that night. Yes, there was alcohol, and say what you want, but I know what I saw. The same thing we all saw. Anyway, later that night, we were all in my room, drinking and singing, just having fun. It was a party. Time passed, and more time passed, and it began to get late. Something startled my cousin's girlfriend. She quickly eased her mind with the thought that it was a household pet, a large dog, she thought. Little did she know, we had no pets. When she later confronted me about it, I told her just that. A little shaken, but mostly tired, she and my cousin went to lay down, leaving my girlfriend and I alone in my room. We watched TV for a while and just talked. We brought up how drunk my cousin's girlfriend must have been and laughed. Well, it wasn't funny long. As we sat there on the bed, half paying attention to the television, a thing slothed across the floor in my room. We both sat stuck with fear, holding each other as tight as we could. When it got to our feet, it stopped, looked up at us, and almost smirked at our fear. We got a better look at it then. It was a bloody, bludgeoned mess. It seemed to be walking on nubs of his knees and elbows, and finally dawned with a bashed-in skull. It made my poor girlfriend sick to her stomach. It continued its path to my closet and disappeared. We didn't sleep 1 second the whole night. If we hadn't all seen the godforsaken creature, I wouldn't have believed it myself. The next morning, the black lights were still on, music was still going, and bottles were everywhere, so I decided to clean up. When I moved the speakers back to the other wall, the black light shone down on the wall. Streams upon splashes upon streams, upon handprints of bright green trails, were on my wall. It looked as if someone with green blood was bludgeoned to death. And I remember watching forensic files, and the luminol that they put on the surfaces to detect blood showed up green wherever blood was. This really choked me up. So finally, I went and asked my stepdad if he knew the house's history. His exact words were, "No. Why? Is the house haunted?" This is the first time I've ever publicly shared this story. I've only told 2 of my closest friends, and sadly, they looked at me like I had gone crazy. I've never even told my family this. It happened when I was very young, so that could be a reason why my friends looked at me like I was insane or something. But the weird thing is that the memory of these strange encounters has stuck with me until now. I don't even remember half of what happened to me at that early age, but this experience is so vivid still that it makes me believe that it actually happened. I was 5 years old, turning 6. I was living in Providence in the Philippines, and my dad had come to visit me and my mom. He left 2 years earlier when he moved to California to find a job from the United States, and a year and a half later, I moved to the US also. I have a big family with a lot of aunts, uncles, and cousins. My dad coming to visit was a big deal, so the whole family slept over my grandma's house. My cousins and aunts and uncles occupied the available rooms, so me, my mom, and dad had to sleep in the living room. The living room is on the ground level, so if you open the window, You'd be looking straight towards the street. It was around 10 p.m. that night when I fell asleep, and I don't know how long it had been until I woke up because I needed to use the restroom. Some restrooms in the Philippines are located outside next to the house, and since I was only 5, I needed my mom or dad to accompany me. I sat up and asked myself, who should I wake up? As soon as my eyes darted from my mom to my dad, a figure caught my attention. He, or it, was tall, but I could make out a shape. It was a dark shape, but the scariest thing about it was that it was just there, leaning against the window, looking straight at me. I could make out 2 distinct points where its head was. Horns, maybe. I don't know. But how it could have opened the windows without waking anyone up, I thought, was kinda crazy. I didn't panic or anything. I just sat up and watched it looking at me for about a minute or 2, and then laid back down. I forgot that I had to use the bathroom. I pulled the covers over me and went back to sleep, hoping that I was still dreaming. Since I never really mentioned it to my parents, I can't be sure what it was. It was either a demonic figure, hence the pointed horns, or maybe a drunk relative who couldn't open the door, so he had to go through the window. Why did he stare at me though? And shouldn't he have had a face and maybe some color to him? No, that figure was straight black, like a shadow. Some people might argue that I was dreaming, and if I was, then that was a pretty vivid dream that still makes me remember what happened 16 years later. It gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. My ghost experience occurred at the trailer home that my family and I used to live. Several weird things have happened to us. Often, both my husband and I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, and the hallway light would be on, and out of the corner of our eye, we would see a shadow in the hallway that would briefly walk through the light, causing a second of darkness as if it was passing directly in front of the light bulb. My husband usually sleeps on our couch because he prefers to have the room icy cold, so he'd sleep on the couch in front of the living room. One night, in the middle of the night, he hears someone stomping through the living room. The sound woke him from a deep sleep. He woke up yelling, thinking it was one of our kids, yet he found no one there. Another time he heard someone stomping once again, and then he heard the beads on their daughter's door shaking, like someone walked through them. He turned around to look at our daughter's door, and the beads were perfectly still. Several items, such as toys, clothes, and jewelry, would come up missing, only to reappear at a later time, long after you decided you would never see them again. My daughter once saw a figure in the hallway. My daughter and brother are very close, so one night, her brother and her made a tent in my son's room. This tent was right in the doorway of my son's room, and his room was down the hallway that my husband and I frequently saw shadows. My daughter said that she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a tall, thin man walk in front of the doorway as if he was walking towards the living room. At first she assumed it was her father, until she started thinking about it and realized her dad is a much larger man than what had just walked by the doorway. We have since moved out of this place, and we have not had any unusual experiences at our new home. When I was younger, probably around 12, I had what I later surmised may have been a paranormal experience. My brother and parents slept upstairs in our 1.5-story house in Waukesha, Wisconsin. One evening, I was awakened by one of my cats meowing quickly about 5 times or so. Her last meow was cut short, and I then heard footsteps quickly approaching my room. The footsteps stopped, and I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, like one out of breath, just inside the doorway of the room next to mine. The 2 doorways formed a corner. I was quite scared, as I thought someone was in my house. I also thought it could have been my brother, but didn't want to take any chances. I laid scared for a few hours until I fell asleep. Before falling asleep, the breathing slowed and stopped, but I never heard anyone walk away. Years later, I took into account that my cat never meowed like that. It would not likely stop so suddenly in mid-meow. She was fine, and I never saw any clues regarding this incident. Another time in that same house, it was an older house, probably from the 40s. I was walking down my hallway, and for a brief second, saw that the doorways were arched instead of the normal squared look. Imagination, who knows? My next incident took place when I was around 18 or 19. Two of my friends and I took a walk around my friend's neighborhood. The night was right out of a scary movie. Very dense fog that stopped probably 10 or feet so above our head. We could make out the full moon if we looked closely, and sounds of geese echoed when they flew overhead. We walked to a small graveyard, of course, where one of my friends proceeded to run ahead of us. My other friend and I stopped at a rather young grave. The death date was only a couple of years previous to this incident. As soon as we stopped, I felt an energy, for lack of a better term, in my head and chest, but not quite physically there. More like in my mind and soul, if you will. This lasted a couple of minutes. About a half a second after the feeling stopped, my friend said, "Whoa, did you feel that?" He and I described the exact same feeling to each other. My other friend had been hiding to try and scare us, had looked back at us, and saw us standing in front of the grave with blank looks on our faces. My final incident happened to my wife and I. She was using the bathroom, and as soon as she was done, called to me. She said that she saw the wall bulge out, like a bubble, she stated. The bulge then moved up the wall, and then sunk back in. The walls were plaster and solid. The bulge was about as big as a fist. Shortly after that, she had to go, I think to a function at church, leaving me home alone. A little while later, I saw something black fall from the ceiling out of the corner of my eye. I then heard what sounded like magazines slap on the dining room table, which was below the spot where I saw the black, falling thing. When I looked at the table, there were indeed magazines on it, which already had been there before I heard the sound. Nothing was disturbed, besides me. I've always had a fascination with things like this, but due to my beliefs, don't quite hold the same views as many of our readers or contributors regarding ghosts and spirits. Nonetheless, I like this site. I am a strong believer in ghosts, considering the fact that I used to see them a lot in my old house when I was a kid. When I tell people my stories, they do get very skeptical, so I'm going to tell you the story in which me and a lot of other people that proves that ghosts do exist, and it is unexplainable. I had found a stray cat back in 1996, and his name was Blackie. Anyhow, my grandma didn't like my cat at all, considering that she hated animals, and she used to kick him every chance she could. Of course, I would have a fit about it, and try to protect him every chance I got, but it was inevitable. So if Blackie was around her, she would kick him away, and as a result, every time Blackie saw my grandma, he would hiss and run underneath the table in the living room, all the while staring at my grandma, and growling until she would leave. To make a long story short, I live in Illinois, and my grandma had taken a trip to see her daughter in New Jersey, and ended up passing away there. And then the day finally came, when they finally brought her body to Illinois for her final funeral. Of course my grandmother's body was at a funeral home, but the very first day that her body had arrived in town, my cat began to act as if she was around again. It all started when me and my family were all sitting down in the living room with Blackie and getting prepared to go to the funeral, when all of a sudden, Blackie got up and looked at the doorway. His whole body arched as he hissed and ran underneath the table.
The very hairs on my neck and back rose up, and I tried to ignore the thoughts of thinking that my grandma was in the very room with us. However, it was hard to ignore because he kept growling and hissing and watching something that we couldn't see. He would stare at the very chair she would sit in and hiss at it and avoid it as much as possible. Like I said, he was acting as though she was there, and his eyes would be moving about as if he was watching her walk around the room. He did this for exactly 3 days. He didn't stop until they finally shipped my grandma's body to her original home in Europe. After that, he never fussed over anything ever again. So, Blackie proved to me and my family that ghosts do exist. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I'd ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up, and still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her, and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Well, later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him, and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter Number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the Officers' Quarters Number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We let her sleep in her bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter, screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day, I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harryo was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time, and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my two friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena, and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena, and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though.
When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays, we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you're new. You want to know why? Because it is the official anniversary today, October 16th, 2022, of my first video that I ever uploaded. In fact, it's been 7 years, and I wanted to say thank you, and I love you guys.